from all of the negative impacts that we see happening here today. So we are here today to speak to the government directly. That we feel that the government has broken the social contract theory. The theory that the government signed with the people of Liberia, that the Constitution will be the supreme and the valid law of the Republic. We see that the government is abrogating the Constitution. And under the Constitution, this amounts to treason. The Liberian people, under the guise of Article 1, have got the power to redress, to recourse, to re-engineer the democracy and to save this nation from fast cascading into those dark years. And to ensure that we preserve a prosperous, a peaceful, safer society for our children and our children's children. So the CMC is here today in solidarity with every Liberian who is angry about the bastardization of the Constitution. The CMC stands in solidarity with every Liberian who thinks that the nation is fast cascading up the trajectory of democracy. We live in a democracy. We do not live in an autocracy. We do not live in an authoritarian regime. We do not live in a despotism. We live in a country where every citizen has got the right, that right will be protected. You can't have the Supreme Court. When I was in high school, I was told that the Supreme Court was the highest court in the country. I was told that when the Supreme Court opines, its verdict was not gospel. That you will only appeal to heaven. The Supreme Court have the final say on all matters of life and death. In Liberia today, the Supreme Court no longer has the final say on matters of life and death under the government. The Supreme Court must be respected. The court has spoken. We want to rally the Liberian people. This is not time where you fall back on common partisanship. This is not the time where you blind your eyes to reality and say because you belong to a certain political party or a certain quadrant of society, you are going to blind your eyes to the voice of justice. It was Blaise Pascal who said these words many years ago, that whatever is just must be powerful, so that whatever is powerful must be just. You cannot have a social society with immense incompatibilities and contradictions. So we are here in solidarity with all political parties. We're here to send a clarion call to all CMCians around this country that very soon you will receive your marching orders. We will have to stand for justice. We will have to stand for democracy. We will have to stand for the rule of law. We will have to stand for the Constitution of the Republic. And I want to leave you with these words. That most times our people gather to express themselves, they are oftentimes met with police brutality. They are oftentimes met with jail sentences, where police will come and arrest you, intimidate you, and harass you. As if under the Constitution you don't have the right to express yourselves. Well, we're here to tell you that this phase is a phase of self-purification. We are prepared for this challenge. That even if they bundle you up and take you to jail, you march on into those jails and change them from a dungeon of shame to a heaven of freedom and human dignity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mangura.
That was the first one, Mr. Great Freshman.
Party to say a few.
Hi. Well, like you all know, the National Patriotic Party has come a long way in this country. We have had the experience of real government, not the experience that we see here today. Whenever you see the LGBT get part of, you know it's a serious thing. We who have had no cause to be around talking about governance today or government, if the government was doing right. Because, like you well know, we were in power. But because of the respect for the rule of law, for peaceful coexistence, we agreed to whatever the results were that we give free for people to live peacefully. If there is any contradiction, we come by to tell you that we do not support it, And we look forward to everyone across this country. Not to think like someone said, it is going to be for our business. No, it's not about going to be. It will be you tomorrow, you're taking the vote. And probably a brother to surrender and decide not to disagree. So again, let me come back to tell you, please be ready for whatever action that will come, provided the secretariat and the rest of the political parties decide the rest of the thing, and I'm sure we're going to stay back more. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Lastly, we will take the representation from the Liberia Party's president, Mr. Gongloe.
Like I said, we really agree to our leaders, the immediate past and government, CC, and members of the CFC and other collaborating political party that are still to defend the rule of law. I am a founding member of the Liberia Party. I always supported the Liberia Party since 2005. When we came to an usher in a run where we needed to decide between the current president, President Joseph Pewee, and President George Mana, we are in 2023. We chose competence over tribalism. We chose competence over divisiveness. We chose competences over wickedness. And fairness to a president, we are in the runoff. Unfortunately for us, and due to the respectability of the rule of law, president, we are basically considered defeat in a minimum margin. The current performance and action of the president are proven to me that if he were the president, he wouldn't have accepted defeat and to take government over. If we cannot succumb and accept defeat for a single speaker position, you wouldn't take over a government like a 5,000 appointees. So, since we reconcile our party, the Liberia Party, and some few individuals based upon their own self, I was able to mobilize every partisan, calling ourselves the non-alliance members of the Liberia Party. By the rule of law. But if Dr. Charles Walker Posey were allowed, they would have been silent. For the flagrant violation of the rule of law and the disobedience of the Supreme Court, which in keeping with Article 76 is treasonous. When you subvert the ruling of the Constitution or Supreme Court, is treasonous. Because Article 66 and Article 65 of the Constitution make it very clear when the Supreme Court rule, all branches of government will abide. Nobody can alter. The Supreme Court is the final arbiter of justice and the final entity that can settle constitutional dispute. And the executive is on the obligation to implement, to enforce. We need a background. You took off to defend and protect the Constitution. But President Joseph Pewee had maybe to retrospect. But the scene out there he borrowed. So the junta regime on some guy go. When they overthrew a legitimate government power, and he was one of the cabinet ministers, and he was using the title mayor, when they looted this country with all accountability, that the scene started on the election to either do a legitimate government. And I can remember Michelle, who believe in the authority of Professor Charles Walker Posey, who would have been silent. He won in 2017 about evil pregnancy. And war against President Joseph Pewee today, they are come to pass. They are staying with the majority to resist lawlessness and violation of our Constitution and submit.
Liberia Party, Mr. Kanga, thank you for this. Amanda! It's the law people. The law people against it down. Oh, the law people. The law people against it down. Alema opposition building. Alema opposition building. You got a rule of law. You got a rule of law. Alema promise building. Alema we are building. Alema building building. Alema building building. Amanda, free to away to. Amanda, you must respect the rule of law away to. Amanda, no negotiation away to. Oh. opposition, you know, they say,
Ahmed Fofana, what's up, brother? The chief justice will hold you in contempt. But you muted.
And leaders of our country must understand that every action along the way matters. You know, they must be consistent. We can't be playing hanky-panky game here. You know, the lives of generation unborn hinge on every action, decision, statement that we take now. So while we stand fully in support of his decision to nullify, invalidate the action of Coons and his likes, we still do think that they play a major role from the very beginning of this crisis, you know. I mean, so we just start to highlight that inconsistency for posterity, because you know, when you're in a public space now and you're providing condemning issue here and there, when you are confronted with these kind of things, you must be consistent in your position. Was that meant to, you know, attack the Chief Justice, the Honorable Chief Justice? Was only meant to highlight that aspect, that contradiction, that what we say now will be a conversation in the future. But what's going on? How's everything? What are you hearing?
Well, I mean, I read your piece, and I mean, I listened to others on the version of everything. I mean, the issue, the critical, one of the issues there that about the Supreme Court going to they attended a budget hearing to defend the budget. I don't know whether they appear before this. They appear before the Richard Kun on his gava. I don't know that I've not confirmed yet, but I know there have been news that they went and they defended the budget under him, which I'm still trying to find out when that happened. But at the end of the day, no matter what happened, I mean, nobody is infallible. It is Supreme Court, even if they even err, the fact of the matter is that the Constitution of Liberia says whatever they say is the final.
No, listen.
No, I mean, they said that nobody can review their decision.
Of course.
I mean, like most of the time, like you would think that the issue about example, the 2000 election. I don't know whether you're in the country, but I know I was here for between Biden and Al Gore and George Bush, when everybody knew that there was issue in Florida about all kind of balance issue, but again, the Supreme Court had five conservative justices on the bench, led by Chief Justice at the time, William Rehnquist, and they ruled 5-4, and they said that they were not allowed a recount in Florida. Everybody knew had they done recount, Bush would not have been president, but they came out and said we're not allowed recount, and the election result that came out is stand.
Yeah, but
I addressed the nation. He said, "Look, why I disagree with the Supreme Court. I believe is that I don't agree with the ruling, but I accept it because they found an arbiter of legal dispute in the land. So even recently, you were here when Bush when Roe versus Wade, a 50-year law, the Supreme Court struck it down, and Biden was president. He addressed the nation. He said, "Look, I disagree. We got to fight to see how best we can codify this law, whatever the case, and we got to fight. We need the votes." But he said he couldn't do nothing. They accepted it, and next thing they got him. The executives had to enforce it. Only thing because America is a federal system of government here. Some states say they won't enforce it. Most of the liberal states they won't enforce it. The attorney general then that's what happened. But the idea, most of the states, but how does it follow it? The federal government supersede everything. So I read your piece, as I said, right? You raised some good point about the justices going over budget year and also getting the money, everything, the budget, if on this purported speaker. But my thing is that the justices get the ruling and it's final. So whatever they're trying to do now to interpret and get their own thing, I think that's the politics of it. But
Tomalin, my piece was not intended to interpret the court ruling. First of all, I agreed. I agree with the court's ruling. I don't think it was just because I don't think the ruling is just a reflection of the court's own final arbiter of justice. I think the court ruling reflects a commitment to uphold the rule of law. So it's not just because, okay, look, we do have the final say, so let's just rule anyhow. I think that the ruling is qualified even on a logic. So, and even if the court, in my view, that's how much even if the court were in contradiction, it still does not mean that the court cannot rule or its ruling should be questioned. I'm not questioning the court ruling. I'm only saying that at some point in time during the course of the process, that is why people will have to be very, very careful. In the course of the process, I thought that the court was a little selective in terms of how it applied justice. At one point, it thought that gathering was unconstitutional, and at one point we saw them submitting to the process. I just thought it was one of confusing. Now, I made an argument to suggest that you don't have to be a lawyer to identify those two inconsistencies. You understand what I'm saying? So those are the points, but it has nothing to do with the court's ruling in the case, because of course I agree with the court's ruling. I do not oppose it, but assuming that I oppose it, it still does not mean that a ruling cannot stand, because as our law says, when the court rules, it's final. And then you talk about fallibility, of course. The fact that the court can review its own decision suggests that we all, like the court, subject to sometimes error, but that is still not sufficient reason why people should disregard the ruling from the court. You know, there can be no mischievous approach and attitude towards implementing and what makes that important, Tomalin, you know, we overload these things. I'm telling you the truth. If this thing were to slide and pass, we kick it under the roll, let it see normal thing. My brother, a few years or months from now, what situation that will happen and the court won't give it any credence? I'm telling you.
I mean, so, I agree with you, and I mean, like the court. I mean, truthful, like I think, like the UP folks are now exposing what they're trying to do. Expose the court. I see Prophet Kehleboe all now they got him putting the people budget out in the public, leaking it to him to put in the public, to talk about how the people ask for increment in the budget. They had to giving them brand new vehicles and all kinds of stuff. They're doing that, and they're leaking it out to the public, and so forth. But like you just said, but then again, the same Supreme Court did not attend the State of the Union address, even though somebody said, some officials defended and said, well, they're not fools. The SONA is merely for the House of Representatives and the Senate, for the president to come make a report, and they invite people to attend. So the Supreme Court was considered one of the invitees. If the invite guests didn't show up, they say, it means nothing. The idea, what the legal thing where the Constitution says that the president will, on the fourth working Monday in every in January, come and present his State of the Union, the nation address, and he gave a legislative agenda to the public through the legislature. And they say he fulfilled that constitutional requirement, obligation. He fulfilled it. So that's what mattered to them. But then the same justice who dissented, Justice Nyenwolo, while addressing the Nima Bar Association, said that he was explaining what ultra-virus means. Said, I mean, what everything the people doing outside is illegal. So that's why we did not attend the SONA. But then in the founder ruling, he dissented. And so that all helped to create that the people confusing people too.
That's exactly some of the things we it all boiled down to integrity and consistency. Now, according to the Chief Justice, we should have no opinion on matters like this because we are not loyal. But let's be frank with you.
Yeah, and that was your point. That was your point that you were referring that, while she was saying that if you're not loyal, just shut up and all this thing, you're referring to that. Okay. I think maybe she acted out of emotion. I mean, maybe she was emotional about it now, and because what happening, the last thing you want to see happen when in the highest court, for to see people trying to review, especially the people who will know better, trying to review your decision. That making her mad because it's like what people can disagree with your decision, but you're trying to review, and if she feels there's not anyone. Place for anyone to do.
But the Chief Justice is educated enough to know that a review also an authorized framework is nothing but speculation and opinion. So how would that, or why should that be something that would move you? Because for there to be a review of your opinion, there should be processes, legal processes. Of course, the Constitution provides none that says her opinion can be reviewed by anybody. But it doesn't mean the fact that the opinion can be disagreed to yet accepted suggests that there will be how people will disagree, except they express their opinion. On the very court can disagree with itself through its member. It happened with one of its members. So why would that move you if by your own setting you can disagree with your own opinion, and then at the end of the day take a vote to determine a decision of the court? So why should that move you if ordinary people just get view to express? I just thought that, as I said, it was misguided. But we do not tend to, people who are not lawyers do not tend to provide technical interpretation of the law. Rather, to a larger extent, they tend to provide how they feel about the law, the impact it will have on them, what it will take the country. And those things are necessary for a fledgling democracy like Liberia. Look at the associate justice. In my understanding about the Bill of Information was that the court was going to either explain its first decision it took, ultra-virus, considering that people claimed there was some ambiguity. So we thought that the Bill of Information was meant to say you are rude, and there is some claim here and there that your decision is ambiguous. So please provide clarity. And so I had thought what that means was that for the court to go and say, okay, ultra-viral means everything that the CONCAM did was illegal. But to see that the court was then again, quote unquote, retrying the case, giving dissenting opinion from its first decision, it was just mind-boggling. And that is why sometimes those who are lawyers, the court should explain these things to us, because
no, but the court was at the second time around was that they were because their first ruling was people found a lot of ambiguity in the first ruling, so people said, look, and that's how come the Attorney General and Justice Minister, who's supposed to advise the president and the government, he's also the dean of the Supreme Court bar, and he interpreted his own. He interpreted because mind you now, when it came out with their first ruling, everybody was doing their own interpretation. Now the executive, the president at the time, they all looking for covering. The Senate was looking for covering, and all because of the national budget, they ran quickly. The Attorney General came out and said, "Oh, he interpreted the Supreme Court ruling, and the many interpreted, the president and the executive branch took and ran with it, and the Senate too took and ran with it too, and they quickly went and did a quick budget hearing, and they concurred with the House passing with the budget passing, just to get the budget going. So, but now when that what happened though, and then Speaker Kofa decided to seek information, wanted clarity. So he said, because what you said, I believe, I mean, is in our favor, but people are taking it differently and interpreting their own way. So you guys now, you left a lot of ambiguity in your ruling. So you come now and clarify this thing. So after a month or so, months it took, they finally came down and clarified it, and this time it was clear. And so it just surprised me that one of the justice of the Supreme Court, Justice of the Supreme Court, Judge Wissey, I mean, it's his right to dissent, though, but I just found it mind-boggling why you're dissenting when initially all of y'all came out with the same ruling. The only thing you did now was making it clear, interpreted it. So how you dissented, but again,
that is what we will have to deal with. Perhaps legal scholar in years to come will teach that, will provide additional clarification, but we think the country is at a serious crossroad. The Bouaka administration will be setting a very bad precedent that will, for a very long time, affect how we view and how we take the court's judgment. In a society such as ours, where of course illiteracy continues to be a problem, the society is divided and gullible. Those who are opportune to lead the country must be committed in doing that. Part of that commitment requires upholding these very cardinal pillars of our democracy. We should be disagree with. Yes, the option to disagree with the court is there, but the option to reject its implementation is something that we shouldn't see. And for one to think, for it now to be a known fact that that's what the president is doing, it becomes troubling. I'm telling you. I mean, if somebody else, doing it, then you can see it. But when there is a clear demonstration that the president is not prepared to uphold the ruling of the court, I mean, we can't say that much enough. It's just unfortunate for our country.
Yes, folks, is this the closing argument? Today is April 29, and we are live on True FM. We are on YouTube, and we on Facebook. We're discussing trending issues in Liberia, and we'll start getting this program started right now. So it brings us to the news for today. On the news of today, the Liberian National Bar Association. Now, Liberian National Bar Association says that the Supreme Court erred in Speaker Kofa ruling. The Liberian National Bar Association says the Supreme Court made a serious error by issuing two conflicting rulings in the same constitutional case involving House Speaker Fonati Kofa. At a news conference on Tuesday, LMBA President Councilor Bono Vama said the court should not have used a bit of information to reopen a settled case. Now, come on, what do you mean by that? Anyway, let's move on. He argued that this undermines the rule of law and violates the principle of separation of powers. Vama warned that if the majority bloc's actions are illegal, then the 2025 national budget, which they passed, is also illegal. He said those involved may have committed an offense by participating in the process. The LMBA called on the court to reconsider its ruling and avoid overstepping into legislative matters, such as who served as speaker. Vama said the court's decision violates the political question doctrine and Liberia's constitution. He stressed that the bar would not support any overreach by any branch of government. Now, first of all, let me say something about this guy. Guys, I want you guys to put this guy picture up. If you're in the studio, put the pictures up. Maya, put the pictures up. The first thing about this guy, the LMBA president, what he did not tell the people, and that's why he refused to take questions today. Yes, this guy, he ran for the Unity Party. He remember the Unity Party. He ran in Bapuru 2017. Okay. And he even worked in the office of the president, on the ballot there. He also worked in the office of the president, legal national security advisor, Kofi Woods. So tell me now, and I don't know whether the LMBA, the executive committee, approve of this release the issue today. Okay, because there were people now calling on him to resign. Some people's lawyers are calling him to resign. Now, and the minute he issued this statement, usually when he issues such a statement, you will take question. When they ask him to take question, he said, no, I want question. Because he knew this was going to come up. So, and he knows that as a lawyer, the Supreme Court, I don't care, like you said, whether they made a mistake, the idea their ruling is final. Whatever they say is final. You can criticize it, but to say them and reconsider the ruling, now that's what people are questioning him now. Okay.
So you see, this is just one example of the effect that's going to happen in a country if we undermine the court, because other integrity or assumed integrity institutions become compromised as well. Now, why I think that Bobo Obama and any other person has the right to state that there's agreement with the court ruling, but his statement indicated a rejection, not that you disagree and provide legal basis for which, but he indicating that he rejecting the court's judgment, indicating that he has not the authority to do so. And also, I hear people talk about the budget argument. If the budget was illegally passed, so be it. Then it was illegally passed. Not because by saying that the president was illegal means that you have affected the budget. No, it could have been illegal. So that is not a justification as to why the court should rule otherwise if there were grounds that suggest that violations occur. Plain blank, the lawyers, they need to stop confusing us. We want to shut up, but they that should be talking need to stop confusing us. To be frank, let them stop confusing us as to why the court should rule otherwise if there were grounds that suggest that violation.
Now, people are asking whether the executive committee of the Liberian National Bar, whether they voted on that statement he read. People trying to find out, because I'm sure if they voted, they wouldn't have put that statement out, because, like you said, he's calling on them to reject. The bar would not. I don't know. Look, back in the days,
to say that the bar would not. Bar would not. It's one thing to say the bar disagrees.
Exactly.
The court
the bar disagree, but the bar would not
provide the basis. But to say now that
not support.
Bar would not support the bar would not. So I think that is.
What he did today, he brought the Liberia National Bar Association credibility. To question. Look, back in the day, the Liberia National Bar Association used to be very powerful, one of the powerful institutions in the country that would take the issue up with the president, the government. They were very, very. But there's a guy who, tell me now. You want to tell me this guy, what he's doing right now is not partisan stuff he's doing right now? Tell me, please tell me. Huh? He using it under the cover of the bar.
So
people are disagree as a lawyer, but they come and say the Liberian National Bar. So now the bar now, people demanding now they have to address it better.
So we at this point now, we hope that the bar association as a whole will either speak up, or else one will now conclude that
exactly
it is their own position on the matter, and that is another state of confusion, because the Liberia National Bar Association, an association that is a conglomerate of lawyers, will say in effect that it will reject the Supreme Court decision.
Can you imagine? Oh, say Gongano, my dear brother. I'm not saying he has his right to his party politics. No, I have no problem with him being UP member, but I just want to say, from the way he spoke now, that people are questioning him for that, because if I were him, let it buy. But he came out today. Is you see one lady sitting there. We are seeing the bar executive committee, the bar sitting around him, sitting by him, and he making that statement and taking question. Okay, look at Abu, the LSN flyer. Abu, the LSN flyer, but don't forget that social media around. When you do that, you know, Abu Brosson, what he just said, Siddiqui, I tell you this, people can forget. There are things that people are saying today on Facebook, on social media. It will come maybe 10 years from now, 5 years from now. This thing will come back to haunt them. That's why nobody can you never find Tomalin George on a video where they say, on a video they can put on this now, where when in Dos We Are, they were singing that song that day when the Costa played singing, they can put it there so now. But at the time, everybody took a side. I'll run off now. People took a side. So and if you see that video there, I'm not in that video that will say I was like, I forgot the song was singing so. But I forgot the song. We're singing, right? But am I you now, even at that, with that being said, in fact, I remember that very day I was CDC headquarters. So when I look at my phone, the VP now, the VP texted me and said, "Oh, my man," he sent me the same picture. He said, "Oh, my man, so you going to your man?" I said, politics now. Interest. I said, number 2, yeah, I went for a CPP, but then the paper when I go the other man CPP, so I gotta go that way, you know. But but that was it. But besides that, to say I come out and say when I say something, I'm very measured on my words. Okay, you'll not see me insulting, and one day you'll not see me do. I don't care how the president or anybody made me mad. I would never insult the presidency. I respect the institution of the presidency. I respect the office. I would never insult the president, whoever occupies the office. I would never insult them. I can be critical of them, but to go to the extent where I would insult them or insult the first lady or any, no, that's not my upbringing. I would not do that. You know, I respect the institution. But even made some statement that the people calling for people deaf on people. People calling for people, the person might die. The person, you don't see me in that one. I will be critical and objective, but yeah.
You see, people must understand when people demand some form of integrity from people who hold certain offices, it does not mean that they cannot or they do not have some political affiliation or never had.
Exactly.
You see, when you decide to hold a position that demands neutrality, when you decide to hold a position that requires the highest standard of integrity, it means that you must then blind your eyes, your thinking and reasoning from any other position that will compromise you. You cannot choose to be the leader of the Liberia National Bar Association and bring a partisan cap to it. So the crime is not because you were once or you are a partisan. The crime is that you allowing your partisan affiliation to influence your decision in a role that requires integrity and neutrality. So I think that is the argument people making, because of course, come to think about it, one way or the other, almost every other person of adult age in Liberia potentially will have some political affiliation.
Exactly.
Whether as a partisan or a supporter or sympathizer or somewhere. But that does not also mean that you cannot take a position. So to the extent where you think that you could be compromised in that position, there is what the educated people can say, I recuse myself from this process, considering that you'll be. So he could come and say, look, at this point in time, I cannot provide a position on this thing. The president also will speak based on my affiliation or unity party and this. And that's what people do. A case come before you. The accusers in a case will happen to be one of the accuser or the victim or the perpetrator happen to be either a family member, a brother, a sister, or a husband. The best you could do in that case, considering that your judgment could be questioned based on your feel. You better you say, I recuse myself from the process.
Exactly. Look,
So
even
that's what people with integrity will do.
he wanted to play games. He could have said, look, tell someone, man, and say, look, you know I get UP connection. If I come up, I come up with a statement, there were people with, but you came up. It's like people in the party say, my man, you gotta go, you gotta come out and say something because, and maybe when you say the honor man, they would. But when he fails to realize that the decision of the Supreme Court is final, and nobody can. Article 65 and 66 are very clear about it.
I do not know whether the court will call him into contempt, considering that he's an officer of the court, when he made such statement as will reject the court's ruling.
Lucky. Siddiqui, that guy is lucky. Not Johnny Lewis or Henry Reed Cooper. He was there. These guys there. That thing he did. Even the thing that this guy did to the Attorney General, the Justice Minister. You know, Henry Reed Cooper Supreme Court or whatever guy named Johnny Lewis. Trust me, they would have reprimanded them. They would have caught them. If they caught them to even suspend them, they would have done it. The license will do it. They would have come hard on them to come and question the people's decision. I mean, your question, but come and say you're rejecting it, and then you misinterpreted the people's decision. You're lucky. Seriously, it has some other person.
That is why the very court must have internal reform so that it can exert itself in the implementation of the law. That is why you cannot put yourself in any compromising position in any form, shape, or manner. Look, to the extent, my man, in the United States, the Supreme Court, when you guys go to the State of the Union address, they only say that they don't clap, they don't stand,
exactly.
They don't cheer, they don't smile. You do some of the things that are being said. You think it don't resonate with that thingy, but they do not want to. They don't want to put themselves in a position that their decision will ever, at any point in time, be questioned or linked to something. So it is with our court. The court, for example, people talk about the Chief Justice having an event where she invited the Vice President and all the kind of ethical giving uptake that brings these how the people will respect you.
That very day, that very Saturday, I was on a Saturday, I called the Vice President. I said, but right, you shouldn't have even gone to that event. He said, one daughter invited me. I said, but she's trying to bring business. I said, no. I said, the public perception, it will be different.
But the Vice President is a politician. I would think that the Chief Justice should have not gone there if the Vice President was coming.
The Chief Justice's daughter was having something and invited the Vice President. So like I said, you shouldn't have gone to that occasion. I said, like you said, look, in America, when the president went into a program, the justice of the Supreme Court, the chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, when they're all sitting there, they don't clap, they don't laugh.
Do you know that this guy Cohen? Do you know that he said he felt embarrassed that the president of the United States at the time would call him to invite him to a dinner, one-on-one dinner. He thought that the president was trying to play on his integrity.
When it comes to our metro, trying to compete a different guy. You know, last night me and Ben were laughing. Me and Ben Sanvee were talking. No, my man, on a show, right? The guy is Jones a complete. The man is a complete entertainer. He knows how to do that. He knows his craft. The guy, and that's the only guy president I've come in my lifetime to see. He loved the media. There's not a day that man don't face the media. And when he talking to you, when he asked him a question, he said, look at you, you nasty. He said, that's a nasty. You're so nasty. What you ask me that kind of question for? He said, I see why your rating going low. Oh, he doesn't care. If Trump will answer a question, Trump will tell you, say, where you from? Oh, you from CNN? Oh, I see why your rating going so low. And he said, you just nasty. Oh, and then I remember when the plane crashed in the Potomac River. As one foreign journalist go ask about Africa. John said, she said, people killing in Sudan. John said, yeah, I understand. He said, but we asked that question for. What question I do while we're talking? No, the guy. I've been watching this guy. When he gave his speech, he mentioned Liberia, but the man who mentioned Africa ain't nothing. The man ain't talking about the Middle East, talking about Ukraine, nothing about Africa in any of the man discussion. So that means man, though Africa on the man radar, so he really don't care about Africa, what you do, and that's why I keep telling people. I remember vividly when Pomapua was chairman of the Council of State. He said he went to one peace meeting. He said, and somebody was warning them. He said the person told them, said, "Look, Liberian warring factions, you better come and make peace now." He said, because you think I bless you when the war started in Liberia, you had a lot of countries in Africa, in West African region, were all military rulers. Bama Gira was in Nigeria. General Conte was in Guinea. General Momo was in Sierra Leone. You had the only person who were not military was the chairman of ECOWAS at the time, Jawara. So when Jawara called ECOWAS together, they had to go consult the parliament and think. They took a decision to let's send troops to Liberia. So, but right now, if trouble to start, the president can say, "Oh, I send troops to the country." They got to go to the parliament, approve budget, and then maybe the U.S. government that sponsor ECOWAS will provide. But right now, it won't happen right now. So you guys be very careful. Put your country into another round of chaos. I'm telling people, some people maybe they're so young, they don't understand what the ramifications of what they're saying today. Because when I hear people on Facebook talking, you're trying to hear, oh happy. Like today, Chairman Mr. Magay said something. It was very profound. He said, I don't know what the police up to. As soon as people talk about having a protest or rally, they start putting their cars in the street to show, what they want to prove. I ever say you're going to intimidate people, like you patrolling cars. And what's one you got to understand? Liberia is a small country. The very military, the very army you have, you got partisans of the opposition part of the institution. So man support in the institution that love the party there, but the working where they have to serve the country. So you gotta be very careful and start making threats. People say they want peaceful assemble, they want to protest, and until the president can respect his Supreme Court ruling, and you'll say, oh, the people won't bring war. The people say we won't bring war, we just want to use it, act on the umbrella of the Constitution. We have the right to assemble, disagree with our government, and compel them to do the right thing. So
it would be a serious mistake. It would be a serious mistake if protests were to go on and the government respond to protests with violence or use of force. It would be a serious mistake on their part to do so. If the people decide to protest for this thing, no matter what form, particularly so if the parties were to unite and then the government try to use force to intimidate or harass the people.
But now today the opposition parties then met, and from what they said now, the former secretariat now, from what I gathered from the meeting today, they are resolved that they are going to protest. They are going to go in the streets. Yeah, that's our governor meeting that resolved, and it will be led by the political leaders then. And if these people come in the street and put a policy in the street, what the people should understand is that the economy will paralyze. Nobody who got business will put money, will open their businesses that very day or along the people in the street. They will not open a business. And when people open a business, it affects the economy. Revenue, income generation is affected. People, the next thing you find out, the government say, we get money to pay you because the people know what the people are doing now, they paralyze the economy. And then my friend like Abu then who talking say, Tommy, nothing happened yet. He will realize that when MPA guys say, my man, no shit coming like bro right now. Nothing, nobody won't kind of say like bro get issue there. They put that ship in that area right now. Then they will say y'all gotta go home now because right now we gotta cut down staff, we gotta go low. Oh, y'all that thing when you're talking say not too happy. Oh, you're not happy. They think if people get in the street, they ain't got no trouble, they got to cause trouble. Get the person in the street. People will be afraid to open their doors. Businesses will not come in the country. Investors will not come. All the plans, the good way the president and the government, they said they have signed MOUs they did in the past, the people will not come to implement it. People will say they're putting the people in harm's way. So you got to be careful when people saying people should be very careful and listen to people. You can have all the opposition, majority of them, and major ones telling you say they disagree with you, implement it, and you got instead of you saying, well, like some person will do, will call opposition leaders and call them to the table and say, well, let's talk this thing over. Why you disagree with me? But you won't say, and we're not allowed people to do this one with that kind of threats.
So you know, Maggie also made some very key points. First, I hope that the opposition will use this controversy to see reason why they must then unite. They must form a coordinating approach, because what I see the United Party tend to do is that they want to buy a lot of opposition out to join them. So what the guys need to start to do now is what is happening. So with this situation, they can use it to cement their relationship, cement working together. And one key point again, which I think it should be the thing that will install confidence in the opposition, is that when he says the opposition will decide ultimately who will lead them. Because you don't want to go to the year with the conclusion that this person is automatically the head of the opposition, will lead the opposition. If you do that, you may not necessarily be able to harness an opposition front, at least for now. You know, so I think that was very clever on Maggie's part. But truly, this situation is one reason why now than ever makes it urgent that the opposition needs to start working together. Other than that, brother.
Oh, I mean, I tend to agree with you. Okay, but what you just said too, it brings me to the point where, right now, you know our country. People always saying they don't have faith in the system and something like when it comes to election, people cry. You know, even to the extent where the fact that CDC was the ruling party the last election. And some people still say that they cheated CDC. And again, I don't know how I mean, people get that one. You can raise that one and say, but you have your keys. You control everything. How can it cheat you? But again, it left that one another day for argument. Okay, but elections, the guys, what happened right now? You know, you people know very well that they want, if they cannot respect the Supreme Court ruling, you think they will relinquish power when they won't get power easily. They will get power when they can't respect the Supreme Court ruling. They will not want to do it. They won't want to do it. You know? So the thing is that, but let me ask you the question before I jump to the other stuff. The issue with people, I don't know if it's a tough one for you. What you make up people say that the only way UP can be defeated if the opposition come together with on a different umbrella, right? And go together. But it says CDC and UP. Again, we shouldn't talk about that. Do you believe that if CDC and UP, if people are saying, well, opposition should be that not CDC and UP, they should be trying to get CDC and UP out of power now? You agree with that? I don't know the country maybe will have a change. Do you agree or you disagree with
that? I disagreed. I disagreed that we need to get rid of a party as a.
Not get rid of a party, but that they shouldn't. The two parties should not take leadership of the country again because for now because the two parties have not brought much change to the country.
Tomalin, as much as I mean. It's good to have many options. We look for many options that can lead our country. But the truth is that not many people or parties have been able to exert themselves to provide us a glimpse of what different they could do. You know, so while it is true, yes, we must always find our best. We must always find a leader who will take the country at a different level. But you know, if you were to point a finger to one or two, three persons that provide those attributes that the country needs, then of course we can go in that argument. But I think when people talk about CDC, I think they're actually talking about George Weah. because the party is big. There are many people within. So to suggest that it should not have a shot to the presidency of the country, it's something that I don't think I can agree on that.
Well, let me tell you my take, right? My take is this. My take is this. I'm watching this. I'm watching what's happening right now in the opposition camp with this issue of this challenge. They calling the president to enforce the Supreme Court ruling. My thing is this: if at all the way they will handle it, if they don't handle it the right way, people will lose faith in the opposition, and people will they won't take them serious, and they won't be surprised if they even find some of their own members then defecting, because the way they will handle this issue, if they have said today that, oh, okay, we assure you that we are going to protect, we'll be heard. You'll hear from us. Now they got to follow through with it. If they just go and just make noise a few days, and after a few days and sit down, and instead their action, the needle does not move. Okay, it doesn't move the needle. The Garguah remains intransigent. He remains stubborn and say, you can make no all day. I'm not gonna work with, I'm not gonna respect the Supreme Court ruling. And they just say, okay, we have split our part. And trust me, people will not take them serious anymore. There will be a lot of people. Don't be surprised. All they will do, the very opposition will start consuming, will consolidate with the ruling party now. They say, but apparently now, the people the way to go. So I think the people there, if we can't even start the people then from breaking the law, we better go join them, because I know people are not joining the people, because so people watching them, the way they handle the issue.
But Tomalin, let me say this. In terms of trust, who's on an obligation to uphold trust? It is the government. It is the government that must maintain the trust that the people have put into the government. So what is going to happen is this. Even if the opposition did not protest this time around, even if the current opposition leaders, no figures that we know so far, even if they did nothing, 2029, Bouaka will be running against his record. And you'll be surprised a dark horse might just win if the people also lost confidence so much in the new opposition leader. Because at the end of the day, it is Bouaka that is expected to uphold the rule of law. It is Bouaka who have been given responsibility to lead the country. It is Bouaka who holds the expectation, who must deliver on the expectation of the people. So if he fails to do that, regardless of how the opposition drags his legs or manage in responding to his actions, and he's placed on the ballot 2029, the people will be reacting based on his leadership impact on their lives. They will not be reacting on what the opposition, how the opposition reacted to him, or how the opposition did. They'll be reacting to what he did that affected their lives. If they think he is a breaker of the law, if they think he's somebody who cannot uphold his promises, if they think the country is lawless, if they think the country is corrupt, that's how they are going to vote. On the ballot would not be the opposition when Bouaka violated law, they did not protest. On the ballot, those will not be the issue. The issue will be what is the cost of basic living condition? What is how is the government upholding the rule of law? What is the government policy? What is the government doing? Those will be the reason why people will go in the ballot paper. And then where they think comes in now, a dark horse, an unexpected individual is strong and able to connect with the population, distinguish itself that, listen, I am not as strong as the big opposition, but I think I can provide the leadership that you need, different from that of Guar. Probably that could make the difference. But the point I'm trying to make in short is that 2029 is not going to be about how the opposition acted when Bouaka broke the law. It's going to be about Bouaka broke the law, Bouaka government was out of corrupt, Bouaka government did not provide on its promises, Bouaka government took the country in the wrong direction. That was going to be the issue come election day.
Well, welcome, Sarah. Sarah, welcome to the show. But let me say this, though. You know,
thank you.
My thing is this, though. like you said rightly, and then party. And if any party goes to a runoff, or like if a different, like you said, the black, and then dark horse that emerges and go to a runoff with UP is out of power. I'll be frank with you. If that dark horse even come up in the first round and I'm going to say if that dark horse managed to go to the runoff against UP, I don't care what they do. You know, the whole country will just jump behind that person now. It will say, okay. The majority will jump behind that particular person to get out of power. You saw what happened. Almost similar thing that happened with the CDC in 2023. All of them were like, okay, all of them coming together and say, well, they will get rid of CDC. And what happened? Even at that, the margin alone will tell you. Because I think only 2 districts are flipping Monserrato second round that caused them, that gave them, not even Nima County vote. If 2 districts had not flipped in Monserrato for the runoff, CDC would have won the election still. Well, but that district 4.
That's Sarah coming. Then I'll say something there after. Maybe she.
Hi guys, thank you for the show. Thanks to our followers on here. I've been following all of the discussions you guys are having, and I think I don't know whether it's the UP Bar Association leader. I think he is a UP Bar Association leader. It's the Rescue Mission Bar Association. I saw his post. I saw his video, which was so disappointing. You know, it's like these people don't even know how to govern. As a bar association leader, you just don't come up and condemn the Supreme Court ruling. You are a partisan. And every statement you made over there was very, very partisan. Everyone, even the baby that is born, could see clearly that it was a partisan, statement, which is very disappointing to the Liberian people. I don't know who we have in this government that can do something straight, because all of them come out, they just blunder, they act like they don't know what they're doing. We had a justice minister who came again and said all kinds of things, to interpret the ruling. Like, are they not educated people? We thought they are, but for some reason they just taking some of us by surprise by the way they they carry on with what they're doing to the Liberian people. It's just disappointing, seriously, really, really. And I got a question for you, Sidiki, because I saw a post from you too. Criticizing the Supreme Court ruling. Can you explain exactly for our audience what you really meant by your post? Because I was kind of confused. You've been an executive of CDC. And for you to come out with such a post, that was just confusing to me. So can you explain exactly what you really meant by that, your post?
Yeah, but my post did not criticize the court's ruling. Did not criticize the court ruling. In fact, I one person who support the court ruling. I think the ruling was not just because it had the authority, but I think it was based on sound legal justification from the very beginning. So my post was not in contradiction to his ruling. Rather, what my post did, as I've done on different occasions, was highlighting some of the inconsistency by the very Supreme Court. So it does not mean because the court was inconsistent in something undermines its ability or standing to provide ruling in a matter. So this is what I said. One, I highlighted that I thought the Chief Justice statement that only lawyers should have an opinion or expression on issues, on legal decisions that affect the country. I thought that was misguided. I thought that people don't have to be lawyers to know what the effect a decision of the court will have on their lives, or not adhering to a decision will have on their lives. And I also reminded her in that post, as you read, that the group of people that are constitutionally charged to make laws, many of them are elected as some of them are not lawyers, but they go in there and make laws that the Supreme Court must interpret. And if non-lawyers can make laws then of course non-lawyers can have a say on how a law interpretation will affect their life. So I thought I was
so your point there was that the Supreme Court were not supposed to say like only lawyers supposed to interpret the law. Is that what you said?
Yeah, no, not to interpret the law in terms of, but listen, interpreting the law has one legal framework, which is in the court. So if you are also like we on the show and we attempt to give an understanding of how we think what that interpretation means, it technically cannot be viewed as interpreting the law. Rather, it be an expression of how we understand that interpretation.
Okay.
So because to interpret the law, for it to be an interpretation of the law must be under a framework, either in a courthouse, on the Supreme Court bench, and so on that. So anything also of that, in my view, is not an interpretation of the law. Rather, is an expression of how you think the law is. For example, when in the United States, when people talk about the way and reasoning, where women express the issue of abortion and all that kind of stuff, they're not loyal. They're not interpreting the law. Rather, they are giving how that law or the interpretation of that law will affect them.
Right.
So we must distinguish that. And so to say,
so what was the contention with the court? I want to tie in with what you just explained.
I'm sorry?
I said, what was your contention with the court?
That was one of my contention. My second contention was that the court, from the very beginning of this process, in my view, helped to delay the process. They create too much ambiguity. One, in its earlier ruling, they should have knocked this thing on the head, completed the first time. But I thought they thought to find a way around. That's one. Two, the court refused and rejected attending the SONA because they thought that the session that brought the SONA together was one called by an illegal speaker, which they were right. But then the very court we see turning around to submit to that very illegal gathering during the process of the budget. I thought I was inconsistent. And it's important that we flag those things out because posterity will judge us if we do not. But that has nothing to do with its ability to rule in a COFA case because the court can be.
Let me get it clear. So in your mind, the court was not supposed to send, because I think you mentioned about the court sending someone to argue about the portion of the budget, right? So in your mind, they were not supposed to do that?
No, the court were not to do. They were not to recognize that by any form, shape, or manner. When you send somebody, the chief judge will not go there. But the fact that there is an officer from the court going there means the court recognize that body. Because here's the thing, though. There's another law that provides a remedy to if the budget was not passed. The PFM law. It could have been used to satisfy at least on a monthly basis most of the financial challenges. So in other words, the court not to give credence to a.
So did the court send any representative to support the budget?
Yes. The court submitted a budget and sent there to justify the budget. And I just felt that was a contradiction in the two scenarios. But that two scenario, again, let me emphasize, has nothing to do with its ruling there. People can contradict themselves, but that still does not take away its authority to rule. Okay. And we made that point so that for the future, people who are in integrated institutions must understand that their every action counts eventually. That was the essence of my post.
Well, thank you for the explanation. But again, knowing how Liberia is, people don't want to, like the government said, the government decided to go ahead and do what it did because they said they didn't want the country to be, stagnant. The country had to move forward. So they went ahead and move ahead with the majority black in order to get the budget passed. Everything they did that was illegal, but they went ahead and did it anyway.
But look at the government. Let's say the government argument is like this. We don't want the country to abuse and so we'll go and do wrong. So it's like somebody saying, I did armed robbery. I stole because I wanted to go feed the people in my village.
Right. So I believe the court did not have certain power to do certain things. They only did certain things where they have power. Like they had the power to not attend the SONA, but they didn't have the power to stop the budget because the executive.
But they had the power not to attend the budget hearing.
Right. But then at the same time, too, if they had not attended, were they going to get their own allocation? I said
So you cannot be concerned about your allocation when the laws are being violated. That's where That's where they think come out and say integrity.
I understand. Everything you say is on point as far as integrity is concerned. But what I'm trying to say is the court being what it is, and the executive is supposed to enforce the law, which they did not do. The court only, in my belief, I'm only speaking how I understand why they did what they did, that they had to spring to do something that, you know, they had control over. They had control over not attending them, you know. The son, but if they had not gone there, you know, maybe they were going to say, oh, because your council, we're not going to give your ministry so and so, and that would have been a big problem for the judiciary, you know.
So they also mean that Bouaka would have been crippled in government instantly, because do you know what it means that if the judiciary of the country completely shut down, one branch of the government shut down completely, and you claim that you take people to court and the courts are closed?
Okay.
Yeah. I will not say your point. You're right.
I mean, sometimes, in my view, sometimes some measure require very strong action. So what's going to happen now? Today, what's the option? The option that I think is for with the people to go and protest. There is a possibility in the act of protesting, people could get killed. Considering Bouaka's police behavior, they did it in King John. They killed people for nothing. People could get killed. So we could have taken the radical action. Everybody needed to play their part. The court needed to have played its part. And so it is with all of us.
Okay.
So that was the point I was making earlier today.
Okay, let's I'd like to welcome Grace and Abu to the show. I just received a release from the CMC, and it's a very powerful release for immediate release. The CMC condemns shameful statement by LMBA president against the Supreme Court, calls for clarification from the bar and reaffirmation of its commitment to the rule of law. The Citizen Movement for Change, CMC, is deeply alarmed and gravely disappointed by recent statements attributed to the president of the Liberian National Bar Association, LMBA, which openly denigrate the Honorable Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia. As an institution whose core mandate is to uphold, defend, and protect the rule of law, the Liberian National Bar Association must be the last entity to encourage defiance of judicial authority. Instead, we witnessed an appalling betrayal of those principles and utter desecration of the Abu War, and utter desecration of the very judicial integrity that the bar is supposed to defend. This disgraceful posture by the LMBA president not only undermines public confidence in our judiciary, but poses a dangerous threat to our democracy. In moments such as these, silence is complicity. The CMC demands that the leadership and members of the Liberian National Bar Association immediately clarify whether this reckless statement reflects the official position of the bar or is merely the personal view of its president. At a time when the country is seeking judicial stability, this unfortunate intervention has injected tension, disappointment, and confusion into our democratic space. The nation is wary. Our people are watching. Liberia cannot afford a legal profession that appears partisan, divided, or dismissive of the constitutional rule of the courts. We call upon all patriotic Liberians, legal practitioners, civil society actors, and democratic institutions to condemn this behavior and reassert their unwavering support for the independence of the judiciary. The rule of law is not optional. It is the foundation of peace, order, and civilized governance. Signed, Citizens United, Citizen Movement for Change, CMC, Office of the Political Leader. One thing about CMC, I give them credit. They know how to write. They get the statement can be very, very strong. And you know, I wanted to give that the political leader got. Musa is a very good writer. I'll tell you for a fact. He knows that the message of John. Now he's talking about you are journalist before you begin businessman. So, but it's a very powerful statement. And so we're open the show discussing the Liberian National Bar Association president action today. And honestly, what the CMC is asking, they should clarify. The LMBA should clarify whether this statement or they may alone or the entire body. Because from what I see, it appeared as though he was not acting on behalf of the LMBA. Because when they asked him to take question, he refused. That because he knew very well they would have coined to order about his partisan partisan affiliation with the UP and everything. But it's a strong worded statement, and I like the thing that the CMC took, asking the LMBA to clarify the reckless utterances from the president of Bona Vama, a former UP candidate in Bapolu, and then a former aide to the present security advisor to the president, Kofi Woods. So see the man's, so I ask you, clarify, what are the men speaking on behalf of y'all or like a partisan view?
But has the bar come out with a statement yet? Or he's the president?
He's the president, so he issued a statement acting like he did it on behalf of the bar. So now that was CMC is saying this man's statement issue is reckless. You're trying to question it, trying to defy the Supreme Court, which it should be the last thing the LMBA would do. That's what CMC concerned about, because in actuality, the Supreme Court Article 65 and 66 is clear. You cannot nobody can review that decision. Nobody can review it. Right. Even if the mistake said, maybe mistake you can review. You can criticize it, but you can't review. You can't talk they will reconsider it. That's why he said today they should reconsider the decision that they took. And that's why the CMC is saying no. You shouldn't even be doing it. You define the court. So they're asking the question, LMBA, they may speaking on behalf of y'all or he's speaking on behalf as a party on UP. But anyway, welcome Grace, welcome Abu, welcome Anthony Gay. Well,
thank you. It's good to be here.
President, we're talking about the LMBA statement and other issues of the day, but you can chime in.
Well, my name is Grace Guar. It's good to be here. And I see you're going crossfire with everything that's been said. CMC has spoken. I had the privilege to see the statement before it came out because I'm a CMCer. So, and we stand by the statement. We mean what we said. They need to clarify whether this man is making this statement on his own or whether he's speaking for the bar. It's just the right thing to do. Or is he speaking as a UP partisan? Or is he speaking as an individual, as a Liberian? So he needs to clarify that, because it's sad, for our country. The thing that bothers me, I don't even have much to say about this. Liberians, they sit on platforms, they sit in offices in Liberia. Everybody got something to say, pia, 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 speaking. Look at your country, dirty, nasty. If you take the time to see what is good for the country, the people in power, the leadership, if you take the time, if you love the country and you lead in your position and do what you're supposed to do, Liberia will be the best country in the world. But everybody who know and they know nothing. That's why killing this country to the core. Every day we sit on the platform, we talking, this, that. Everybody trying to interpret the law. The other people come, they read something inside. The other people come and read. So you know how the world look at us? Like we are stupid, educated people. Because you can be educated and stupid at the same time. How is it we know all these things to say? We know all these things to dissect the law. Everybody dissecting the law for it to benefit them on their own side. They're dissecting the law. But look at your country. You ain't even got 50 good roads, highways for car to ride on. Government toilet for the people to use. The people doing plastic and throwing each other backyard. People buy their land and make it other dumper. How you can be able to, you can dissect the country in that way to fix it, but you know how to dissect the law to encourage you to be corrupt and to steal and to destroy the country and to make your people then suffer. Your old people then in retirement, they're looking just to say they never lived life before. They're children, and you go in second part of Liberia, they try running to see, soon a year car sound, they run to see car, they never see any, and they come in born naked. The boys then never be circumcised. How you can dissect the country in that way for it to change? That's my question today. Everybody know the story. They know how to dissect the law on the side. Everybody know how to make it to benefit them. But no, the people who stand by the right, they will never back those people. They will find some kind of way, ultra-virus. They could use it right. They will find some kind of way to make it look that kind of way to benefit the other side, to benefit the other side. Liberia is digressing and it's going into a sinking place. I didn't really wanted to come here tonight. I didn't want to come, but this statement from this man, it just turned me off. I did not want to come here. I wanted to take us up and just rest. But it's so sad. It's really, really so sad. And you people have been loud, policy, and greediness. Because when you're in the party, you're looking for a job, everybody looking for something to destroy our country. And the people watching us, they just look at how Nigeria is built up. The people can't do anything. The country is well developed. Nigeria is the giant of Africa when it comes to development. Look at South Africa. Kenya, Sierra Leone falling in place. Ghana. All we know how to do is just talk. Nothing behind it. That's all I have to say.
Well, you're from Abu you there? Abu not there.
Yeah, Anthony Guar.
Abu ain't get current.
Well, blood milk current if you did.
Is it LC doing well? But I don't know what happened.
LC doing well inside the part of Moruga, not every part of Moruga. We need to stop.
Exactly so.
We need to stop, supporting mediocre, stuff. Mediocre.
Go ahead, Anthony.
Anthony, stop being angry for nothing, man.
So let me just say this,
Hold on, Abu.
and I can remember vividly. I was the youngest among the group of people in Abidjan in 2003.
Where North come from?
Abu.
Actually 2002 when we started.
Not Abu.
Yeah, it was him.
Oh, really? Okay.
So right now, I'm sitting to myself and looking at the opposition as though they are just joking, because if they think this administration will do what is right, then they are joking. This is no longer time for press conference statements and all those different things. This is time for action. We were in the Ivory Coast when similar things were happening. Let's dialogue with the people. Let's sit with the people. And I woke up one morning, I said, listen, all the people who sit with every day that are aberrant, even though they work for United Nations, but they are aberrant citizens. You think they want us to leave this place easily? They themselves and their children want to be elsewhere. And so if we continue to come here, we'll get the same result. Nothing else will happen. They said, then what do we do? I said, we start protesting now. That's it. Oh, nobody will listen to you. I said, yeah, if that 3% said we can start. That protest led up to 5,000 Liberian refugees that were in the Ivory Coast to the United States today. What am I saying? Nothing will happen if y'all continue to go, we have an emergency meeting, Y'all already know what is happening. What else do you want? The Supreme Court ruled in December. They said ultra-virus. That word got interpreted 10,000 different ways. When it means just one thing, you use an authority that you do not possess. Right? They make it simple and say your action unconstitutional. Funati Kofa is the speaker. Plain and simple. Now the new thing they're doing, the thing that was not part of the discussion, budget, that's what they're discussing now.
Can you imagine?
Do you think these people are ready? Until the Liberian people themselves gather up in their numbers and march the streets of Liberia from county to county. Liberian men, one thing I can tell you for a fact, because I have an experience of it, they're very scared. They don't let pressure. When you pressure from day 1, day 2, day 3, that's it. Once you go for the 8 hour, Liberian men will succumb to that pressure. Because some of the so-called BM guys in Abidjan, the CMB people, they were living good life, so they thought our life was better. I said, dude, you can go and scam people and enjoy your life. Me, I had to go working people T-shirt, working marquees to make a living. I can't be with you. I know my protest will lead me somewhere, and that protest brought us to America. Nobody fought for us. Nobody gave us no affidavit or support. The only way our country today, look at Burkina Faso, look at Niger, look at Mali, look at Guinea. The people stood up for themselves. Today, they are reaping the benefit. Over 300 kilometers of railroad already built in Guinea. 300 kilometers. I can guarantee you, every well-meaning educated person in the government today, they will bend the rule to their liking. It doesn't matter what the law says. It is not about constitution. It is no longer about rule of law. It is about our governing political party. We are in charge. It's our time. And if we don't stand up to this, then the opposition should just sit there, because all that gathering together statement, they condemned it. The president of the Bar Association has spoken. If they don't like what he said, they themselves should wake up. Nobody should question, is this president speaking for you? If Mr. Cummings goes anywhere today and speak, they're not going to come ask the ANC member, Did you guys agree with what Mr. Comey said? They're going to say the ANC said. So this man from the bar, the president spoke. It's this bar that spoke. You can't separate him from the association. You cannot. Me, this is my first time seeing the people you see in your condition. You in poverty. You in complete up to 85% of homes in Monrovia. I don't say outside of Monrovia, but the footprint, the metropolitan area of Monrovia, do not have flush toilet today as I speak. About 85% of all homes in Monrovia, including government building, including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, you have to use bucket to flush
Got
the
it.
toilet.
You got it, liar. Yeah.
I'm telling you, you want to argue that? I was in Monrovia.
But Abu, why were you cross-talk the man and insulting him?
So this is the reality of Liberia.
But the man is lying.
But Abu,
Well,
does that
You have to wait for your time to speak.
You understand?
What Abu do
Yes,
not
what's
run?
the-
The electricity that they separate and they're celebrating today, it's not everywhere in Monrovia electricity is. You understand? Look at your University of the Republic of Liberia, #1 university, like a trash can. Look at Torgbean. Look at all this public school in Monrovia. Can you imagine? Go right to the western part of Africa called Juglo. Go see the lycée. Go see the people, rural part of Ivory Coast. The only country in West Africa where you don't find electricity problem. Not Nigeria, not Ghana, not Senegal. Ivory Coast have understood energy solution. And you said there, you're okay, Abu. I was born in Yekepa, Abu, 24/7 electricity. I was born in Daybreak City of Liberia. I know good things are happening. When we have telephone in the streets in Yekepa, where every apartment has a number. When you take a taxi, the taxi will take you right to your apartment or your house with the number. You understand? Almost every street in Yekepa was paved, quota, no dusty lane. This is number day before the war. We used to get on the red bus from Yekepa to Bikena. Train. So I'm telling you that Liberia has had a glorious day. We have industrial Liberia. What beer used to be manufactured in Liberia, what mattress boxes, soap and everything. Even pin that you used to pin on the house was manufactured in Liberia. We even had a refinery. Crude oil were purchased and were processed in Liberia. We have 3 types of gasoline. Today, you only have 1 type. We had the 87, the 93, and the 91. We had that. I bought 100 pounds of rice or 50 kg for $13.50 Liberian dollar, not US. The maximum I paid for a bag of rice was 25 Liberian dollar before the war. So we are telling you that this country has had moments. Everything was not perfect, but Liberia to the point that people could afford to take care of their family. It is no longer the case now. So
Tomorrow, what 20 minutes?
Anthony, I try to.
Yeah, let me wrap it up in the last 30 seconds. I'm going to close by this, terminating. This thing, God will not send an angel from heaven to stand up for yourself. The first few weeks may be painful, but once the government sees the pressure of the entire country, this is not about opposition. This is about your well-being. This is about you having freedom in your own country. This is about you having what you deserve. And the only way that will stop until the people of Liberia rise up.
On point, Anthony. Well, on point. What, Abu?
Well,
It disappeared.
Abu.
No data.
No, but let me say this so. My people, something. As I get ready to go to Liberia a few months from now, I'm happy that the legislative Benin I'm hearing is getting stabilized. I'm happy for that because Yeah.
It getting stabilized where now?
So can you tell us how it getting stabilized?
It
I mean,
getting
people are telling me
stabilized?
that the lights are staying on longer. They're not having like people not family corona going just like that.
Which
So
part
how
of
does it
Monrovia,
happen,
Tomalin?
though, Tomalin?
Oh, I think from what I've gathered, right? First of all, the rainy season in Liberia, it helps a lot too, right? And then recently too, the CLSG agreement with Guinea, Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, and Sierra Leone. Because I was able to meet one of the guys who worked with the CLSG. I think careful there too. We met a guy in Maryland. And the guy was telling us the guy who is appointed a new LEC boss. He was working with them before. So he has a lot of understanding about how it works. So I think right now they're doing power sharing with Guinea, Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, and Sierra Leone, which is good for the country. Because, I mean, we all can visit Liberia. You won't go there and be in your own place to be buying free oil and things. For me, if they can take care of that one, I'll be happy. Because legislation is very important. And even for if you're doing business in Liberia, you need it. So if they can stabilize it and do better with the legislature, I'm happy because
that's the word. That's the word.
Yeah, help all of us, because
so we
said,
don't want one time it happen and next time. So we want
we agree, Tomalin. We agree.
Yeah, so I'm happy. I wanted to happen. I wanted to see light there because it helped what benefit.
It's a good thing, though. It's a good thing. But
even around people and Tina, you driving that road there. I think if you ever driving that road at night, that road can be dark. Look, it can be so dark to the extent where people can end up sleeping to RJ before the next morning.
But it's dark, it's still dark.
So Abu.
Yeah, thank you, my chief. Even though I'm doing something in the back, that's the reason I'm off. But you have our reporters here, and they will validate what I'm about to say. We have had stable electricity for the past 1 week across Monrovia and its environs. Something must already call on the show and validate what I just said. And the reason why we
1 year or 1 week.
The reason why we have said that because I listened to my big brother Sidiki on our following religiously the show. He said when President Boga is vying for re-election, he will be running on his record. As we speak, we have stable water.
Yeah.
We are ensuring, yes, water is across the city. That's not something to argue, Sarah. You can ask your family back home.
I was saying the video of the university and I said there was no bath, no water in the bathroom. Went in the fire.
Madam, give me a chance. Stop being angry about nothing.
Don't lie to us.
Stop being angry. Stop being angry.
When somebody responds to you, doesn't mean they're angry.
Stop being angry.
So sorry for
I'm only sure about 2 minutes, please. I'm only sure about 2 minutes. So, Hamas Aphonic, a people who are winning high esteem, when President Boga is buying for re-election, these are things we'll be running our campaign on. We have restored water, we have restored electricity, we are ensuring that major routes are paved so that commuters will not be confronted with challenges as it has been done during previous administrations.
Okay.
So, yes. So, to the issue with the University of Liberia, the president took an action against people who conspire with Doug Cooper and Inspector General Ministry of Commerce. Today, and these are things I think we should be talking about. We should applaud the government.
They fire him now?
No, he hasn't been fired, but the investigation has. Listen now, the investigation lasted about 4 months, and the recommendation on the investigation is what she acted on. She dismissed a staff of the university.
Wow, that was
because they were yes. So these are things we should be talking about. Unlike previous administration, they brought people who were expelled.
I want to ask you a question. I will not forget the previous administration because that's the reason why the previous administration was voted out of power. Because we thought that this government.
No, but let me learn. No, let me learn.
No, you will not learn. Let me ask you the question. Monrovia is not Liberia, right? So I want you to report whether the electricity and water is running through the entire Liberia,
But the member tell the session of Maria for.
Uh-huh.
My mind can't know what they got there.
Okay,
Yeah.
let the man finish. I beg you. Let the man finish.
Okay.
Yeah,
Me
but
too. I'm not a guest, but that you guys always making me the guest. I'm not a guest. I'm one of the panelists on the show.
yeah,
You
but when
can't
you say something,
We
you
wonder
gotta
how you ever
hold the
became
feet to
that.
the fire.
Yeah, I swear.
You can't come and lie to all, yeah.
see where you like the borrow to question me about governance. You were just in power few months ago, so you have to get all the chance.
Maybe you can brave
You
man.
like the moral to
You
question me about
ready?
governance.
Uh-huh.
So
Get the
quickly,
moral.
Sirik. Yeah,
Get
so
the moral to
quickly,
question
Sirik,
you.
when President Boaga is vying for a re-election, we gotta know we're going for 2 terms.
Because
These are things we will be running a campaign on.
Let's
We
see.
have restored
You
water,
can stand for it.
restored
Second time.
we have restored water, we have restored electricity, and we are working on modalities to ensure that the bread and butter issue is being addressed. How would that be done? As you may be aware, the Minister of Finance and officials of our government are in the US lobbying with that crack a deal. Now we're supposed to get a dividend of 490 million from World Bank. The money should be bringing our news. He has an unhindered access to the secondment
it's a
who is in
policy
charge of
that
our
may
country.
not be affected yet.
So, but when I talk, you speak. You gotta give me a chance. I've never
You're speaking
interrupted
too
you
long
since I
that
came on the
it means
show.
your time need to be
Anthony
over
spoke
here.
for more than 20 minutes. Did
You
he
don't care
interrupt
because
me?
it's not
He did
helping
not,
us, my brother. Go to
because
Big
he
man,
buttressing.
big man,
I beg you.
Too many. These are things, yeah, these are reasons, some of the reasons why, I better come on these days. Because some of the panelists on the show made it appear that I'm the guest. When I'm speaking my mind, I think it's fair to say I deserve time. Like other people, you can be allotted here. So I come on the show, I'm not a guest. But Sarah, my grace, the rest of the folks, always directing question to me. We owe it to the public.
Because
So,
you said
yeah.
we have to go more peace here now.
Yeah, so Abu, let me just jump in. I think
Sneaky, get me out of the man.
no, I'm not asking the man.
Wait, Abu, you all done now?
No, I'm not done. So I just want to wrap up. Okay, let me wrap up with the impasse at the Capitol building. The president on last week, I think it was Friday, had a press conference. And that press conference, as you may be aware,
Let me drink my
no, but
dinner beer.
listen, no,
Go ahead, my man. I'm gonna leave the man talk to money, man.
the president had a press conference. And the press conference, as you may be aware, he outlined almost everything
You want to
that bring people need to know. And all of us, as we may be aware, this president acknowledged that the Supreme Court ruling must be adhered to at the legislature as a former member or as a former staff of the legislature. What the law says that a presiding, the law did not say speaker, the law says presiding. So if you have a majority that goes and form the quorum, obviously the executive will work with that quorum because in order for the president legislative agenda to be accomplished, the legislature must able to be in full readiness to accomplish that. And you want all to hold the government on hostage because of a single individual. The man
Thank you, Babu. Thank you.
43 of
Time
the
is up
colleagues
now. You're talking
I
too much.
lost confidence in him, evidenced by what the representative of district number 3 wrote today. That it is time that he must step aside so that people work should be done. So I
Okay,
don't see
Rachel
that
Kuhn
as
needs to step
violating
aside too.
law.
He's not a speaker. Rachel Kuhn needs to step aside because he's not a speaker.
Say your own. I did not come to conclusion on the show. I'm saying it for public consumption.
And I'm
And
responsible.
you are not the one to tell me what I allow at you. Yeah.
Tomalin.
Yeah, but let me just comment quickly. The fact of the matter is that everybody can criticize the Supreme Court, but at the end of the day, I have to go justify. This is very clear. You can criticize, you disagree, but at the end of the day, you shouldn't be interpreting the Supreme Court. That not anybody interpret the Supreme Court ruling. They are there to interpret the law and the executive enforce the law. You can criticize them, but you have to enforce the law, and that's the problem everybody having. That's the problem people having concern with. Whether the rule, this was the idea they are the final arbiter of the law. They finish issuing the ruling. All the president had to do was to give a speech and say, "Look, I disagree with the Supreme Court, but at the end of the day, I respect the decision and will enforce it. Finish. All the people want that. And that's why now the people are about to go in the street to do a protest. And when I tell about the protest business, if the people are able to amass the partisans on the street and get thousands, it will paralyze the economy. It will affect, everything will be affected.
But Tomalin, I'm not cutting you up. I'm not cutting you
have a job.
You didn't see them. You didn't see them displaying the army and the police people on the street.
We don't need it. I mean, we more than 10,000 people. We don't need it.
By doing that too, that's my guest said today.
They're trying to scare the people.
You don't do that. Give the. I mean, people have the right to assemble. Once it's peacefully assemble, they can express themselves, and the government can either accept it or not. And the people
can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Everybody talking. You want to say something?
Our government.
We're taking it by turn.
This government. The rule of law is one of the pillars on which we campaign for. Our government, as it has always been said by the president, that protest is guaranteed on our constitution. So as a head of state who was elected by the people, will ensure that whoever wants to protest will be accorded full protection. But don't forget too many there are folks who have sinister motive. Okay. So the police obviously will be there to guide the process. So I don't want to believe the people coming into the street, it is a form of intimidation. Not, or I don't want to believe so.
Okay. So we had the largest crowd. They put out had a larger crowd and watch.
Robert, welcome. Sidiki wanted to say something, right? Sidiki coming. Then we go. Let me progress.
Yeah. So let's go back to the CMC.
CMC.
Well, look, let me tell you something.
You gotta be courteous.
You gotta meet them. I will not going to begin.
You gotta be courteous. You can't be injecting in a way that suggests.
You cannot be going back and forth after being challenged. You're too grown to do that. When one person speaks,
go ahead, Siri. Go ahead, Chief.
Be disrespectful.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think CMC release was on point. It was on time. I think it's good that we call out the Bar Association for now. We assumed that the presentation made by its president represent the body until and unless we hear them coming up to maybe make disclaimer. But again, like I said earlier, these are some of the effects when the president of the nation attempt to question the court's authority to rule and be implemented. These are some of the things that happen when people in the executive branch come out to say, well, now that you are ruled, come and enforce it. These are some of the things that happen when people in the executive believe that because the court on our law does not have enforcement power and so its decisions are irrelevant and useless, then of course, what you expect from institutions like perhaps the Bar Association or other people who should be respecting the rule of law. So at the end of the day, in my view, this all comes down at the feet of the President of the Republic of Liberia because of all of us as citizens, of course, on an obligation to uphold our rule, uphold our laws, but he is one of few or among the first person who took an oath on the Bible in the presence of his wife, children, the nation, and the world, to do one important to the defend and uphold the Constitution of the Republic, regardless of how, whatever, foreign or domestic. So when that president, who is under obligation by oath, is seen to be undermining, undercutting that process, you should not be surprised if the Bar Association did the same nor anybody else. So fundamentally, our problem is with the president, which then comes down to when people talk about the opposition mobilizing protests. Yes, ultimately, we should protest against what has happened. But at the end of the day, the ultimate decision will be level Liberians going to go to the ballot box. We agree the time is long. But pretty soon, in the next few months, we hope that our people don't start to change. Because, of course, poverty is so much in the country that people tend to vacillate on position on these different things. And I think the opposition approach to this matter in being meticulous, in taking the time to plan, is one of the best approach. You do not want to just call a protest that will not be effective, that will not achieve a result that we expect, that will not be guided to ensure that it does not destroy life, property, and stuff. So I think what the opposition has been building consensus so that it does not become a partisan protest. You don't want it to become, you want it to be a protest that is a reflection of the Liberian people disagreement with what is happening. So I think the continued consultation building up to the process of good things that must be encouraged. Because of course, before today, before this thing, I think there were 2, 3, or 4 different protests, some that went across the country. And none of them achieved. Some at the end of this, somewhere even after some protests, some of them achieved money change here. So you want to be meticulous. You want to build the greatest momentum. You want to, when you announce a protest or a federal protest, it must send a message that the president will not take a minute to deny. So I think the process is on. A lot of behind the scene movement is unfolding. People are working. Civil society are also actively involved. And I think we are getting there. We are getting there. So let's with regard to the claim of internal development. Look, one thing that is undeniable that UP has been able to achieve is to create chaos in the country. From one chaos to another chaos. If it was not 10 new chaos, that Supreme Court chaos, if it was not Supreme Court chaos, that was yellow machine chaos. I mean, it just from the day of inauguration to unfortunately, it was so hard the people could not even get enough water to drink. Inauguration was just so disorganized.
The president was feeding.
I don't want to say that.
The government is not done for chaos.
Let me end on this. No matter what, let me end on this.
Okay.
No matter whatever small achievement this government may be able to get, if bringing electricity for 1 week is an achievement, it's just unfortunate. But if that is what the government pointed out, I'm telling you that as a result, what people will not remember ultimately about this government will be the numerous chaos and confusion they have created. People will not remember all those things. You when they kept up building when Baga was president. They whole tenure, they put up one tenure, they were dismissed. I mean, it's just going to be
they're bossing the speaker office.
But money when they put keep talking with talk. See my way about Stevie when they talk with talk.
Okay, let me say something.
But you're not a moderator when you talk with talk.
Let me say something, right?
Budget in a man, I get talk.
You gotta be honest and fair now. Abu, the only person from the ruling party on this show.
We don't care.
Don't mind it.
But listen now, the platform is for everybody. You see, and because of that, we are being praised a lot for being diverse. You know, that we give opportunity to everybody, because you want our party, but then they say, oh, the platform, the opposition platform is not. We give everybody a chance. So at least when he talking about big us, you'll be getting a chance to talk. But no, but
Siligi talking again, portrait, you know, I thought I interrupted.
Can I get
you're not getting channel when he's speaking.
If we take about time to talk would be fair, but you can't.
But you can be project in Siligi, you can talk. Someone can talk. When you're project in Siligi, people can talk.
Hey, my man.
You know, so when you're talking, like getting channel, so that people expecting our platform to say it's good that you got diverse views there. You know, but so at least.
So 10 seconds so that 10 seconds so that my man Robert can. So Anthony, I think you expressed and justifiably some frustration on perhaps the last that's a preferred option. But I think the hygiene we see being infused by the CMC, Musa, but that approach, I think it tells me, for me, it gives hope that there is light at the end of the tunnel. Because look, regardless of whatever, the Bwakas administration may be able to thin the law now and there, but they're not going to do it forever, and they want to be held accountable for this. I'm telling you, because ultimately, like I said, the Liberian people will forever remember the chaos this government has brought onto them. Because you know what? Bwaka was assumed and believed to have a lot of experience. So to see that, I mean, these kind of an elementary person come in will not do. With all due respect, I mean, with despite my many disagreements with George Weah, he didn't do some of the challenge thing about the fact that he was not as experienced as Bwaka is. To just mess up like that, from yellow machine to everything. And then, I mean, you know, it's just unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But I think that the opposition will meticulously respond. The process is ongoing. It's being built up. I think we should take our time. And when we do it, we should do it more effectively. Not just a rush approach.
Yeah, but so, one thing for our coming say something though. All the meeting the people having, like I just somebody said earlier, if they're meeting and having, if it will not yield nothing, like if you're not gonna, I think today when I watched the program, the CMC, I think, to be honest with you, they were the one that even said the strongest thing. For them, I think from the end, they said they just waiting now to get the protest did now to go in the streets. They speak up. Under the chairman, whoever spoke for them,
the secretary, Bangura.
Yeah, Bangura, he spoke very strong today, and it was like we're not even talking about we appealing. I think we're just waiting now to exercise our right. So, like one of you guys said, if they would just be on protest, they just go and talk, and then they finish this. Then the police car come and move on there, then I mean it won't achieve nothing, because I can and my guest said today. The police, I mean, if you no one, they didn't dare to put their hands on anybody or fire anybody, because you will be charged for human rights violation. You can't do that. People have the right to exercise. Once the people are now throwing stones or breaking stuff or doing something violently, the protesting in the street, you cannot battle them at the right to be there. But if you start to think by you using tear gas or putting water on fire truck, water on them, and somebody can get mad and retaliate too, it will bring into chaos. Then for the fact that you're hurting people, you got to use force on the people now, somebody will get hurt. And you want somebody to get hurt, bloodshed, and somebody die from it, our hands will be in blood. They're going to start looking at you differently. And somebody will start calling you, say, well, with this now, we can get trust in the government. The government got to go. You want to reach to that point. That's why it's important that the chance they're giving them right now, the few days they're giving them, because apparently they want to buy time to May 13, and before they feel that they can go and do what they want to do. But if they fail to respect the Supreme Court ruling, the people get in the street and they say they're not leaving the street, they will be there until they can understand the language by respecting the Supreme Court. They'll be doing it at their own detriment. But I hear from Robert.
I wanted to say something before.
Sister Grace,
Grace,
no, Grace, let me speak. Grace, no, Grace. The moderator said, let me hear from Robert. Please allow my time, ma'am. Grace, no, see?
Okay, then I see you, because this is ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous. You already spoke. Why Grace got to speak all the time? You already spoke. The moderator said, let you hear from Robert. So wait for your turn, then you speak. You can't be interrupting people all the time, my sister. Anyway, but I wish Abu was on because I wanted to talk to Abu. But since Abu not on, Abu is I think he's following. I want to send and Tomalin, this is unprecedented. I want to send a huge congratulations to the Unity Party administration for the successful painting of the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf ministerial complex. As you all may recall, a ceremony was held for the painting of that complex, and they even went as far as blaming the Weah administration for not painting the complex for 6 years. So they had a whole painting ceremony for this complex, and I was sent a picture today. I think they're almost done with it, and the caption on the picture said, "This is what a serious government does." So,
That's what it said.
This is what a
What's in the picture? They'll put it on. Let's see it, man. I see it.
But you got a picture?
The picture is all over the place. I will send it to the box. I will send it to the group. This is what a serious government does.
I should have a press conference when they're done.
I'm expecting a press conference, but the way it looks like it looks like the backlash they got from the ceremony. I don't think they will have the press conference. So I would be remiss if I didn't congratulate them.
I mean to laugh when you're talking, but it's just so funny.
No, it's very hilarious. You know, because these are things that, you know, these days, you know, it's hard times that every time I think about accomplishments, every time I think about everything that was expected of Unity Party when it comes to serious governance, I think about my good friend and brother, whom I'm well pleased and I care about so deeply, George Lobo. I mean, a lot of people, George Lobo and I went back and forth many times about governance and how Unity Party was the government in waiting to solve Liberia's problem, how they would represent the country, how the embarrassment will stop, how the international community will begin to pay attention to Liberia, how the world will stop laughing at us as a country, because Joseph Boakai and Unity Party had the sophistication needed to re-image or rebrand Liberia. But it's almost 2 years. Almost 2 years. And what have we seen? Total chaos. Total chaos. If it's not, I think someone said something about the Constitution. And I want to say this to Abu. We do not, in a serious world, right? And I know politics is politics, but we do not selectively pick how or where the Constitution works, or when the government should support constitutional matters. I heard you talk about how the law and the Constitution is a pillar of this administration. We know that. We know that the R stands for the rule of law. But telling us what R stands for and showing us your commitment to standing for the rule of law are two different things. You can tell us what the R stands for all day. What counts is what you have exhibited. That's what counts. Talk is cheap. Anyone can talk the big talk. But when it comes time for you to actually perfect, when it comes time for you to actually get the job done, that's what matters. Anyone can say, "Oh, I will do this. Oh, I will do that. Oh, I will do this." But when given the opportunity to do what you say you had the ability to do, and the results does not match what you sold us, that's what counts. So the R in your arrest agenda at this point means absolutely nothing, because you're showing that to us. I'm not the one saying it. This is what you're showing us. You're showing us that the R was just for formality, was just a bluff. You don't really care about the rule of law, because caring about the rule of law is in your actions. Caring about the rule of law is in your decisions. I wonder why the Unity Party did not demand or order an interpretation by the Attorney General for this Supreme Court ruling. I have been anticipating this. Why? Why? Since I mean, at least that will help you. At least you can fall back on, well, we got an interpretation from the Justice Minister, like you did during the first ruling. Why have the Justice Minister not interpret this Supreme Court ruling? Why? I wonder. So no, The Constitution is the Constitution, and the Constitution is there for each of us to follow. I saw the statement from the Bar Association today, and God bless my dear sister, Councilor Mariah Yakula Hart. I felt her frustration when she stood tall on her previous statement about the Bar Association being the Rescue Association. How the president is being used, how the president has put his partisanship ahead of constitutional matters. And she and I had a slight disagreement when I said, how the hell did he become president of the Bar Association with all of those decent lawyers in Liberia? And she said, no, Robert, he's a good man, he's a good lawyer. He's just being used. And I said, no, sis, a good lawyer is someone who appreciates the law. A good lawyer is someone who respects the Supreme Court ruling, because he or she understands that the Supreme Court is the highest voice when it comes to justice and law in our country, irrespective of his or her disagreement with the ruling. A good lawyer is someone who does not who would not allow his expertise to be used is of partisanship. A good lawyer is someone who would not be a fool when it comes to the law, even though he or she understands the law. That's what a good lawyer is. But a lawyer who will stand knowing what he knows, to allow his political party to influence or cloud his better judgment when it comes to the law, it's not a good lawyer. It's not a good lawyer. This is the reason why I've lost all respect for the Attorney General. I don't care what school he went to. I don't care what cases he prosecuted. I do not care. What I care about is his what he has displayed as Attorney General. I have no respect for people who listen. If you're an expert in a certain field, your job is to give the 100% expert opinion. Your job is not to allow yourself to be compromised. And I'm not perfect. And this is the reason why good people don't last in public service in our country. This is the reason why. Because you expect us to compromise what we know. You expect us not to do better even though we know better. Because of political affiliation. No. And so the Constitution is the Constitution. The Constitution supersedes all of our political affiliations. The Constitution must guide our decision. When I listen to people who have crossed over, and I'll close on this note so the other guys can come in. They'll call Grace to come back in. Grace need to relax and follow and respect the moderator. The moderator said Robert Town, and you say you want 37. Why you want 37? You've been speaking all day, my sister, but I still love you. Come back on the show. Don't run away. Come. Okay? You're a CMC executive now. You see how brother I'm mad? You gotta be tough. You can't be running off the radio like that. You gotta come back on. But the Constitution is the Constitution. When I hear people giving excuses as to, I respect the rule of law, and I've been on this side of the law since last year, but I have got to do my people's business. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What logical reasoning to flip now when the Supreme Court have backed you twice? What logical reason? You are sitting under the very voice you've criticized. Richard Cohen remains illegitimate. Richard Cohen remains unconstitutional. Richard Cohen is not a legitimate he's a representative. So if the Supreme Court have backed you twice, what business can you carry out? What constituent business can you carry out under an unconstitutional law speaker? The people's business cannot be compromised unconstitutionally. The people's business as a lawmakers, you took an oath to be an exemplary of the law, not the opposite. So all of this explanation about why they are flipping now from the COFA, just say, you know what? I'm sick and tired of being broke. I'm sick and tired of not being able to afford to buy food for my children. I'm sick and tired of all of these interest rate on my loan. The revolution that Mr. Samuel gave here yesterday really opened my mind. Say that. Don't tell us about the people's business, because you cannot carry out the people's business as a lawyer when that business is not conducted within the confines of the law. It makes absolutely no sense. So no, Abu, don't tell us the constitutional protest is respected under the Constitution. So it's the Supreme Court, and their position is also respected, and it must be respected regardless of our political positions. Thank you.
Well, look, again, like I said, the whole thing about this, the political parties meeting and the civil organization. I know there was a plan. There's a planned protest by Stan for July 17, but I'd like to talk to the Stan leader directly tonight. That look, instead of waiting July 17, enough is enough. I think this you start from. I mean, at least I didn't see him at the meeting today, but I think they should. July 17 is far. By the time you reach that point, well, I don't know what die. Yeah, so I think the best thing to do now, look, because my thing is this though. I know when I wrote on the executive mansion thing last week, I got a tagger. I know I had time. They started attacking me for all honor. I said, I can continue their business. I was saying that respect the Supreme Court. That's right now in America. Right now we're in this country. We're in. The only thing I keep in check are the courts, keeping in check. He been losing battle today, making 100 days in office, and I just got some alert. He ain't playing today in Michigan. He raging like crazy. He ain't playing. He pissed off now because his rating gone down. So they're flipping everybody now. He ain't playing. He cursing people.
He just dismissed the second gentleman from the Holocaust.
Yeah, he moved Kamala Harris' husband from. Look, the guy is mad right now. But because that the court in this country got him in check right now. Had he not been the court, you will be like you'll be the guy who just do everything. So right now, for the fact that the president of Liberia decided to say he will work with the other the other group because he want government to continue. And I see people who know better. They are honored. They go on social media writing that the president knows better. The government shouldn't function or hold the government hostage. No, it's a simple thing you need to do. Respect the court ruling. You say, well, Richard Coon, the court has ruled. We were drawing our security detail from you. We're getting it back to Kofa. They right here on recognize. Now, it left with them now, down into the political part to go call the meeting to order. But while I'm hearing over the last couple of hours, overnight, I think, there have been attempts to, and I've seen it happening, attempt to get people from the so-called minority bloc to go to the. I see one guy that called the guy who was on the show before and said that he would never, on no circumstance, if the Supreme Court rule, he would listen to the Supreme Court, he would follow it. Now I see today he flipped it. Sumo Moluba talking about say, hey people, the district, yeah, you listen to the district, you check it out and like even how the district meeting said. Must say the people spoke to you. Just stop it.
But what I don't understand, if they go under Richard Coon, does that make him the speaker?
No, it's still not. The thing is that, and Sarah, the Supreme Court recognized that the speaker cannot be in the boardwalk of Liberia, can be present, and then and you having meeting with all he's the presiding officer. Except what he does, and somebody say, well, I can't attend because of urgent reason. The speaker can preside, but they say he cannot be present. He say he's the speaker. He should be going to session. So if you refuse to go to session, okay, you don't have a quorum. But yet still, you guys got to do it the right way. So now, what they need to do, and what it's simple thing to do. You all the thing they call for mediation and thing. At the end of the day, you go to session, Kofa presides, and you say, well, Mr. Presiding Officer, I got a motion. We got an issue against you, so we ask you to recuse yourself, and let somebody preside. That we got issue against you. The person he recuses himself from there. Step aside. The deputy speaker can preside, and you put your case forward. Say the reason why we got a problem with you is X, Y, Z. From there, you get him a chance to defend himself. He has the right, the due process. He defend himself. Say what you guys saying is not true, and defend himself. From there, the president will say, well, based on the two sides, we'll take it to a vote. You go to a vote, and you can get it 49. he removed. But the fear is because they know very well people will now they won't get that 49, even if they go to the all present, they won't get it 49. So that's why they are afraid to try it. Okay, and that was the problem. So they be forcing him, trying to do all kind of stuff for him to resign, and he's staying on his ground. So why would he wasn't in the country at the time? If President Garguah was serious on a serious note, he would call the people together. But instead of he doing it, that's what they try to do. Telling people, say they negotiate with the people. The people, if they want to give some people inducement, they want to give them something to wave. All the things they're doing, and the news coming out. And it's not fair to the Liberian people. It's sad.
No, but I have a question as well. So if they are going on a Richard Coon, and let's say he got 49, so why can't they just go on if he know he's sure these people, why can't they go on a Kofa and Kofa recuse himself, and then they go through the right process to have him removed? Why can't they do that?
That's what everybody's telling them, and Sarah, but they want to do it. They want because Sarah, they fear. They look. Reverend Ennis was talking yesterday when Siddiqui did a very good job. People praise him for that. Siddiqui went into the matter and asking Reverend Ennis what started the whole thing, and to be honest with you, we've been talking for months until that question was asked yesterday, and the man broke it down. He said from the day they talk about audit, when he mentioned audit business, they said, "Oh no, that's when the problem started." In fact, initially he said they all accused him of being. They said, "Oh, you're too close to the president. You regime and speaker." He said, "No, I want to govern. Let us govern this country. We cannot be fighting the president to govern this country. That's why we work here with the president." But then, and they were saying, "My man, you're too close to the president." And the president too surprised me too. The man, you were giving everything you wanted. The president was giving to you. He wasn't opposing you. He wasn't like undermining your bill or getting things done, even the tenor issue. But again, he decided to do this to this man. Now, when you talk about the budget, they say, "Oh, come on, play with the budget." When they investigated it, they were lie. Then they say, "Okay, but then we can't keep the man there." Look, and Sarah, Robert, and Hamed know it because he been in the team for long. The issue is all about that. It's all about the money, the budget. Look,
the Benjamin Franklin.
Look, one day somebody will come and tell about that committee called Ways and Means Committee. That's one of the most powerful committee in the House and the Senate. Ways and Means Committee. Look, wow. That committee there, they control the money. Because once they pass the budget, when the legislature budget come forward, they get their own account. The speaker, the Ways and Means chairman, didn't want to do all that charging thing. And that way the people can put all kind of meat into that budget. Well, when that budget passed, I think there was a story. They said, I think during Ellington somewhere, they said by the time the budget passed, they said they will send somebody said at the bank, waiting, the person at the bank go, what did you do? There's a credit before the time. So time the budget passed, they go there. When they cash it in, they get for you quick. I mean, that all the people doing that all the people see about the budget. At all. Nothing else. Because if you tomorrow, I can bet you, if you get a president tomorrow who will fight and say, "No, lawmaker, you're gonna get 5,000 a month. Nothing else. Nothing else. No car. No for your own car." You see how much person will want to run for the Senate or the House. You all say, "Don't go in the private sector now." And that's the problem we're facing. So they protest building like that Nora saying. When somebody say protest, the problem I get was them too. When you say protest like way more than hair, then I mean, that's I hung up. Nora,
Tomalin.
Yeah.
You see.
Let's say a word of prayer for the Burkina Faso president. I think he's doing great.
No, Tomalin, let me tell you something about protest, particularly of this magnitude. Everywhere, it requires logistics. It requires you mobilizing a country. My man, if I just to put 2 persons on the street, I want a simple. You think the June 7th protest, you think they happen simultaneously?
No, but Siddiqui, you just said something earlier. You said
it was a
you said earlier, you said protests protests will all result is all the protests have been having no result is a problem. But
Of course, that is why the issues. Listen now, the issues for which the Liberia want to protest, those issues are there. They are hurting. Our people are angry. They have attempted protest 2-3 times. Lack of coordination, lack of a defined protest objective. What do you want to achieve when you go on the street, when you take the people on the street? What do you want to achieve? Who got a protest? Who involved? So these things, look, we must. You are dealing with a repugnant and very complicated and evil government. As such, you must plan to match them equally. You must plan for everything. How do you address a government that will react with violence? How do you?
But Hamed, you in America here? Send Toronto over. They protesting every day. They don't plan anything. They just.
Who saw you? Sorry. Who?
People are now. Don't wait for months to do it.
There can be some protest. There can be some material like that. And there can be sort of plan. But look at the people carry placards, they carry wording. You think I'm playing something?
No, but
you think I'm organizing?
No, but they with a muscle. When they did, meant to offer January. It started in January. So the price in January started. Okay, but I want start saying months. Where are you protect 3 months from now? Tell me now.
You rally the country. You think the president you be Monserrato? I even need to be discussing the project on your.
No, but the protest.
So you think the president you're going to go? People can't go on 12th Street and come back. What you think?
Nobody protest. Nobody protest.
We're talking about octopus operation where the whole country will be protesting. Every capital every capital in each county there will be protests. You think that suddenly you say protest and today they go protest after. So
wait. So why they say enough? Why tomorrow by July and they found out that Burger not comply with the Supreme Court and then the issue about most of the things that they demanding.
Man, let me tell you something.
What happened?
The best compliance Burger can do is to step down.
Oh,
because of course.
Wow.
The best compliance because no, listen now. Because
I'm breaking news talking.
Of course, the best compliance is for him to step down. Because listen to me, the violation of Bwaka that he has done cannot be repaired. It is unrepairable damage, and so an action must be taken so that it is never repeated. Not a one of repentance because you repay me, God now punish you.
Wow.
So that's the best repair. So what I'm saying to you, ignore the issue when it comes to law. It's better for it to be law, properly planned, and effective. So
Nora, who's our she don't want to get concerned about that. So I'll highlight him. No,
so that way it's effective. It can be you want to be another van that party where you go, you can't say you read.
then you're on a motorbike. No, but honestly, right? And to be frank with you, the only person I allowed so far, the June 7 protest, the only protest I really because you know I was told by that protest, I was told that had the protest lasted the next day, I was told that the U.S. government would have come and say, look, you either take it to handle this thing now or now the people you will ask the military or somebody to come in because the country will go into chaos. But luckily for the CDC, I don't know what America they did. That protest subsided in the evening, and they left the street. But that protest brought the country on its knees.
But you know the U.S. government at the time was very critical of CDC government. But now with this one right now with this other U.S.
No, but it's because let me tell you what happened right now. In Washington now, the guy that in the White House now, he's not people, all the officials there, they don't. Africa not part of the priority right now. But you see, by right, you would have seen maybe by right, even the Garguah government they've been trying to send a delegation to Washington and all. But when it comes to stop at the meetings hall, all they stop it. That's why I saw the other day the picture of the family then showing say they made a person for the person. These are get photo up because when I see
NCDK just told all that their leaders are in Washington negotiating.
Yeah, they keep on the spring meeting. when they have the annual spring meeting, they come with the spring meeting. The Minister of Finance is here, Deputy Minister is here, Education Minister is here, Public Works is here, LEC boss is here, the Central Bank Governor is here, and the lawmaker who resigned, if the chairman executive in the House, where John Arasa, Emmanuel Dan, I think by now the meeting ended last weekend.
Oh, Emmanuel Dan from the
the guy who beat Salman Joe to a seat.
He with a delegation?
With delegation, yeah.
But that means he crossed over already.
But you know when the people come here, they put down the poor get. Now small money, they come and meeting, they put down.
So he crossed over already?
Yeah, the man crossed over. Even so you know when the guys come to Washington DC, that's pre-meeting there. And then anything to the photo up. When the people announced that they gave $490 million, what you understand? That's why I'm happy that Professor Robert Larry Kennedy come here on Friday. He'll be our guest. He will break down all these things for us. People will understand all these things about it. Professor Kennedy will tell us when the people pledge grant or give loan, how it works, how the money can come. But when they say $400 million, people that say the money is coming tomorrow. No, that's a process. And then with all these things that are happening, with all these things you're expecting the Supreme Court ruling, then you won't go on. I was told last night too now that the election for the Security Council is June 7th. And Liberia is now up to now, they need 150, 100 something votes. They only show 110 right now. And it's still
for me, Tomalin, I will always want the country to be successful, regardless of the records, regardless of the government, to the rule of law.
The foundation of our country, democracy is the rule of law. If you cannot,
if Liberia can gain the seat on the council, is a good thing.
Yeah, but we cannot get what it
if the U.S. or World Bank can give up $450 million at the end of the day, we know there will be some form of corruption with that money, but at least there will still be some will go to help impact the country one way or the other. But listen to me, let me tell you something. Who told you those things? You can do all those things, still want to put out, vote you up, rather than vote you out. When the people, elections are not lost on election day. Days and time leading to elections, that's when people make up their mind. Today, the Bwaka government is on the wrong side of history with the Liberian people. Like people always say, if the election were to happen today, Bwaka could not win it. So, I mean, people will want that good things should happen for the country. That does not in any way could consolidate Bwaka winning the next election. The UP have demonstrated a complete show of arrogance. So that for me, I would never wish for bad things to happen for the country. Whatever money that if they can pledge and give it, it will be good for our country. I mean, it will help to create some, maybe provide electricity, provide water, and make life better for our people. Because, bro, the people in Liberia, our people suffering. Tomalin George, since you've been going to Liberia in recent time, have you gone outside of Monserrato County?
Yeah.
So have you gone in Liberia since you've been visiting?
Oh yeah, I've been Bonk, I've been Magibi, I've been to Nima. The place I want to go this time around, I want to go Bassa and maybe Bomi or Kima. I want to visit the areas, but I've been the areas there.
I haven't been. I've been to Bassa. I need to go out. Hopefully, my next trip I go to Nima and Banga.
When you say Bassa, you mean Bikana, right? When you said Nima, when you said boy, you mean Banga. Then you said Nima is being played.
Yeah, I mean Salala, all the places there. Salala, Palala, all the places there. I've made stops there. I've been there, and so forth. And
what do you see?
I've seen the people. Man, to be from you, our country, the people are living, the people are poor. The people are living in sustained abject poverty. And for the last 20 years, that have been an issue with the country. The problem I got with our country today. When they say this, like you go to Ganta, it's boiling. You go to Sunnybury, it's boiling. But the other places there, the towns there, people when they come to do they come on market day, bring their food, their crop. Sometimes the people tell you say, If the reason why some of them they can survive much way because nowhere to store their crops, and because there's no warehouse, so it will end up spoiling. So they pray for it to be sold. So I mean, it's a tough thing. The country is not, I mean, yeah.
I had a chance to travel almost all over the country, and not just in the capital of these counties. I'm talking about in the deep rural parts. My brother, you go to these places, but man, sometimes you wonder whether you wonder whether you in Liberia, particularly so between when you start from that Riverside road to go around to come to Nima, going through the eastern side, brother. And you know that here's a contradiction. All the part of that those part of the country from the Riverside going down, coming to the Nimba, then of course you talk about the Bapolu. Those places rich with natural resources, man, from law to gold, timber, man, but they happen to be among the poorest part of our country. But active mining going on in those places, oh, active mining going on. You go Sano got one of the rarest gold in the world. But go to Sano, look at the rules. So I just don't understand.
The issue is, I think each of us understand the issue in Liberia, and the issue is lack of leadership, lack of patriotism, right? Lack of serious leadership, lack of patriotism, and lack of vision. That's the issue. So we know what the issue is. The question is, we talk about Liberian people suffering. Yeah, the people are suffering. You don't even have to go out of Montserrat County to see the extreme of the suffering that our people are enduring. You don't have to. When you drive outside and you just go down Wallace, go to West Point. I mean, the people are suffering everywhere. The people in Monrovia who can afford, man, a buck of them are dependent on remittances from back home. Our young girls, and shout out to those parents and those young women who are, into businesses and trade, and they're trying to get education. But a lot of our young women don't have the opportunity to really get themselves to where they want to get themselves. Our young women are selling themselves to make ends meet. It seems like, in Liberia, beauty has become a business, and they are being taken advantage of by the very people that should be creating the environment for them to become productive citizens, for them to become independent. This is the norm in Liberia. So when you see people at D Calabash having fun, above of those people are having fun because their folks can send them money. Fun is being able to work a job, earn a livable income, save. Whatever you earn, you are able to send your children to school. You are able to put some aside for retirement. You can buy a land. Some of these folks are not even afford $3,000 or $1,500 or $2,000 for half a lot of land. You are able to build you a nice little 2-bedroom for you and your children. A bulk of these folks are renting. So I don't see that as fun. People are temporarily relieving the stress that is in Liberia. If you can afford anything you want to afford in Liberia, after 1 week, and mind you, I've been to Liberia consistently 2-3 times since 2011. Many of you don't know, but I've been for 12 years. 12 years of my life was all humanitarian work in Liberia. All humanitarian work, and we stay committed today. So I've seen the struggle. I've seen the struggle firsthand, right? But the people, this blows my mind totally. If I'm struggling, it's almost like, I'll give the analogy. When a woman has been abused or a man has been abused, people say, and it's psychologically, I'm not a psychologist, so I won't dive into that. But people say sometimes it's difficult. People think about a lot of different things to just walk away, to just seek help. You got family members who will advise, I think you need help. You need to call the police. You need to step away from this abusive relationship, and people just stay in that relationship for whatever reason best known to themselves, right? But I still believe that if someone has been abused, and you as looking from outside in wants to help them, you can try to help them. But until they realize that they've been abused and they've been used, until they realize that they're sick and tired of being abused, and they need to turn the page, they need to walk away, they need to take action to rescue themselves, two things will happen. They will continue to be abused by their abuser. Either he or she has brainwashed them to feel like this is a norm, or they'll wake up one day and say, you know what? I need to save my own life. I need to protect my own life. I need to protect the lives of my children. They'll walk away until that person decides to step up and walk to Tomalin. They will continue to be abused. So if the Liberian people have suffered so long, and it's true, a lot of them are hungry. The very people who will insult you will come and beg you for $50. Will come and beg you for $100. So yes, let me close on a note real quick. And so the conversation is around, if the Liberian people are suffering, if they don't like their condition, why is it taking decades for them to look amongst their leaders and say, you know what? The people we try, they have not done it for us. We are sick and tired of being sick and tired. We will make a conscious decision for ourselves and our country, for the betterment of our own lives, to pick another person who have the track record, not necessarily in the Liberian government, but who's shown leadership, who have the vision, who have never been given an opportunity. We will try them. If they're suffering, why can't they just wake up and say, we are tired of this nonsense? What? So do they enjoy suffering or what? What is it?
No, but Robert, let me come in, right? You know, one thing I'll tell you guys. We have some of our affiliated with our school organization, our tribal organization, and when we go to these conventions in the States here, we raise thousands of dollars. For instance, I give you an example, my Firestone group. They call it the Association of Firestone Residents in the Americas, AFIRA. Right now, I saw what resilience can do. We sat down, we raised over $150,000. You go cut, when you go into Basso and get cutting tree, you see the AFIRA library sample. That's a modern library. You think our library is in America too, because we treated, we did it, we put everything into that library. It costs $100,000. Right now, we're fixing the annex of the public school. We've been an annex to the school, the public school there. Trying to look. The thing is that, Robert, how many times when people leave from this country, go to Liberia, like they take the time to go to see the children selling in the streets and say, look, and talk to them, engage them, talk to them. Because look, they have no choice. Like I watched Senator Dillon. He visited his drug program. When he was while they were there, I saw young people, young girls that there. Other girls say she said her parents banned her, so she ended up being on the street. But luckily for her, she was taken to that rehab center. I think she had a baby and all. The baby and they don't say the baby will as long as you taking care of the baby, you'll be here, will support you. Okay? But like somebody said, like Reverend said yesterday, that place is small. The place is small. It's very small. As a result, it's a problem. So the thing is that it's all of us. When we go to Liberia for vacation or go for anything, take some time off to engage our brothers and sisters. Because look, right now, they're not going to decide who leads them in the 2029. And right now,
let me ask you a question.
You know, the other day I saw one other guy. What he need? People are telling me that he wrote a post on me. He attacked me, but he trying to win favor from Mo Ali. I think he said, "Look at this guy here. He attacking our Google managing director." And when I check the guy, there's a guy who I believe he needs help. I bet you Mo can getting smart thing, and he's talking about Mo. And our guys from here too. Most of the guys are in the government. They live in America. Want to school here. They got a green card citizenship. When they go to Liberia to work there. But what they do, they go with the mentality that they just have fun and enjoy. Because like Musa will say, Jenna, You go and Sidiki, you know this. Bravo, you know this. Right now, tomorrow, Friday. I mean, on Friday, you pass by on Friday by 7 o'clock. Start driving through the boulevard. You will say they continue not suffering. They spark the bars, the place jam packed. You can know where to park your car. Place and from shop to shop. Look, and sometimes I remember one time I was there. The first time I went down there, they said, "Well, hey, go. We went to 4 different places. Anywhere you go, play park." I said, that's where they play suffering. But everybody here, they put what them for. And they're spending money, thousands of dollars spending. Where the money coming from? Right in our country. So the honor is on us. When we go to Liberia, take time off to engage our fellow Liberians there and try to educate them. One thing we need to do to educate people about their rights, that civic, the right to vote, that power they got. So your vote can change your citizen tomorrow. But instead, if you go vote for the same, if Hamed were the one who were there, Hamed now enjoy himself, election time now, and he can say, I can't do project with you. Project. You can't see the garden doing. Got my friend.
So Tomalin, let me ask this. I hope Sarah was here to also answer that. I want to start with
listening.
Yeah, so let me ask a question. Do you think in our lifetime?
I'm here, Sidiki.
Yeah, so I just want to ask this question. Do you think in our lifetime a leader can emerge either from the pack that we already know, the new ones that we know now, or somebody else that can actually introduce a government that will radically change the country to take out a different level? You think that is supposed to happen in our lifetime?
Yes, I can tell you that. Before Sarah answer, I beg you, right? Before Sarah answer, I believe. Look, Liberia I tell you that day we're talking. I think Professor Kennedy said it. Liberia needs a transformative leader. Now, look,
who you see is that leader?
For instance, I guess Apple. Mr. Cummings should transform that country. You see? Well, I got you facing now.
Who?
Hey, you facing? He has transformed the country. I believe it. Because, I mean, if you look at what he did.
Common issue is this. I think Kwame is a great guy.
Yeah.
But he has not been tested to get that conclusion.
How you been tested?
I come in now. Wait for me. Don't count that much. Wait for me small. Let me just lay on this small. Listen to me. Kwame is a corporate successful guy.
Okay.
Working in a corporate system, in my view, is more as being a manager of a system that is already organized, as opposed to leading in a disorganized, unfortunate society where it takes a lot of work. For example, who expected that George Weah, a man of the sword of the people, who get some of the challenges he got, not necessarily in terms of policy, but just in terms of action, in terms of where he stood on certain things? Who expected that Bwaka, even Ellen, let's go to Ellen. Ellen was very successful in the international system because it was one that you just without corrupt, because further you don't see the money to corrupt it. You must go to work on time. Either you clock it in or you clock it off. The system protect you and help you to be effective.
But
to lead in Liberia, a different system, there were challenges. So the issue of Kwame, I conclude on it by saying he's a great guy. Like many of you have said, a very successful man. He has succeeded in the corporate world. But Kwame has not been able to exert himself that he can be that transformative leader. Show me where that has been the case.
No, but because the system in Liberia is an entrenched system that has been existing for the last 100 and some more years. As a result, right, since 1980, the indigenous Liberians took over the country and they see where the country is right today. The problem is that the political will, Sidiki, if you have the political will, that will happen. You won't transform the country. If to say if you're putting people based on like only because you support my party, support the party, you're giving job to somebody, the person they're not up to the tax, you have the problem you get in today. That's the problem all the time. Because honestly, there are some institutions that you need politicians there. You need technocrats, you need experts there. Then appoint them. But instead, you appoint somebody because the person supported you. As a result, then the person gave you money when you are struggling. They give money during the campaign. That wasn't happy. Then the person what happening? But we're coming, why is it coming to transform? Because he gave a vision, he gave agenda. He said, first of all, he said, what he said, the day inauguration day, from that you don't know, straight to work. He won't go no
Tomalin,
party.
I hope you know that we have heard a lot of promises from leaders, and when they get there, they do something different.
Yeah, but Sarah,
we have
Sarah,
heard a lot of
look
promises from the
look at
leaders,
people's record.
but
Look at
when they
people's track
get
record.
there, they do different things. So me,
But I
go ahead.
believe 100%. I believe that coming. That means somebody will get there and do different things. That I can tell you.
Let Sarah go. Then
But go ahead, Sarah.
no, I mean, it's true. I personally have my confidence. I still believe in President Weah. I know that there are weaknesses. There were weaknesses in his government, and some of his lieutenants did not do him good. But I thought he could be a transformative leader if he had taken certain steps he needed to take at the time. But from what I see, I think this, looking at what UP is doing now, it might be a learning curve for him. It might be an eye opener for him. If God's willing, if the Liberian people choose him to come back, I think it will be a different thing. But at the same time too, Mr. Cummings is a good person. It's a good person. It's a good from what I see. But I am guided by the fact that a lot of leaders make a lot of promises. The platform is good. They say a lot of good things that we want to hear. But when they get there, at the end of the day, it's a different ballgame. For some reason, whether it's the presidency or whether it's their lieutenants that are not doing the right thing, whatever it is, that impacts their leadership a whole lot. And we can see that happening today in the UP government.
So listen, I think when we talk about tested, and I want to emphasize on being tested, right? When we talk about tested, I remember, I won't go into detail, but I remember I was doing a job negotiation recently before I got transferred, and I was very ambitious. I had applied for, my goal was to become a director of operations one day. So there was a position open at a smaller property for director of operations. And I've always said I don't like to work in small properties. If it's 200 rooms, that's too small of a property. I like to work in big properties, 500, 600 rooms. But the question about me being tested came up. And during the conversation, the question that I continue to ask is, I asked the general manager, how did you get tested? How did you get tested? Yes, you have to follow the leadership path, the ladder, right? And there are certain positions that you have to occupy before you get to that level. But I also have worked with director of operations who left different departments, did not do housekeeping, for instance, were not rooms operation manager, for instance, did not do F&B, but they were believed in because leaders saw their ability and said, you know what? All this person needs is a job training, right? If you show this guy what this guy needs to do, he has the ability, he has the leadership, the requisite leadership skills, right? He will do great. And I can give you a whole bunch that have done so well today that some of us consider mentors today. They're doing so well. Not only are they making a lot of money, they're doing so well.
All right, you're not answering a question.
No, I'm coming. I'm making an example.
Yeah, answer the
question about being tested is the knowledge that I'm making is very simple. If you do not believe that this person has what it takes, they may not have all of the experiences to be at that next level, but every next level is a new experience, right? If you don't give them the opportunity, right, in that position, how else can you test them? If you don't give them, of course, you have to look at the performances, the position they've occupied, how have they performed. That will help you determine what their performance rating will look like if given the opportunity. But you can't grow if you're not given the opportunity to grow. You can't move from A to B. If people always think that, well, you still need more growth in A, you can't get to B, you can't leave from A and B to C. So when it comes to tested, I think Cummings have been tested in areas that don't necessarily conform with Liberian politics. But do we need a Liberian or typical Liberian politician to be a transformative leader in Liberia? The question is no. George Weah is not a typical Liberian politician. He's not. George Weah is a soccer player. He's not a politician like the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. He's not a politician like the JMB, for instance. And I can go further. He's not a politician like the Charles Bromskin. These are career politicians who were also successful in their own private life. So the question we must ask ourselves is, are we looking for a transformative leader who has proved to be a Liberian politician, or is a career Liberian politician? If that's what we're talking about being tested, then guess what? We've tested those within the system already. We tested the status quo. The status quo that we've tested already, look at the results so far. Abu was just talking about, we got Joseph Boaga, our statesman. Joseph Boaga has been tested for 40-something years. And guess what? It's been less than 2 years he's been tested. The test of a leader is shown in challenging times. His ability to communicate, his ability to listen, his ability to motivate his people, his ability to inspire, his ability to withhold his integrity, his resiliency. All of these things are all leadership ability. Joseph Boaga has been showing all of these things. He's failed, and so my brother Siddiqui, I don't think Alex Cummings, and I've never supported Alex Cummings, but I agree with Tomalin. Alex Cummings could be a transformative leader, and I don't think you need an experienced Liberian politician to see transformation leadership-wise. You need a Liberian who knows Liberia's problem, who has not been part of the problem, right? Who is coming in with the ability to change. Now, many can question, well, look at the folks he surrounded himself with. He may not be part of the group, but he surrounded himself with people who has also been part of the problem. And you know what? I agree with them. This was one of the primary issues that I had with Cummings. How can you change the system when all of the folks around you have one way or the other been part of the problems? But I also agree that the Liberian presidency is so powerful to the point where the buck starts and ends with the president. He calls the shot if he or she has the ability to take all of what is around them, to call and make sensible and logical decisions. So I don't agree that Cummings must be tested politically within the Liberian system to be a transformative leader. I think he has what it takes to be one. I also think Tata Clarence Moluba could be a transformative leader.
So, my brother, I think the test, I need to qualify the test ish thing because I wasn't limiting it to being a everyday Liberian politician. For Cummings test to be his ability to exert himself on the Liberian political scene and make a statement, definite statement in terms of who he is, what he stands for, and what his visions are. I would think Cummings have not been able to effectively do that. Now, how do you communicate? You don't just communicate because you want to speak. You want to communicate so that what you say resonates with the people. I think for over 5 to 6 or I don't know how many years, Cummings has not been able to do that. And that is, to me, the test of his time. To be able to break those barriers, to be able to show that his message of truth is resonating with the people. That is a one-on-one thing. You don't need to be in political office to do that. But you must find other means to be able to do that. There have been some people outside of politics who have been able to affect change, who have been able to have the vision of turning. Another person who has emerged to me as a transformative leader, surprisingly, is Musa Belete. I do not know, not necessarily because he served as representative, but because his stand, his position, the way he articulates on certain things, his connection with the reality of the country. In my view, those are some of the things that come up as being transformative. Not necessarily, I don't want you to go in the office before you claim that you can be a transformative leader. There are actions, there are behavior, there are policy that you take to something. Now, with regard to George Weah, let me come to George Weah. George Weah was not a typical Liberian politician, but George Weah was a revolutionary. By the time George Weah became president, from 2005 to 2020, Weah, like the CDC, have been revolutionized to understand that the CDC mission was to transform the country. So that was the mentality, that was the goal, that was the ideology.
Let me ask you right there, Mr. B there. So the CDC succeeded in transforming the country. Did they fail or did they succeed?
No, I think failure wouldn't be the real word, but I would.
They made some gains. Failure.
Wait, that's Siddiqui. Answer the question now.
Yeah, but failure.
Answering the question.
Okay, yeah.
You're bad, man. You know,
let's go to the topic. Open that.
But Tomalin, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
No,
When you
because
look at what's happening in the country today, when you look at what's happening in the country today, it becomes difficult to call CDC performance as failure.
I
I'm
agree.
telling you.
I agree. I agree with that because for the fact that
When you look at what's happening in the country today, the expectation of broadcast for the 2 years, they claim by United Party that CDC were incompetent and unprepared. All of those claims. Then you look at them failing on a simple acquisition process of a yellow machine that you think to acquire 180 million goo, you must just go take it from the port, put it on the street, ride around from Ghana, ride around your mean. But when you look at those things, when you look at the violation of our laws, when you look at violation of tenure position, when you look at the police going King Jaw and killing protesters, it becomes difficult then to say CDC failed. Because in my view, failure must be measured with something. However, I must say to you, the expectation we had, the purpose for which we wanted state power as a revolutionary party, we did not live up to those expectations. But I wouldn't want to call it failure considering what Burger did. But we could have done better. I'm telling you, we could have done better, to be honest.
Let me say this, and I agree. I concur. You guys could have done better. And I think President Weah knows that. And a lot of my friends in CDC knows that. And I'm not going to even come on public to even say that, right? I had many disagreements, disappointments with the CDC and George Weah's decision. I think George Weah, he was being too generous. He overly extended himself to satisfy a lot of folks that could have still been satisfied not holding the position that they held, right? And I think that he learned that lesson, because had he been given an opportunity, based on what I know and what I've heard, a lot of changes would have been made. But that's water under the bridge. 2029 we say a whole different story. But I want to go back to this Cummings thing, right? I think that it's important in our country. George Weah was told in 2005, by the way, that he wasn't ready. And the reason why he was told to go back and prep himself was because they did not see him as a Liberian politician. Forget the education piece. Forget the sophistication piece. The status quo, the power that be, did not think George Weah was one of them. He did not understand the political maneuvering in our country. In 2011, they said the same thing. He should go and become senator. He needs to understand Liberian politics. It had nothing to do about his revolutionary. It had nothing to do about the fact that the Liberian people, a lot of the folks could relate to him. It had nothing to do with the fact that he was very popular. And it had nothing to do with the fact that even in his small role as peace ambassador and as a soccer star, man who uplifted the country's flag in his own role, and even people who don't like him politically admire that about him, they still did not think that he was one of the old boys. And they said, go become senator. If it wasn't because of that, George Weah would not have given the standard bearership to Torgbean. He wouldn't have done that. He went and he followed all of the steps that he was instructed by the power that be to be seen as a Liberian politician. And before he became president in 2017, Alex Cummings is not that. But Alex Cummings has faced similar issues. Alex Cummings have everything. You can say, well, executive folks are not managers, they're not leaders, but they have both abilities. They have both abilities. Not all managers are leaders, but not all leaders are managers. They can have both. I'm a manager, but I think I like to lead more so than just manage folks, right? Cummings has everything. Cummings' problem is not about selling himself, Sadiki. Cummings' problem is they don't recognize him as one of the old boys.
That's it.
This is the reason why we admitted this yesterday. This is what started a fanatical versus trouble. When he started to inject,
we got
what the
15
old boys
minutes.
club did not want injected.
But I think Fanatic Cover can be a transformative leader, though.
Yeah, so let me end real quick. And so Commy's problem is not about selling himself. I don't know how else you sell yourself. Look, Commons cannot be Weah. Weah has a unique skill. Weah has a unique affection when it comes to the people. He connects with the people very well. Commons cannot be Weah. Weah cannot be Commons. But how else do you expect a man to sell himself to say, my people, I'm here for you? The boys club have actually used Commons' success to his own detriment. This is what they've done. They've told the Liberian people, this man is not one of you. While you were struggling, he was traveling the war in America making coke. They've used his success. They frown on his success. And the people have been so brainwashed to the point where they don't understand that successful people who have shown leadership in other areas. You talk about, of course, you talk about organizations that already have system. What you need are people who can transform organizations that already have systems, that they have the ability to institutionalize places that have no systems. You can have system all day, but when you are hired as a leader in some of the biggest leadership positions, you still have to go and make an impact. You still have to tweak. You still have to elevate. I'm experiencing that right now. You still have, and these are places that have structure, but you are hired because there's something that you bring to the table, whether it's training, whether it's elevation, whatever the case is. Okay, and so Cummings is successful. I believe that has been part of his issue. Look at the folks we elect, Tomalin. We don't elect successful people. We elect broke, poor people. Yeah, but success, and the very broke, poor people come to power, and they're using the time in power to catch up, enrich themselves. So I think the problem is our own people must wake up and say, you know what? We've tried these folks. We tried the Joseph Boyle with 45 years of experience, nothing. We're trying him right now. We're experiencing the experience. We try everyone.
As a pastor, do you miss Bronsky at this time?
Oh, yeah.
Do you miss Bronsky at this time?
Bronsky would have been leading the fight in the Supreme Court. But guys, we got 10 more minutes, so that would just manage it quickly, right? Yeah, let me say quickly. Kehleboe, welcome. Let me say something quickly. On a serious note, right? The issue you brought out is you brought it late, but we should discuss that thing maybe tomorrow or another time again. But it's a good issue to discuss this thing. The problem, I will say, right? If you look at the record of Mr. Cummings, the record throughout the corporate world, everything, and the others, the kind of money, the budget he handled, and what he has done, others he has gone through, where I'm not hearing nothing about this man, where they say he was involved in this thing, nothing. And I believe even his vision for the country he had, the man is clear. His vision is delayed out there. Just like the problem he faced with, Cummings doesn't have the lieutenants to help him to make the case. The problem, one of the problems. But most of the time, I think the problem with most of the supporters with them, instead of them face it, saw the guy and make the case for him, they turn on the reaction to the people who critical of him. If they can forget about that and focus on, say, look, I want to do this to sell this man, make this man share his vision with the people. I think he will break the system. But he fought an entrenched system. The system he fought, he want to take from power. That system that people know, they are known just for willing and dealing. All the number of budget to play with the budget that all they want to do. The man.
Can I ask you one question real quick? Let me add one question real quick before let me add one question. Ahmed, you mentioned something that I agree with. You mentioned Musa ability. I have admired Musa ability. I think he was tested. His people trusted him, and he's been tested right now, and he's passed the test of time. I think what he's shown is transformative. He's been tested. What people thought about him, he's showing them the totally different.
Yes,
right? He's been tested. Now, I believe, but he needed the opportunity to be tested. Cummings needs the same opportunity. What I'm saying is very simple. Let me ask a question. We both know that if ability is given the opportunity, he will be a great leader. But here's the question. Are we willing to look past our religious nonsense, that he's a Mandingo man, he's a Muslim man, to what he brings to the table to transform our country? Can Liberia elect a Musa ability today? We know he's qualified, we know he's transformative, but Are we willing to look past everything else, the nonsense, the petty stuff, to elect him?
Okay, I will answer that point, but I want Gongloe to come in first, after which I'll answer that.
Gongloe, please chime into that question.
I will chime in that, but it will be the last thing. I came on the show because I listened to Sarah and I listened to Siddiqui. Those two persons actually picked my attention to come here. Sarah said she was still with President Weah, former President Weah, for now. That's what she said. But I'm going to come to that.
Isn't that my right, Kehleboe?
Well, that's your opinion.
Okay, and that's also my right.
All right.
Got a right to whole opinion to choose. And that's exactly what you did. And what I'm about to do is my right to also disagree.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, Tomalin says something, and Robert also picked at that most of the people we elect, they are poor people. In my mind, I don't think poverty or lack of money should be the issue. Because if you make that argument, if Ibrahim Traore is a candidate for the presidency in Liberia, he will not have money. But he's a good leader. If Thomas Sankara comes by today and participate in the presidential election in Liberia, he will not have money. Because as president of Burkina Faso, he remained in the same house that he was living in. He never bought any new house. He never built a new house.
So doesn't mean a millionaire now. I'm not saying you got to be poor. No, poor is
comfortable. No one say, well, Robert, you're a business guy. So when you talk about being comfortable, it means different things. You could be using different standard. So I just want to throw that out. So our insistence, take for example, my own brother, Councillor Gongloe, he's a poor man. They call him poor man lawyer. He doesn't have $1 million to spend on an election. He doesn't have $200,000 to spend on an election, right? So by that standard,
well, he's comfortable.
Where he can eat and go to bed. He's
right. He has a car. He has a nice car, right?
Yeah, so, but can that also lead to campaign money? So it's a different argument. Let's leave that. I want to come here. The CDC, my opinion on the CDC is a very great institution. It's a mass-based political movement. But it is a mass-based political movement. The CDC, I will compare the CDC with the story in the animal farm. The CDC is a proletarian revolutionary movement that was hijacked by Napoleon, the smart guy, and they misused it when they got the 6-year power. And the problem in the CDC, those of you believe that George Weah can come by and will be a changed person, you know how you prove that? I doubt it though. Let him change the guys around him. If we don't see the likes of Kalasco, the likes of Samotoe, the likes of Eugene Nangwe, and all us around him, then we'll know that George Weah has learned from the mistakes.
So what happened to those?
No. I have to interrupt there. I'll interrupt there.
But what happened to Kalasco?
What happened to Kalasco, for instance?
Wait. Let me interrupt there quickly.
Why you have to change Kalasco?
I come in. Let me interrupt there quickly. No, but I come in. Can I go? I'll interrupt there. You're right.
Kehleboe, just keep the profile.
No, let's not mean. Let me
be in the fire.
No, but wait. Let me interrupt there. Look, you see something? You got to study people, right? Kehleboe, you have your comfort zone, people that you're comfortable with. Okay, there are certain people you cannot change them from that your comfort zone. You trust them with your life and everything. You bear with them for time. The problem is, what I expect you to say, when you see people like those that when they say he's going to the official people that with him in public, moving public with him, that's a different. When you start calling names of Kolasco, Twitter, and other people there, then it's because that is comfortable zone. People that he's comfortable with. That when the cameras are off, these are people around him. They stay with him, and they can talk better. But when it's okay, he going into a public function, traveling publicly. Okay, the people that people won't see in the camera with him, it can be different set of people.
But why did these people?
I want to know why he mentioned why should we get rid of Kalasco? I want to know.
You can actually people comfortable with. But anyway, go ahead.
So Tomalin, specifically Kalasco, what will help? How will we are getting rid of Kalasco help him being a transformative leader? Please tell me.
All right. So maybe you forgot this. Carrasco's role in the Weah administration, he was more like the press officer or the information minister. Everywhere Weah went and everything Weah did, it was Carrasco that was talking on that, and not the minister of information, not even the press secretary to the president.
No,
No, come on, man.
I follow this fellow.
Carrasco, how they talk? Carrasco, wanna do a camera taking picture. That be front of the brother. Yeah, that be front of the brother. You want to take a picture and do camera. You don't talk.
So, but here's my
I
argument.
think about to say the man was corrupt or something. Then he said,
I know.
No. You think Robert is not? Robert, let me ask you this question. Do you believe that the CDC administration was a successful one?
I believe that the CDC administration was perhaps, given what we have right now, more successful than the Unity Party.
No, I'm not
asking you straight question.
No, I don't think. I didn't say. No, Kehleboe. No,
let
me answer the question straight. Wait, let me answer. No, wait, I'm on record. We're on national radio. Wait. Listen, I think it's not fair for me to answer the question the way I answer the question. I'm a straight shooter. No, Kehleboe, no. The CDC was not successful, and I think George Weah and those around the president knows he could have done much more to get the kind of success that was initially put out there. No, so I said no.
Envision.
Okay, no, great answer, and I agree with you. I believe they missed the opportunity, right? And I will end on. I will say this. I know Siddiqui wants to talk. Siddiqui, you're
muted, Siddiqui. When I hear you.
In 2021, I'm going to make an open disclosure tonight.
Wow.
In 2021, I met with Nathaniel McGee in a hotel in Washington, D.C. I drove from Pennsylvania there. In our conversation, we sat in our hotel room.
I classify you are about
to classify feelings in it.
I classify your house.
Continue,
I told you, Tomalin, I was busy when I come back on closing argument. Wow. It was going to be a limit issue every night. So I'm ready on this. I'm beginning tonight with this.
Wow.
So in 2021.
Well, you came a little too late, that's all.
I know, but your sleep was, Sarah. So in 2021, I met McGee, and here are some of the things McGee said to me. He said in 2005, they believed they won the elections, but they were not prepared. They didn't even know how to check their own ballots. They didn't deploy pool watchers and what have you.
And that's the youth chairman.
One will agree with that. Because in 2011, they actually won the election first round. And he said to me, Linda Thomas Greenfield, when they were resisting, call them at the embassy and said, we have spent billions of dollars in this country. You guys are not prepared for leadership here. We can't let you take over this country. That's when President Weah was even trying to leave, not to attend the inauguration, and was in Ghana to pulling down from the Delta Airline. He said, go back to Liberia and attend the inauguration of the second term of Ellen Johnson study. But he said 2017, they were prepared now. So we compare that with Joseph Boaga for the 2 years experience. If Margaret told me in that hotel room that they were prepared now in 2017, and this was a performance in 6 years, you compare that with Joseph Boaga for the 2 years experience in government, now you said the country is in trouble. Those who felt prepared now, see what they did in 6 years. The other for the 2 years, man, see what he's doing now. So the country is in trouble. I think the thing is, and I still want to go back today.
I got a question for you, Kehleboe.
I try to answer Robert's question.
Great grassroots movement that was hijacked by Napoleon, the group of Napoleon in the CDC, and they misuse it, they enrich themselves and the masses. I made this point to the chairman Jangako. I said to him, your message on the campaign trail can never be you don't have money, because you have 6 years, you amass wealth. You cannot pretend about that. The message to your members, you can never say to your members, the future will be good, because you have the future in your hand, your corner. You have to frame your message. And I'm very serious on this. The CDC, to see that they're not even smart, the CDC has a Lofa issue. It's a Lofa party, a Lofa and Southeastern party. This This CDC is one. It's not broad based. It's not.
Okay,
No. I disagree with you. I disagree with you. CDC, no. I come in. Listen. When we on national radio, we must be factual. CDC, I come in. CDC transcends what you call tribal or sectional line. The party, you cannot be. I come in. You cannot be saying. You cannot be saying in one breath that the party is a mass-based party, then another breath. You can't be contradicting yourself like that. CDC, I come in, my brother. What I can tell you, if anybody has serious political interest in Liberia's future, I will encourage them to affiliate, to join, to be a part of CDC. You know why? The party is rooted in the grassroots. I'm telling you, look, I've been with the party. I've been with the party for what? I'm coming, but give me a chance. That's your feeding from us, sir. I've been with the party for over 20 years. I saw its breadth to where it is now. I saw it growth. Yes, there have been challenges. There have been a perception that all the party was. But I'm telling you, I've gone to the districts. I've gone to the Zooms. I've gone to the villages. I've seen how people, some of whom will never meet George Weah, some of whom might not even know his name, some of whom only know that, okay, the mega BB Abo, but they love the party. It has become something they have clinged onto because of the neglect of our people for so many years. They have clinged onto the CDC as a means of hope. It has brought hope to them. They believe that CDC can change their life. That is a mentality that has been created. That is why we say, when we say statement like the party remains supreme, it is one that creates and indoctrinates people to believe in an institution. Yes, there are individual members in the institution who are influential, who enjoy certain leverages and stuff like that. So it is with George Weah. But the party has grown. The party it is. You cannot talk contemporary today Liberia history and you do not reference CDC, because you know what? Beyond everything, CDC took people who otherwise before today who had never ever dreamed of becoming anything in the country. For example, Thomas Fala. For example, Tana Poli. CDC made people, the forgotten people of our country, brought it into national politics. That is what we're talking about. So those things don't become erased instantly. Look at Koji. Koji came from nowhere. I think a fatherless child. Grow up in the party. Today, he's one of the national voices in the country. Those are the transformation the party have done. You said that party will be erased. You said that party, that tribal party. No, the party goes beyond tribal line. Okay, having said that, I would like to answer Robert's question about Musability, and I want to put coming in that same bracket. People, serious politicians who, as a result of other barriers, that could not be elected.
I'm sorry, I gotta leave you guys.
No, 1 second, just listen to the response. Or you want to say something before you go there? I can get you.
No, I'll be listening. I gotta get ready for work.
Oh, okay. So my brother Robert, I would like to use the Barack Obama scenario as a basis of explaining if any of these people with barriers, territorial barriers can be. Obama came on the political scene contesting against an establishment, the Democratic Party first, before go to the national one, trying to seek the nomination against an establishment candidate, Hillary Clinton. He came to the process with all of the barriers. One, he was black. Two, he had a name that resembled a Muslim name that resembled the name of Osama bin Laden. His father was an African. He was barely known, less than 2 years in the United States Senate. Not many big press people knew him. But he was able to forge a message that saw himself and connected with the people. And then after that, he went on the national scene to also defeat a war hero, a man who have given his life for the United States. I said that to say that those are not impossible tasks. Difficult, but not impossible. And so it becomes a burden on those people who want to penetrate and break the barrier to overly sell themselves, to penetrate, because eventually with time, neither of us thought in our lifetime a black man could have become president of the United States.
So let me.
So I'm saying to you, Musa, Lekomis, if they exert and continue to demonstrate, I am sure the opportunity will view Liberia.
Difference. Here is a difference. Here is a difficulty. Here is a difference. And I love your analogy. And this is an analogy that I always make all the time. But here is a difference. The difference is the system. You talk about messaging and connecting. Barack Obama message resonated with all walks of Americans. And you remember people often said, only in America, given the momentum that he had, where you had Republicans even supporting him, where you had independents supporting him, libertarians supporting him, only in America that individual would have been given the space to be heard. I don't think that those barriers you mentioned are barriers that are impossible. What has proved to be impossible is those receiving the message. And forgive me, I know we're on national radio. Those receiving the message, I don't think are at the level to perhaps understand what should resonate with them, given what they're going through. And I don't think they fully understand what is so good for them or bad for them. I say that to say that in this country, people like Barack Obama have gotten elected. I've seen people come from the slum. People come from the ghetto. They've gotten elected because they've been given the opportunity to be heard. The reason why Barack Obama was able to go against Hillary Clinton was because the Democratic Party allowed him the opportunity to be heard. Or Barack Obama would not survive in a unity party with Joseph Boaga still around. Because of Barack Obama in unity party would have been told, my begin, relax. There is no one we're hearing you right now until Joseph Boaga is out the way.
I don't know why
Barack Obama will not survive in the political system because we are used to telling people who have a message, we don't want to hear you right now. Now is not the time to be heard. Your time will come. When your time comes, we will hear you. And so it's complicated in that system because Alex Cummings have had the message. You talk about having people to hire him to sell him. I agree, but the message is not the problem. The problem is the people and those in that area.
Someone said, well, we got to be president who costs out if I don't 100.
I need to come back to my core argument here. My core argument.
Tomalin, you muted.
My core argument here.
Kehleboe, wait. Kehleboe, let me say something, right? I'll be unfair to CDC if I say that and I let you get away with this thing. Okay, that's first reality. Okay, what the facts I know, right? And the facts I know, when CDC took over, we gotta find out what was left in the reserve, what was left in the Liberian government account. Number one. Number two, do you know during the 12 years of Unity Party, they received more foreign aid as compared to the CDC, right? CDC money they received during the 6 years was all domestic revenue, the mobile line, domestic revenue. And if you compare the revenue they received during the 6 years, compared to the local domestic revenues, compared to UP, 12 years, CDC exceeded it in 6 years, exceeded that. Now, how they use it is a different case. But when you talk about, say, in 6 years, for them to have done maybe magic or so, that is another challenge too. Because the foreign aid were not forthcoming like UP. UP had a lot of foreign aid coming. I know. You work in UP government.
Foreign aid was not coming.
Because imagine now, when CD took over, I come in. When took over, on me pull out. They even asked, they say, look, I come in. NGO pull out. No, but NGO pull out. And they said that CDC said, look, y'all get out, at least spend 1 year with us, that will get on our feet. They said, no, You're safe. You're on your own. They left. That was a big chunk. The Ombel contributed to the Liberian economy. You and I know. You work in the government or any government. You know the Ombel in the government, the person in Liberia created a lot of jobs. The economy was booming. You know that. So when they left now, by then leaving the country, citizens was left to struggle on their own. The only problem that you say how with them, the political will was not there to make certain major decisions. That's the problem I have with them. Okay, the political will was not there. But if you say 6 years time, you're expecting them to have developed the country, I think unfair to them.
But you guys are twisting my words. The first government who had to control the security. Development. Go ahead, talk about development. I talk basically on governance issue. Okay, listen. I will argue this. I worked in government before. When you talk about foreign aid, you have ambassadors in the country, Western ambassadors and African ambassadors. They are the representative of the government of the different countries they come from. So if you're doing well in the country, their government hear the story through them. The American ambassador will report to the State Department that this is what the government is doing. The European Union ambassador will report to EU country, to Brussels, that this is what the government is doing. The government needs it. They will do that. So you right there, you just need to do the right thing. And as they say go, or the saying goes, people like to identify with sources. If you are doing great job, all of the NGOs, all of the international panels will rush to you to be part of that sources. That's what happens around the world. You don't sit and development partners come to you. You have to make the great stride. You have to make the hard choices. You have to make good policies and implement it. Engage in good governance. Okay? The argument I'm making tonight is, and Siddiqui is trying to twist my words on this, being a mass-based movement does not mean you cannot also have a tribal leadership. They are two distinct. Okay? The grassroots, the foundation of CDC is mass-based. These are children of the market sellers. These are children of the cocoa farmers. I mean, so it's a fact. It's the largest grassroots-based movement in the country. But it was taken over by Napoleon and the snowball, and the misused. Who is Napoleon? A proletarian movement.
Where's Napoleon?
That's the argument. Okay? So, CDC.
So who is Napoleon now?
Well, you want to start naming?
Yeah,
name tonight, and we'll continue, Siddiqui.
But what? Excuse me. What I want to say to you.
But let me.
Go ahead.
So my argument here is, for those of you who make argument for we are coming back, if I ask you an open pointed question now, most of the political parties in Liberia, most of the political leaders, when people disagree with them, that person ceases to exist in our political party. And that's the problem. It's a perennial problem across the different political parties, because these political parties are not public based. They are not public interest based. They are centered around individuals. And people must gravitate towards that one individual. If you disagree, your life ends.
The lack of institution.
Yeah, lack of institution. They don't build institution. This Siddiqui that's sitting now, if he wants to be honest, you admit that CDC has also similar problem. You know?
Yeah, but listen.
That's your vice chairman on an attack.
No, I'm not on an attack. You see, listen. Tomalin, these kinds of conversations, that's why the places like these kind of conversations comedy need to be having as well. Because you know what? These perceptions exist. I do agree. Look, one thing I will not shy away from is this. In CDC, like many political parties, there are individuals that enjoy huge influences. For example, George Weah. George Weah enjoyed a huge influence within CDC to the extent that oftentimes his view, what he thinks, can easily slide and be adopted by many. However, I am also a living testament of individual people who have disagreed with him on issues. And I still do exist within the party structure. That's one. I've also seen a party disagree with we are on numerous occasions on different things. Why it is true, and everywhere, even Trump today, as democratic as America is, Trump enjoyed a huge influence over the Republican Party to the extent that when the Speaker of the House when I want to disagree with Trump or want to be on his bad side, so it is with Republican candidates. So
Trump is a thug.
So those things exist. But I'm saying to you, the party have been over 20 years, like I said the other day, have been able to grow above individual interest to influence to the extent that it can survive. Also, that now, Rabbi, let me conclude on the issue about messaging. You're talking about man selling yourself. You see, 2005. Part of the reason why we lost the elections to Ellen was because, one, we allow us to speak Ellen's message. For example, we did not own up that Weah was not coming to the election because he was educated. We did not own up to the fact that the leadership of the country required much more than having a Harvard education. We wanted to create a credential that put Weah as equal academically, intellectually as with Ellen. So what? We started creating speeches for Weah that went beyond his pay grade, I would say. We started taking Weah from his comfort zone, his strength. We started allowing the debate to be on the issue of education. 40-year-old Weah did no. That was not his strength. That was not the reason why Liberia liked him. Liberia liked him because they thought that he wrestled with the problem and he could deliver. Listen, and I agree. But the point is, we changed our message. So in the case with Musa must own up to his message by saying, for example, Mandingo's people and Muslim people are not just hated because they are Mandingo or Muslim. Long before this time, earlier Mandingos came to the country and thought that those who were Mandingo and Muslims were not good enough to associate with. They distanced themselves. They didn't allow themselves. So that perception kept in the mind of the people, and so they were branded as strangers, as foreigners. So it has a long way to effect. So all Musa needs to do is say, listen, I am a Muslim man. I'm a Mandingo man. I do not share I've lived my life in Liberia. I love this country. My decision will not be based on. So over a period, he must confront that conversation. He must tell, you know what Obama did? You know what Obama did when he went to Philadelphia after a passed away? He confronted his blackness. He engaged it. He said, I cannot do anything more about being black, but I can do everything more about myself. So Musa, people with barriers, but confront the barriers, but talk it. Must tell people that they are beyond that. But you can't be shy away and become offensive when people bring it up.
But so to that point, and I agree, you made a lot of sense, right? But again, the point that I was making is that given all of what we've tested and given the results that we've gotten so far, right? I think we're measuring in the minor stuff when we think that a person's religious affiliation should be more important than what they bring on the table. That's the point that I was making. If we're debating about the issues and the vision and who has what it takes as a people, we know Liberia is predominantly a Christian state, but there are other Liberians that don't practice Christianity. That should not be. This is the reason why the state and the church is separated. This is the reason why politics and religion are not the same. I want a Liberia where we can respect people based on merits, based on decency, based on the fact that we are all human beings, regardless of your public status, regardless of your financial status. The fact that I am a human being like the guy in West Point or the little boy selling between cars on the street. I should be able to respect that little boy or that woman, that man. It doesn't really matter. We can have conversations about our country. I might have a different output as to where we should go, but we should still. So the point is, when we're talking about transformative leadership, we should focus on the merits. We should focus on the fact that Musa Ability has proved that he can be a transformative leader based on his performance as representative. Not only was he given the chance, but he took he seized the moment. That's the word I was looking for. He seized the moment. Many of our leaders who have made all of these promises and all these sweet talks, when given the opportunity, they fail to seize the moment. In fact, they fail miserably to seize the moment. Musa have seized the moment. So why then should we be talking about transformation? Why then should we know we want transformative leadership, but we sit back and say, you know what? Oh no, we know he has what it takes. But you know what? Just because of his religious affiliation, I think that's a barrier. We can't elect him. That should not be part of our conversation. Is it relevant that we have conversation about people's religion? If it's important, is it relevant we have conversations about who people marry? Is it relevant we have conversations about people's private life? I get it, but it should not supersede what is important. What is important is a person's ability to take us out of the mess. Same thing with Alex Cummings. What important should not be an executive man. He's a corporate man. He spent most of his life in America. I'm saying these things because people like us will be victims of the same thing tomorrow. People that also be victim of the same thing. They will say, oh, these guys left Liberia when they were young, 15 years old. They went to high school, college in America. They work in corporate America. They live in nice homes. They make some money. Oh, they don't sound Liberian. What does that have to do with the fact that we have what it takes to help change lives, to help transform our country? It don't have to be in politics necessarily, but we have what it takes. We are all Liberian. So the problem that those politicians have various face are a little bit more different than what Obama faced. Obama was given the opportunity to be heard. Americans given an opportunity. That the Kwame Moluba have to wait. All the other guys have to wait.
I think for people that class Moluba, the Kehleboe Gongloe, I will encourage them to join CDC because look, I mean, we can all have all of the disagreements. CDC stands as one of the two parties that will potentially win the next election. And the reason is simple. Look, the party starts at a significant base in every election. The party starts at a very significant base in every election. Over a period of time, the party has rooted itself around the country. So all it needs to do is to first and foremost, of course, man up to its past, admit to its shortcoming and failure, but most importantly, provide a vision of renewal. But I'm telling you, where the citizens will go into competition with any party now, why they will be starting from one, cities will be at 5. Let's just take a hypothetical county to county. Name one party in one county and let's see. You know, I think some people get it mixed up when they say the CDC.
Sidiki, I don't think we'll have time to go through all that county by county. Say your own.
It's important because every time. No.
Tomalin said we have short time.
Oh, okay, but somebody at that call also, I just want to erase from you that notion that is not based on fact, cannot be substantiated, that CDC is a part of Napoleon and
No, I didn't say it's a party of. I said it's a grassroots party that was exploited by the Napoleons and the snowball.
How you say that?
Okay, so they exploited the revolutionary spirit of the masses, the grassroots. That's what it is. But let me come to this, Sidiki, and I want to sound.
I mean, join the party. You love the party, join the party.
To you. You see, when I come on this, and that's a collective thing, the mistake we make in Liberia. My opinion here does not represent Madam Kehleboe Gongloe.
But did I say that?
I mentioned her name.
Who?
Oh my God! You just Sidiki, do you have memory?
I was calling on people who are transformative. I was encouraging to join the party. I said Kehleboe. I said you. I told Moluba. He called Moluba name. I said cities as a part of the future.
Let me say this to you. Your argument is not based on. I mean, the assumption you're making. The assumption you're making is you're starting at this point. But let me say this to you: if the Unity Party fail, which I believe they will, we just have to we just need to measure the degree of failure. If they lead their country to chaos, you know, people are working in Liberia and say, look, CDC failed 6 years, this other group fails 6 years. Let's just abandon the two groups.
No, they're not 6 yet. They're 12 plus 6. They're not 6 yet.
No. You know, Robert, psychologists say, you know what they call the recency effect, right? People tend to remember the most recent thing. Don't forget about 12 years. They'll look at the
12 years plus 6.
Yeah, I mean, intellectually you make that, but you look at the 6 year that is affecting them and the 6 year of the CDC and say, look, why should we pivot between two groups that keep failing? Let's go to the third party. And I think this is the conversation that is beginning to go around the country. I've heard this on Spoon, I've heard on all the network, and I believe that the degree of failure of the Unity Party might actually put CDC at a disadvantage because they cannot make any argument and say, because it will be like, oh, we failed too, but our failure was less than your failure. And that's a bullshit argument.
This is an A, B, C, and D. We got to call it as it is. The problem in our country is, listen, yeah, okay, I want to see the third, to start that conversation, I want to know the voices of the third lane. Because I watched today, I don't watch, but look at what's happening in our country today. Look at the voices, the critical voices in our country. I'll give you an example. I hate to do it, but I have to. A convicted felon, Stanton, a convicted felon who was prosecuted for selling fake degrees, today is a critical voice on the fake degree of another person. Meanwhile, he's being cheered on by folks who you would think know better. Thousands of folks are watching, and no one on the platform cares to check him and say, hey, this is a double standard. You do not have the moral compass to talk about anything fake because you sold fake degree. You rich by fake degree. You bought homes by fake degree at the detriment of innocent Americans. You have no remorse whatsoever. But what do? What have we done? We have embraced and we have continued to cheer him on as a voice of reasoning to say, how can this man who is a convicted felon, he has not even served his time yet, talk about someone else's fake degree? He knows exactly what he got guilty of. Again, I want to know who the voices of the third party is. Then we can start that conversation.
I disagree with you.
So Ben Sanvee, you asking about the question here, the alternative, that ANC.
The alternative
ANC, the alternative. You be why alternative cities of UP?
The meeting you have we can go to in Maryland, not the alternative.
What the message, yeah?
The meeting you can go to in Maryland.
Go to? That's secret meeting. You guys go to secret meeting. You tell me all of the time. This man with $20 million ready to move internet, that's the alternative.
I had no idea Ben was in those meetings.
But
Robert,
come on, man.
Oh yeah, but
Tomalin George. Let me tell you how alternative can.
I want to add my opinion on standard.
There will be no political party right now or individual that will be able to jump up with more than 20-30% of the vote right now at this period. Let me tell you what's going to happen. Let me tell you what's going to happen.
You said when my period now?
Between 2029.
You can't be definitive.
You start talking, you know what happened. Start talking about.
But why you know what's happening? How will I be a politician? I don't know what's happening.
You're talking nothing there.
Let me tell you what's.
But maybe more clear. Sidiki, if there's any alternative that can go to a runner with CDC of UP, one of them, that alternative will win the election.
But to get to that second place, I mean, if you can get to the second place, of course you have done great.
Of course, because first of all, if the go to a runner with UP. CDC support our alternative.
You know the top. You know what the 10% of the last the 10% that will be on CDC and UP they going election. They have the 10. I think they have less than.
Hey, my man, the election was fraudulent. There's no way election are coming to 1%. That one you know that one actually.
That's the reason.
Was fraudulent.
What you say?
Election was fraudulent.
Now the two party.
United Party and CDC are the corruption, are the party of corruption, so they got all the money. You know, I mean, it's just a fact. You can't debate it.
Honestly, online.
In the last 20 years, the corruption that has almost brought the country to its knee has occurred on the Citizen United Party. It's a fact.
That would be an argument, but on the contrary, that would be an argument as a third party. But what I can say to you, let me play the devil. What I would say to you is, listen, CDC, to its credit, introduced a very serious transformative agenda. For example, do you know what it means to have said that nobody attending public university should pay tuition?
Don't tell me that, Siddiqui.
I'm coming. Wait for me. That's a serious transformative approach. Robert. Don't you see that as a serious transformative approach where you take education at that level?
It was a policy.
To change poverty, to fight poverty in our country, there are two or three basically education and health. When they are able to ensure your people are educated. Please.
No, first of all, let me tell you.
Who told you this?
Policy.
Chairman, so let the chairman speak.
Then we're coming. You're coming. Let me end it.
First of all, Kehleboe, I didn't attend no meeting in Maryland, so I don't know what you're talking about. You can be talking, but please don't put me in your meeting you can be having.
I'm
part of it.
You ask Ben who is supporting. You ask Ben what party is supporting.
But Tomalin, George, you know me, I'm being very clear. I associate with the CDC. You know that. I'm very clear. I don't have myself.
You know the Liberty Party?
You know me. I'm not the Liberty Party, but I associate with the CDC.
So, Ben, what meeting Kehleboe talking about? Please clarify.
Don't mind Kehleboe, man. You think don't mind Kehleboe. But let me say this. I want to agree wholeheartedly with Siddiqui. I think, Tomalin, I've always told my brother Tomalin, listen, there's nothing impossible. There's nothing impossible in politics. I don't subscribe to the fact that anything is impossible. Obama came from nowhere and became president. I think you were alluding to the Obama scenario earlier, right? But like I always like to say, there is the Liberia that we want, and then there is the Liberia that we have. And many times we tend to be aspirational than try to be realistic. As it stands today, we all know, as it stands today, and it can change. Again, it can change. And I think that is where Tomalin has always come from, that, if the work is done, if certain things happen, it can change. But as it stands today, there are two major forces right now in the country. Yes, it doesn't mean there is not a sizable chunk of independence. It doesn't mean that there is not a sizable chunk of people that is in the middle. But the problem, though, that you have is because the two forces continuously fight. That's why I agree with what you said, that anybody that faced them, any third party that faced either or, will give them the run for the money, even possibly beating them. But the challenge that we've always had, and that is the challenge that we've had since we started having election in this new dispensation, is for a third party to break through. So far, it has not proven that it has happened or that is about to happen, because the progression of the election has been very clear. Before Cummings, you have Bromsky in the mix. Bromsky was that third option that everybody was looking at. He ran in 2005. He went down in 2011. He came back up in 2017 because Cummings then came into the process. The same thing happened to Cummings. Until it is proven that a third option can crack through and make the case and be able to do the things that they need to do to be able to succeed, I'm sorry. This is the reality. I told somebody the other day, I am no longer in the business of looking at the Liberian politics from the position of I'm trying to make a statement or I'm trying to take a stand. I'm not doing that no more. I am a realistic politician in Liberia. I am dealing with the Liberia that we have, the hand that we have been dealt. And I'm very clear. Whether you like it or not, the same thing happened in 2023. And I think you guys can bear me witness. All of the beating that CDC was given by the collective opposition in 2023, which political party ended up benefiting from it? It was the Unity Party, because the Liberian people, of the vast chunk of the voting population, is stuck between these two institutions. The same thing is happening right now. All of the beating that the Unity Party is getting right now, which party you see hearing everybody talking about, which party you see, which candidate you hear potentially, they say, oh, you're bringing back. It's George Weah. That is just the reality that we have to deal with. Until we can figure out a math or a formula against that matrix, all of what we're doing here is we're making ourselves feel good. Kehleboe is doing his math project. He's trying to solve the equation that will not be solved, because at the end of the day, this is what we have to deal with. That is just my position. I will go back to listening to you.
So, Ben, I just want to add up from what you said.
Let me clear one thing. While the chairman goes back and listening. Let me clear one thing. I have never supported Fanatic Kofa. In fact, the only politician that I've supported is Ben Sanvee. I want to be very clear. The only politician that I've supported publicly is Ben Sanvee.
And I was proud to have your support, my brother.
Okay, I have not supported, and by the time Ben Sanvee was running against George Weah, by the way. So this whole idea that, oh, Robert don't want Stanton to talk, but you support Kofa. No, I don't support Kofa. I support the rule of law. I think this is where you guys have missed the point. That people who support and stand on the side of the Constitution somehow supports Kofa, because Kofa is the one being mistreated. The next person could be Tomalin. The next person could be Kehleboe. The next person could be the very Stanton. Given the way that Brent Potter they're looking at, they can Stanton could become representative tomorrow, right? That's not my business. If Liberian people want to continue to elect felons and criminals, that so be it. That's not my prerogative. My prerogative is, if you elect these folks, regardless of their background, what they've been through, right? It's important that you respect the law. It's important that you respect the Constitution. That's my position. I have never supported Fanatic Kofa. I've never supported no politician. But to Ben's point, listen, I believe still that in my generation, I believe, and I always tell my dad this, we will transform the country. And when I talk about us transforming the country, it's not all of us will survive politically in Liberia. The way my mouth looks, I may not survive politically in Liberia, because I'm not willing to succumb to nonsense. I'll negotiate, but I'm not going to negotiate my senses. I'm not going to negotiate what I stand for, right? I am not going to take away from the people what belongs to the people. I'm not going to do that. But we can change that country in many, many ways outside of government. And so, but the people, the bigger picture here is governance. And because we have a powerful presidency, the people have got to decide for themselves. Am I happy with my own living condition? Am I happy with the fact that I have no savings? Am I happy with the fact that my mother worked since she was 15 years old when she had me, and she's 65, 70 years old, and she's still working? She has no savings. She has no retirement. She has no decent health care. Am I okay with that? Am I okay to follow her footsteps? And if they're okay with it, then they'll continue down the path that they're on right now by electing the same folks. If they're not okay with it, they have that power to say we are sick and tired of being sick and tired, to make a different choice. And until they do that, we'll continue down this circle. One last thing to Kehleboe. Look, I have to be realistic as well. Come 2029, I don't think it's, again, I want to see the third lane, and I want to see the formation of the third lane. But the issue with who becomes the next president, I think for a third lane, gets more difficult, because the reality is George Weah, as long as he's in that race, George Weah remains a very popular political figure in Liberia politics. And given the fact that he only did 6 years, and Unity Party is now doing 6 more years in addition to the 12 years, a lot of people, and they could still politically argue, listen, we did not get the kind of time that Unity Party got. You didn't give us the time Unity Party got to see the full strength of what we can do. We didn't get that time. Unity Party got 2 terms plus 6 years. We know what they're made of. We know what they're made of. Give us another 6 years. But again, George Weah is a very popular figure. And unless there's a collaboration around George Weah and others, I think it's difficult for the path for that third lane, unless they're very radical and something mysterious happens. But until George Weah is out the way, I think it's difficult for other candidates that might come along. Until George Weah, Joseph Boga is done. I think he's done. But until George Weah is out the way, I think it's difficult for us to see a new face in 2029.
Robert, if you don't, let me make two quick comments on this. One, on the Stanton issue, I'd like to go back to that. You know, even in the United States, convicted felon in some states, I believe in all of the states, I might be, I hope I'm correct on this. They do vote. They do exercise their franchise to vote. Is that true?
No.
In some states, they do.
I don't know about that. I know when it's a federal crime you commit, you lost the voting rights.
What's about state within a state? I don't know what it's
federal election, like in a federal election, you lost the voting
privileges. What's about the state level?
But how Trump participated now?
John?
Anyway, it's a different question. Yeah, Sidiki asking a serious question. You can be convicted. I think you still participate though. You still vote. But
he's protected. No. He's protected by virtue of the fact that he's a former president. That's his protection.
Yeah, but when you're convicted you can't you lost
the
vote.
What I'm trying to make is you can't make this argument on Stanton. For example, there is no law in Liberia that say if you are a convicted person, you can't own a business. So he owns a business, and the business was established before the issue, before his conviction, right? So the government of Liberia needs to make a case and say, oh, because you are convicted in different jurisdiction, we can now take the verdict from that jurisdiction and silence you here. It will be a difficult case to go through the Supreme Court. But that's a different case.
But I don't want to silence. Listen, 30 seconds, please. I do not want to silence Stanton. I do not want to silence anyone. What I am saying is we have a messed up and backward society. A man who is a convicted felon for selling fake degrees should not, come on shamefaced, should not be questioning the fake degree of another person. It just is an oxymoron. It makes absolutely no sense. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, it's a different.
That's his business. I don't care.
Yeah, it's a different. He was convicted. In the case of Garguah, the government has failed to take action. So that's a big difference there. He's convicted and he has acknowledged and admitted that he did it wrong thing. In this case, Garguah is saying he didn't do anything wrong. In fact, there are interviews that says otherwise. He believes that he has a degree, he was denied, and others undermine him. He believes that in his mind, you know. So I listen to some of the video in different number chat room. He believes that he was undermined by his opponent. He actually did earn a degree, and because the government has not persecuted, so he can go on.
But you listen to the president of the president today, right?
I did.
Yeah. So I think.
But just a breaking news, right? The Liberian National Bar Association, they are saying that the president acted on his own. The president, I said it today.
They should
they should remove him because he played politics with the poor name. You are forced to get a press conference today.
I don't want to say what I know.
Don't say about the man. You're public talk.
You can say all the other thing about other people. Why you don't want to say that about him? You say everything about everybody else, but why you can't say that about him?
The man shameless.
Veteran.
But let me say something quick. You know the issue Raul brought about Stanton, right? You see, I released something on Facebook. See, the problem, you people, they're very hypocritical. They see people who are praising Stanton yesterday. They had one night. They're attacking him today. Now you see, all the hypocritical. They were when the people were attacking Stanton, they were there defending him. Today now, they're there attacking. They say, oh, they defending people already against the man. It's not a problem in our country. We are hypocrites. Okay, because Stanton is taking issue on the government now, going after them, going after the government every day. So now they see him as the boogeyman here. So they're attacking him now. They're attacking Stanton right now. That's what they're doing.
But Tomalin, Stanton himself, his first needs to advise him. Call him. Please give him a call. My thing is this. You are convicted criminal for selling fake degrees. Certain topic, let it pass.
I mean, I watch the program. I watch the show, but I don't know what was there today.
And that's what you're convicted.
I get on reading on Facebook. My thing I read on Facebook. The fact of the matter is that I see Anthony there, all of them, Kehleboe there, all of them there attacking the man. And mind you, just 2 years ago, they were defending him. They were justifying everything. Now today, they're attacking him. You see, so I don't take the post serious on a serious note because now all the men critical of them, he go after them. If someone was still praising them, you're still giving a praise and say they're doing well, they're doing well, they're doing well, they will not be saying what they're doing well to him.
Yeah. For me, look, if you listen, your credentials should be in tight. I don't believe in people.
So, Tomalin, I think
don't lie about anything. You don't have to lie about anything.
I think
let Tomalin, let Chairman Ben, let us talk about the fake degree. Stanton should not be the voice on anything fake. That's my whole point. Just shut up. Shut up.
Robert, Tomalin, I think the bar should go beyond distancing itself from
that means step down.
I think they should take some action, some ethical action, because I think from my understanding, ethically, lawyers who are officers of the court are not in the best position to criticize or insinuate that they will reject the court's opinion. Now, that's one thing to legally go into a legal argument and disagree with the ruling there and provide a legal opinion in that regard, but to give a political disagreement, I tend to ridicule, undermine the court's own authority. I think it contradicts a lawyer's standing. So I would hope that the Liberia National Bar Association must do the right thing beyond just distancing.
But what you would say about the Attorney General then? I mean, come on, man.
No, the Attorney General, according to law, it is my understanding that Attorney General reserves the right to have disagreement with the court. In fact, there is
the court, but you can't undermine.
But he's a dean of the Supreme Court, the dean of the bar. He's the dean of the Supreme Court. So what he did, if I told you earlier today, I said had it been the John Lewis Court or Henry Cooper Court, that meant by now they would have suspended him. They would dealt with him.
You can have your opinion, but if your opinion supports a political,
we'll get ruling differently.
Exactly, it's backed on partisanship. You can't have your opinion, but your opinion should be backed by the very law. You appreciate. You can't be having an opinion to support the illegal or unconstitutional decision of your president. You can't be doing that. So listen, the Attorney General and the president of the Bar Association, they're all being used by Unity Party. They're all being used, and they're not good example for our laws in our country. I'm sorry. These guys are not, from my perspective, I'm sorry. I would not hire them to represent me on anything legal. I won't. I'm sorry. They have not displayed any appreciation for the law. They have not. They have simply been used for political reasons, and I don't respect that.
Well,
Otero, 1 second, Tomalin. Otero, whatever your name is, I'm not a saint, but I'm also not a hypocrite. Okay? I'm not a saint. Okay? And so a hypocrite is one who have sinned, committed the same crime, and now wants to present him or herself as a more voice on that crime. If I've committed that crime, then guess what I'll do? I shut my mouth. I shut my mouth, and I allow other people who have not committed that crime to be more voices on that crime. Okay? Don't be hypocritical. You can't talk about other people's fake degrees when you sown fake degrees, when that's how you got rich. In fact, Stanton would not be anywhere near Spoon or Spoon CEO had he not been put in a position financially to do that. So of course, if you benefited from it at the detriment of poor people, then shut your mouth. Don't present yourself as some moral voice to talk about fake degree when you sow in fake degree. I'm not a hypocrite. I'm not a saint. But when I commit a crime and other people are talking and other people committed the same crime and talking, I would just recuse myself. I'll recuse myself. He should recuse himself. He should have recused himself on the network when Tomalin and Bennett asked him to do that. He didn't do that. So he should shut his mouth.
So back to our show. Tomalin, who's in charge of our government right now?
Which government?
The government of Liberia. Who's in charge?
Well, I think
is Waka in charge, or Amo Ali and the young professionals.
The fact, I think that young professionals, because for the reality, the fact of the matter that they allow these guys to be sitting down and writing trash on Facebook, and the president is there, no action is taken. They're in charge. But you heard the representative say last night. He said in the president, they told the president we're concerned about our pay, our salary. He tried to call the finance minister. He said, "Don't try it," and he never did. So tell me, I mean, so you know that he's not in charge. He's not in charge because imagine now when he came back from Ghana from the ECOWAS summit, his plan was to establish a Supreme Court ruling, address the nation. But when he came in the Vatican, got back to the house, everything changed. So it shows you that he's in charge. He's not in charge of the country, and that's a problem.
So who's in charge now? So if they're not in charge of the country, then we need to impeach. We need to really let them.
All the guys I see writing on Facebook, because they're brave to take the time writing. If they are the president writing on Facebook, that are guys. But you know something? And look, that's what I say. The opposition, the Osman said, is spineless because if they fail to act, then I want the people to do more. Okay.
But we're waiting. We're waiting.
No, but you know, we saw it coming. We knew that this thing would come to this point where the country will be plunged into mess that they're going to right now. Because instead of you govern the country, you try to remove a speaker. All because you talk about audit.
Almost 2 years now. Almost 2 years. I asked my dear brother the other day, when should we expect the first private sector investor in the country? It's almost 2 years now. I haven't seen one investor in the country. When should we expect that to happen? Tomalin, almost 2 years, going 3 years, coming go. But then you love it.
But Robert, it's not going to happen. For the fact of the matter is that the fact of the matter is that you cannot have investors come in the country when the country is going through every family protest. You see, Manasaliso, I give the woman credit. So the woman has been the most smart politician in our last 20 years. First, what the woman did, the woman knew she had to deal with CDC. She asked CDC what she wanted to be. And to be from you, the woman has CDC in a place where she said the people now will not get a chance. If I get a chance to protest, my government will fall. My government will not get anybody coming in the country. I got a lot of companies here doing investing in the country. So what she did, she don't she's better President Weah. She kept President Weah as one of a person that she would talk to regularly. She kept in that way. So as a result, she would put her phone and call President Weah in a day and they would talk. Okay. Then she stopped there. She made him peace ambassador. So now he got a whole plate to handle now. As a result, so now when CDC got it, when they get mad, Johnson will say, we're going to arrest Johnson tomorrow. When he say arrest,
and I heard that she treated one of the great attorney Jackson.
Boja radical. But when one say no happy, you call Boja, I'm to the Boja. They said, no, what I want there too. Formula, formula. Who are radical, one person who are critical of her. He said, I bring him right my officer. She brought him right by her office, being security advisor. So as a result, one of the potential people that she felt that could threaten her administration, she brought them closer. And she kept them comfortable, kept them happy. That it was about 12 years. But the Pape, he won with a slim margin. You think if the Pape first thing you have done, you were trying to reach George Weah said. So look, and I mean, especially so that night when we are considered, he was expecting that call. When that call came in, when they told him, when the former VP said, President, we are about to call you. He said, huh? Sorry, when he said, well, you didn't call him, couldn't get him. So when President Weah said, man, a VP call your papa, let me call him. But then they call him, he said, oh, then they said, when we are calling, we are saying, well, our vice president, at the election we had, I think you are one, and I called him right you. He was shocked. He was shocked. And the call was so quick. And many they did it. But say when they told the guys there in the UP room, they believe it. They said, what? He said, we are just considered. They believe it. Somebody told me, won't believe it because it happened that way. So you think, but that kind of being very gracious in defeat, right? You think he was going to say, well, this man, when he won me, he said, he showed that we talk. When I needed help for medical help, he helped me everything. You are a broad relationship, but he did not do it. He began first thing I do, go after the man, and we are quick. We are forming a transitional thing quick. He said, "You have to do a transition quick. Let everything be done. Just give the man everything he needs."
Sekou, who used to be a frequent visitor at that house, take all the packet, the small thing in there. Today, he's seen as enemy today. Listen, I think to your point, I think that was it was an olive branch.
Yeah,
that as a president, regardless of what happened during the campaign, I think that we don't want to. We want peace. I will concede, and congratulations that was. I think that should have been a beginning for again the president to show that he was the elder in the room. But listen, again, every opportunity this president have had to show his experience, his wisdom, he has done the opposite. So I mean, there's no sort of expectation that I have of the president when it comes to wisdom, experience, and leadership. I'm sorry, but I respect the presidency, and I want him to succeed, Tomalin.
I stand with you there.
But
how do you rate his performance so far?
From 0 to 10?
Yeah, yeah, and everything.
Man, I think in a 0 to 10,
I'll give the president. I'm giving this president just because I respect the presidency. I will give him 3.
I gave him 4.
No, 3. 4 for what?
I gave him 4.
No private sector job. No private sector investor in the country yet. Lack of leadership, right? You have what you have at the Capitol for all this, almost going 7 months now, under his watch, and he has the power to stop this. He hasn't shown that, right? Most of what he found on doing George Weah administration, he has continued, right? What is there to even get 4? What is there? Look, I think they're doing a great job. I think they're doing a great job with the road expansion. Even no car gets stuck on the road. I mean, they haven't achieved that yet. They have not achieved that yet. So let's see what happens. Maybe from now till 2026 or 2027, maybe we'll see the overhead bridge. Maybe the RIA.
No, but I think right now they make it the players that I think if they really push, they will get credit. They legislate it because I see.
LEC, right?
Because I want to.
It's seasonal, so don't judge.
No, but listen to me now. I think all they care from. I was talking to the guy who working with the I think the CRSG something. They say Leon, Liberia, Guinea and stuff. And they said that the guy said that the Guinea, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Cote d'Ivoire, they sharing stuff now. So our current getting stable because they're sharing. They out of discussion bring to that point. For me, if like you said, I do want it to fail. I want it to succeed because if it succeed, all of us will be comfortable to go in Liberia and invest in our country, enjoy our country. I will not tell you say I want the country. I will be critical. I will not tell you say I want the president to fail. No, if you do that, you're not a patriot. You're not a nationalist.
Dr. Peabody, good to see you, my man.
Dr. Peabody, what do you expect on May 13th?
Is that when they're going to demonstrate?
Yeah.
No.
Everybody want to demonstrate, see, but people playing fun.
No, that's when the legislature go back to work.
Well, I know we got a speaker for the Kofa, and I expect him to take all his gaba and lead. You know, you got these criminals, these fools, against these rebels who are trying to overthrow the
great dot. I get brother, man. Speak, my brother.
They're trying to overthrow the government because their own government is trying to overthrow Richard Kuhn and his bunch of hooligans, calling themselves speaker. Alfonati will have his seat. I'm sure he will sit there, and let's see what's going to happen. I think people need to come up strong, and he need to be strong too, not to go there and let that rebel leader Richard Kuhn take over the house. I mean, he shouldn't allow them. Let's go back to forum. So I think he's going to be there. He's going to lead. So what Richard Kuhn and his, the thing about this UP government, that's why I asked Ambassador in the last night, what do he think the Baka has the ability to lead? And I said it, the older we get, our ability to do certain things kind of diminishes. And that's what we're seeing in President Baka. Somebody will come to him and say, "Oh, I'm gonna do it the way. Okay, we'll do it. Papa, go do it. Yeah, okay, I'll go do it." He has no direction. He doesn't know what he's doing. Cognitive play a major role as well. So, I believe he may have a good heart for the country, but he's just not in the position to lead at all. See how he had messed the entire legislature out. Look at that. This guy have done nothing to you. This guy has supported you. I thought, you know, other democracy, when you have the speaker working with the president, which is almost impossible, you know, you won't try to side him. Wait, Fanati worked with this guy in every President Bouaka did everything. I don't know what the hatred there. I mean, and they got close relationship.
You think it was personal? It is my understanding that Tofa's wife got some connection or relationship with the president.
Of course. It was, but Reverend Girl guidance. It was simple, Sidiki. All because when they talk about audit, he talked about audit and the budget came into being. That's all. That's all. Audit. They put all the money here in the budget. Put all the money in the budget. They do all the wheeling and dealing. The audit, all because of that.
Yeah.
That's all.
And they're trying to. I mean, look, Liberia News today. I woke up today, even though I had a late meeting somewhere, and I just felt so down. In fact, I refuse not to read the news from Liberia again, especially that other one who probably feel his law bar lesson. I know how he became president of Liberian Bar Association. Then he jumping out there. Have you ever, where in the world has the Supreme Court spoken? You, jet president for the Bar Association, you sitting out there and condemning the Supreme Court, bringing them to ridicule? It made me sick. These people just for money, they can just put their integrity on the line. I mean, the last time I read that the Liberian Council of Churches were calling for Kofa to resign.
Look. You see, today, the man who birthday I posted on my page, the Reverend Joseph Gadier Johnson III. I respect that man. I got a lot of respect for that man. When it says somebody is the moral conscience of society, that one of the person there. Yeah. Right? He's not part of the fake and council of churches.
No.
They come to churches, all of them, they're on board. They're on board. I don't take them serious. They're on board. That man, when he disagreed with the former president, he resigned from the board they put him on. He was making almost $4,000 a month, but he disagreed and he stepped down. Then people told him, he said, "Oh, you leaving?" He said, "My principal." He's put it and he stepped down. And mind you, the former vice president, a member of his church, but he didn't. He said, "Oh, because no, he stood his ground." Reverend Joseph Johnson, happy birthday, Reverend Johnson. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God continue to give you your heart desire, and may you live long, good health, and be the moral conscience of Liberian society. I salute you.
But too many, Reverend Johnson is just one of the few you got in our country that's not preaching sermon based on how much check they're going to give the church from the offering. Reverend Johnson is just one of the few. The rest of them are redeemed pastors. They only preach a sermon that pleases the leader just to get money or something like that. I mean, if you look at
just Sidiki when we went to the mansion that day.
Yeah.
The guy Sidiki, my gate took out to the mansion, right? They just faced the mansion. So they had some Olo, they had some pastor in there. With they had a big sun on the head. Then they took out to the president's office. Yeah, one. I said, what's this? What do you want to do? He said they come in, got consecrated office. The master. I said, and you might have a bottle they carry that we are not because they keep with that. I said, but what the problem? They kind of they work gone. Heavy gone and evil. They taking oil, springing the plate. I said, got to put that.
They're doing it for money business, but it's not really faith that they put it in there. They're not really speaking what the Bible says.
So are we saying that the clergy, the religious cycle of our leaders are also contributing factor to the moral breakdown?
Liberia have become so corrupt that even in the churches, the people they're so corrupt. If you go there and got money, you can't do nothing wrong. They can't look in your face and tell you anything wrong.
Don't want to put making pastor and father of the year this time. They don't make father of the year. The man who served the church, going in the morning, sweeping the church, and doing all the errand for the church. They don't care if making pastor father of the year again. They take these corrupt people there from our government, appointed elected people. They made them father of the year. Then they go there. They go there with they making them father. What's that? You know that person didn't deserve it.
I see them when president come from all the time. You see them dressed in long coats. Say they having I mean, fake. You know, I'm not here to condemn people. Hold on 1 second, guys. 1 second.
Yeah, but Diggy, that problem, Diggy, a problem. You got Joma Jala, who at this guy who is not, he will never be, he's just a critical guy. He will never accept the fact, even when UP blunder. Like even some of us would have tried to be objective, but he would not be objective. He will just say one thing, negative thing. Joma Jala, you're helping the UP when you do that. Because what they're doing right to the country right now, he's making the Supreme Court. They'll come out to hunt them tomorrow. But tomorrow we'll tell us we'll tell you also.
You know what you were saying, right? They stand some money, they it. Now that Senator they can't stand. Senator got right to criticize and do it. He gives them a lot of money. Look, bro, let's be honest here. We used to be there when Senator to carry that money to give to the United Party government, sponsoring different trips for the old man, sponsoring different people, you know. They ate about money. He gives them a lot of money. A lot of them that we see them on today are trying to condemn him, calling him this and that. He get a lot of money. They ate his money. He literally sponsor a lot of trips. Yeah, you know what the president to come to America. Who sponsored all the trips? Well, that's Stanton. They try and call Stanton by name because he criticized the other day. Oh,
yeah, I see them. They don't want to see them there. Right on one post attacking him. I said, look at these guys there. They got do fake. I mean, I can post that. If I were you, I would not write because I would say, I'll praise the man, I'll defend the man. Then why I will kind attacking now? But I wouldn't do right now. So
when he stopped putting it on one, they will give up. So I got the receipt, you know. So
what's not going to flash receipt?
What's flashing it? All that who talking there, they will give up. But Stanley was doing it, he was not a bad guy. Oh, the picking good. Oh, the picking did. Oh, the picking did. Because they gave him 10, 20,000, 100,000, 75,000, 80,000. They were eating the man money. Not allowed to give.
So that's when they put them, we scored some money over there. They will go there. They not pretend, you know. I'm one time to I think in Delaware, what to someone Airbnb. On got you dinner, they say, you get the chair with a VIP, you go. They went upstairs and say, that once I get you, when you put a black bear on your shoulder and go upstairs with you, that's it. That. But you see, but today now, they insulting him, attacking him. If I was someone there, you would not attack me.
You're crazy begin. You sponsor me before. You not sponsor me. You don't mind. You got money to sponsor me, Joma Jala. I don't even want that Joma. You got the first dollar to sponsor to do it. You're a crazy guy. You don't forget. Joma Jala, I forget why I did it here. You gotta shut up and say something good.
What you say?
You sponsor. You mind? You got money to sponsor me, Georgia. The thing is, still not getting a lot of money. They ate the money. Someone still criticizing there. They're mad now. That boy used to get 100,000, 80,000. We used to be there. Henry Grant, so got Peabody used to be right there. When that boy to be giving them the money.
Oh, who don't be collecting the money so?
Huh?
Yeah,
my man, people want you to collect your own money. Tell you to go straight up in the room with people want money. And the other time when that day was that too many, remember?
Yeah.
And I held the bag, the black bag. I held that black bag. The people wait for me. I go on Austin. When I bought harder that thing for in that bag, I said, Jesus.
And man, you want to make that bell and shut up. Hey, when you own bag, he go use it. Oh yeah. And you see people want smiling. Yeah.
No. Yeah. I'm not in the basement. If I go in the basement, you want to get all our African shit out there to me? The people brought it for us. All our African shit. Yeah, man. I hope I can find a picture. They get all our African shit. I got my own down in the basement. Huh? I don't want to get.
I see what Stunner can be so angry with you guys when you think about.
Oh no, but you see what happens in Diggy. You know, I mean, I was surprised that Stunner even flip on on CDC process. Because at one point in time, they were accusing, they said this was CDC platform. Oh, you accuse us of CDC platform. And but then all of a sudden, because honestly, you know, he was not really like really with the guys there. But when I saw him going after the CDC and went to put the guy, I said, wow.
So what broke that relationship down? Because I know at some point Porter were cool with him.
Yeah.
And
No,
some people so
by
what broke it
the
down?
time my gig got sanctioned, I think I went things. Yeah.
Really. But you also deny it. I tell him, give me my. Tell him to give me my. What are you talking? My man, give me my and I'll take it. My man.
But when I was, you know what I had here?
You all had it. I tell him, give me my.
They put it in your plate. They got a marriage. I won't get it. I beg you.
I can talk my own. He gave me. But you can't talk about what he gave you.
Yeah.
The man they give me money. Tell them a good man. Well, I'll go support the man. They tell me they give me money. When you get money, you give them money.
Yeah, so Tomalin, you guys were together. What caused the change in relationship with the CDC?
I said by the time my gig got sanctioned, that one I think 10 sour. Because they don't have a very good relationship with my gig. We're close. We're close. Many he got sanctioned, things just then all of a sudden the issue came about and things that got worse because
he had any political or economic ambition or interest?
Of course, man. You talk show, the man you talk show, man. But yeah, he's a platform with that your fool.
The man was the chief financier of
the man. He said, "Oh, I want to run." The one of the where he grew up at. When I did that, look, on God, I did that. The where he grew up at. On God there at the entrance, the road. They said, "My guy from the car." They put King Road to meet us. Guy from the car. On God there, they put like marshal there. And then number two, one of the guys who are running the guy said, "My man."
I think if you say you want to be president,
the guy who are running the guy said, "Jojiba, your man running for you." So we are running. The guy said, but the man running, I get wrong. I said, no, you don't do it because first of all, when you leave your family can't be here for 6 months, be here. You know, but finally we told the man said, the man not running. The man had cool down. The man said, running over there, you're gonna win. Oh yeah, you're gonna win. You're gonna win.
I think the party going after Stanton with defense Stanton here. With defending. You cannot when you're eating your money, you're not talking about degree. You're not talking about it.
I probably got with that.
Stanton was the chief financier of Unity Party.
Oh man,
for real?
Oh,
my man.
I
mean, we were in a circle.
But then that means Stanton was committed to ensuring that CDC was defeated, though.
No. I'll be from you. At one point in time, I told that time we met. At one point in time, I started wanting to even and try way beyond CDC, but then we said but we'll do the platform. Quite early accused on that. They say the platform will be coming about things, so we just held back. But
the platform trade is way beyond Boaga. Was it not compromised?
Yeah, but I don't know why they went to that extent, but I not been so. But the platform help the regime to take power. Because at the time, man, everybody
if not for Stanton, you know the party would have won the election.
That platform. Yeah. The president went there. The president went there, the VP went there, everybody was going there.
You know, where Tomalin just contributed to the defeat of the CDC.
Yeah, but the whole Stanton group.
He made a logical argument of Spoon remaining neutral, and later when he left Spoon did not remain neutral. So he agreed at that time that let's go that way. That's my old institution.
I'm 2022, but my man, at the time the people already say they say, oh, you guys as your platform, as CDC platform. And at that time, have we done it? Well, our platform would have lost the credibility right away. People say, oh, they won't listen to us again. We have lost credibility. At 30 point in time, we're gonna reach that point. We're gonna do it. Yeah.
I'm calling Stanton Tomalin. In his side, that argument can suffice, can hold water, because you know what? Stanton Troy is way beyond United Party, and he became a partisan or channel, and today he's relevant.
The question you must ask:
he has flipped now. And he's
I would
talking.
be there. Well, I would be there. Whether you are true, behind when the party was still on spoon.
That's a question I yet to be answered.
I would be there. I think we're gonna.
No, but as you said, it's a question.
How we be on spoon until election time? We're not going to do unity party. You know the majority. We're going to do that.
That's a counterfactual argument to make because you can't collect data for that one. It never exists.
I need a view. What was stood there? Our own views. We knew what was stood.
My man, what I'm telling you, this man spent half of his money behind the United Party. He spent, if you check how much money Stenton spent behind the United Party, probably more than $2 million or so behind the United Party. And the 80 man money now they're talking about a degree. They're not, y'all know your 80 man money too. You just talking about the man degree. When he was dropping it, nobody cared. You
so
see,
who are some of the people attacking him?
You probably let us dig deeper.
No, I don't know because I don't really know Stenton. I mean, such a him being.
I mean, we'll start naming.
Costa was very clear. Costa people.
Costa, they were.
You don't know when the Eagles were learning.
No. Listen, Costa had a very good relationship with Stenton. Let me say this, all right? Costa didn't go to him for money. Most times, he was the one calling Costa to come to that office. All right. But we're talking about the people then who are dropping hunger in Maria that are calling Stenton. The like of Mo Ali then. I got on the receiver, the tenor gave me to send them Maria for Mo. I got it. So the thing that it can be consistent. Tell us to put it on 100%. I ain't want to go deep. If I go deeper, you not believe it.
Do you have the receipt for the one you sent for coronavirus?
Oh yeah, the medicine. You remember the one you sent for coronavirus? He gave
the government 25 and gave the other opposition 25.
Who was the minister that received the money?
The minister, no.
I'm asking
he gave each opposition, each of the opposition, he gave them, I think, 25,000 each for corona.
Not to LPP though. He did not
LPP, I just party about structure, man. I just party about me. LPP, I party to give 25,000.
It's a party, so I'm just telling you.
No, but why do you get LPP 25,000?
But not wasting his money. Why would you get CDC that was stealing all the money, give them money?
No, but I'm saying CDC had a bet if he had political interest now, or if he had economic interest, CDC was a part of LPP. Why do you LPP that what they were generating around there? They can't win election, they can't win senator, they can't win representative seat.
Well, who are LPP now? LPP that the Catholic Party?
No, that Gongloe.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
but I dropping it.
No, that's not my party. LPP is not like other political parties that are aligned to individual. No, LPP is a progressive party. Nobody owns LPP. We have the party that has the most, I would say, different standard bearers in the history.
Who are your standard bearer there?
Standard bearer.
Dr.
Fano was standard bearer. Dr. Tipo standard bearer. Councillor Gongloe. I think Dew Mason was Dew Mason a standard bearer? I believe.
Yeah. One point in time, Dew Trang would have missing.
He wanted to, but I don't think he ran that time.
Dew Mason came with morale. They said
Professor Dew Trang would have missing.
Ambassador to Nigeria.
No, you are in France. You're France. Yeah.
Then he was businessman in Nigeria.
Oh yeah. That guy was with me in Nigeria, Ikoyi Hotel.
So it's more early among the people that criticizing Stenton as well.
He fool the criticize them up. He tried Boga fire him more. Was not open on Boga fire him more.
That flashing now, same way receipt and whether your receipt. That's 40. Too many people send money too. Too many they go. It'll be too many. I'm
gonna try to.
Does not have the receipt. Tomalin has the receipt.
So don't open our man tomorrow. Boga fire you straight. Yeah.
have money.
But you know, one night while with my game, say your way, they put a big criticizing your watch. There was some kind of one load on there. You see they coming. I said, oh, they put on they thought they don't feel when they can't in and then they can't on cover here. Man, like bring politician and man allow you.
The thing is when you get the power. What the parable like Brentford said when you're climbing the tree, don't forget to put that you left standing down there because when you come down your butt there, someone there. Well, I went to in Liberia the other day, right? I went to SKD to watch Lone Star play. So I told the guy I said I want to go to the highest place. The most expensive, they call it VVIP. The guy said, oh, cheap, it'll cost you like $100. I said, that's fine. I paid $100. I bought a ticket. I want a VVIP. I saw for the hunger line for CDT. They can't see that they got security up behind me. I said, look at trouble here you give my people. Why are you even here for? I said, what the hunger line coming?
I'm all of them want to put on you.
So the man was mad with me. Somebody, I thought, what about man? Well, man, we are either track Western Union like crazy. The man saw me, he worried. I think, see the other hungry one study, oh, that they respect me. He come out of speed, he with me.
Did you go to look for Moali so you can remind me of the Western Union transfer?
I got one friend in Liberia. One friend in Liberia. When I go to Liberia, he will come find me, or I'll go find him to the side Joseph. That only man I hang with Maria. When I go Maria, so I will look for me. In fact, he will tell me my man that only man I hang with for years. Okay? But these guys are now they're top people. You can't just go speak to them like that because they got security standing up waiting for them. As they're watching the game, I said the entrance got 4 or 5 security. Somebody holding other man's cell phone, standing up. I said, what?
Oh, you
know
said
what you do? By the time you hear the country, then they can call you. Oh man, you in town? Remember that? Man, I'm making it clear. You run to your office, I'm going there. We can't take picture and can't say the man can't hustle. I'm going there.
Listen, when I go to Liberia, I don't go to look. The only office I tried to go to when I was in Liberia last year, July, was LRA, my friend Double Jala office.
Yeah, like good friend.
I did not go there.
Amen.
I met at Calabash. We had lunch together. Then I went to his house and I spent probably 3 hours.
So you mentioned Double Jada. I don't know whether you ever ask him. But
I don't. You, end of the office.
I'm not making any allegation. I just want to know from his mindset concerning your friendship with him. Can you explain that whole involvement with that, or with that car, his role in it, and something like that? Because it was confusing to me. That was claiming he Jala purchased the car and all the kind of stuff.
First of all, Sidiki, I don't work for LRA. I think LRA issue a detailed press statement detailing everything. I read our press release, but it's been a while now. So if I attempt to say something now, I may contradict or leave out some essential things in our press release. But here's what I can say. In Liberia today, if you want to find 5 honest Liberians that you can give your money to, you can say manage this. You want to find 5 Liberians who are very innovative, very creative. Double Jala will be among those first 5. I can tell you that. Not because he's my brother, not because I know him, not because I sat in class from freshman level to senior level with him, not because we both taught in the math department together.
So you want to say your former boss, you're not honest? The president, secretary advisor, the president.
I don't understand the question this man is asking.
Your former boss, you're not honest? He president secretary advisor right now to the president. You're not honest?
I'm not talking about Kofi Woods.
But is he not honest? Is Kofi Woods honest?
Let me finish talking with Double Jala. Okay. So if you want to find that quality of Liberians, you'll find that in him. Listen, Sidiki, I'll tell you the public a little story about Double Jala. During Ebola, L.M. Johnson Salif, this is how the guy got to when he became deputy minister for sectoral planning and minister of planning. You know how he got there? The government of Liberia had gone to USAID, basically looking for a technical support. They were trying to do the growth corridor study, right? They went there for support. And they needed people with background in planning. And the embassy said, there's a Liberian here. He went to MIT. He did logistics and supply chain management. When you talk of planning, growth corridor planning, he knows it. Why he knows the knowledge he has is sufficient. We can't bring another American here. And you got somebody right here. That's how he became deputy minister for sectoral planning. He served there for 2 years. He and the government fell apart because when they took him on the promise that they would give him extra salary, besides, I think deputy minister will make them $1,600 US at a time. Besides that, they were going to give him extra salary. Mind you, BHP Billiton, the mining giant, was in Liberia. The area manager was Mike Ritchie. Mike Ritchie he was my friend, an Australian who came from Harvard. He was working in Liberia. He offered Double Jara to be the regional procurement manager for BHP Billiton. They offered him $6,000 US salary per month. He said he rejected it. He said that position, if you have to bring a white person from Harvard or MIT that has the same degree he has, they will pay him 3 times that or 2 times that amount. Unless he paying that amount, he can't take the job. He said he can allocate no salary for working for Liberian government than to work for the mining company for low salary for $6,000. He rejected it. So he opted to take the job at Planning Ministry as Deputy Minister for Sectoral Planning. After 2 years, the city administration had failed to keep that promise. And he walked to the president and said, here is my resignation. I'm going to go to look for a job. And he left and went to work for the World Bank.
He resigned because of money?
Because promise was not kept.
Okay, so before you came on the show, Tomalin and Rabba gave the evaluation of the UP government thus far. Tomalin gave them 4, Rabba gave 3. What your take?
On what basis?
The government performance.
No, you have to look at different indicators. Are you talking on the economy?
Use any indicator you want and then get an average of what the government performance is between 1 to 10.
Okay, Siddiqui, before I do that, let me make comment on one thing you said in my, I have to rush to go do some responsibility in my house. Let me tell you this. You're actually praising the tuition-free policy at the University of Liberia or higher education. That policy, the way in which the CDC government introduced it was bad.
Oh.
You don't just jump on and put in place a public policy. You have to collect data. You have to look at the situation and try to address it. For example, when they did that, it did one good thing. It increased enrollment at the university. It increased enrollment at different community colleges around Liberia. You know what it didn't do? It did not increase the number of teachers available to teach. Then the quality of teachers available to teach. It did not increase the material supply to the different universities. I was teaching at the university at the time.
But did they increase the budget?
Oh my God. Tomalin, don't tell me that. Look, I used to print.
We are increasing your budget.
Tomalin, I was teaching there, so don't tell me what I know. If they increase it, there is one thing about increasing budget and budget execution, whether it went to payment. You can say, hey, we are increasing it to $40 million per annum. But then if you look at the budget performance, you actually probably just disburse $16 million out of the $40 million. Okay? I know what I'm talking here. In the Science College, I work in the dean office. They were not giving paper ring, a single paper ring to any teacher. I would print my student test papers where I was working in my office and take it there to the students. If I have to have any handout, I will give it to the student. I will print it on my own and give it to the student because I was not in the business of selling pamphlets or what have you. I I'll print it. I'll use the project stationery, print it, and take it to the student to learn. Chalk, because we're written on the board with chalk. You have to go under the Ministry of Education, the old Ministry of Education, and buy chalk packs, the anti-dox one, good quality one, and carry it to my class. You will not find chalk on fender in the science building. I'm telling you reality, truth. I was there. In fact, I remember sitting down with my friend and brother Double Jala. We were discussing this. I said, those of us who are teaching, these guys, this is a good policy, by which they have taken a step by to say, okay, even the university didn't have enough armchairs. If you hear about the famous armchair problem at the university, that's how it became public, because the enrollment increased, but then they didn't have enough chairs for students, and they start fighting over chairs. In some instances, it resulted in a fight. It was a good thing to increase the enrollment, but then they didn't match it with logistics.
But all the problem you're narrating, long before they have free education, those problems still existed.
Not in the same magnitude.
Those problems said students were always fighting for chair.
But now in
the university, I'm coming. Whether in magnitude or not magnitude, I'm saying to you, long before the policy to introduce free education came about, the problems you're narrating existed. Teachers were printing pamphlets or sending it to students. Teachers were bringing trucks or other instructional material to facilitate their something. Students were going through the same challenges. Yes, as students increased, they might have increased, but the point I'm making to you is that the policy did not introduce those situations that existed. Now, why did I reference that policy? I reference it under the context of transformation. I think that is one of few, or perhaps the only policy where the resources of the country directly affect the people. We talk about education, we talk about health. We look forward to the day that we can also make health free, at least, if not for all, but for some class of people, if that the elderly or so, something like that. And it takes somebody to take the first step. Along the way, we can affect policy, we can affect law, we can make changes better. Today in the United States, the Republicans are still saying the Affordable Care Act needs changes. That is not the best, but at least it exists. It provides insurance for some Americans. So the point I'm making is that was introduced. It provided an increased enrollment. Other people who could never really think about going, when they went out, they would drop off. They raised that, not just at the university of Liberia, but other universities that were public. So I think that was a good step. That's the point I was trying to make. But I want you to answer that question in terms of the rating.
I'll answer it. Before I answer that, to do an evaluation of that policy, on top of my head, I will say one thing. I think it contributed to poor quality of education at the university. Today, I know quality of education has been a problem in Liberia historically, not because of that policy, but it has accentuated, it made it more pronounced that people know that people go to the University of Liberia now, they graduate, they can't even write letter application. No application.
How did the policy do that?
Oh, because
you know how long people have been graduating again, right?
So they can hear why it did. It increased the number of students in the class, and the teachers could not cope with it.
But you don't go to university to read letter. You should already be on a red letter even before you enter the University of Liberia.
So when you go to the University of Liberia, you tell it, you depend on the college you're in. If you're in science college, you take 4 English courses. It teach you grammar and construction as well, because I went through those. If you're in business college, I believe you probably just do maybe 2, or no, you do the same 4 courses. I think the French is where they don't do much. So I will tell you this, but same we didn't do policy evaluation here. I'm not going to kind of try to debate this with you because I'm not looking at the data myself, So, but I will say this on top of my head because I was there teaching. I know what I saw, and I can tell you that for a fact. Okay, so all I can say to you when it comes to maybe just on a side note, maybe that influx, that policy that caused the influx of students at the university, that led to Garguah to even enter through the byway and unnoticed. You know, I mean, it's possible. So CDC can take credit on that, saying it was a sedition at the time. You know,
Garguah,
what's a sedition? You know that.
Garguah graduated as a UP Alliance.
No, he graduated during UP Alliance time, but he entered the university during CDC time. So
no, they said, but which are the government official that said that they suspended a professor from LU for giving fake degree? Who was that?
And the Garguah man. They're the one that entered CDC time.
No.
That's the one that in the law school. That in law school.
We don't know when Garguah entered the university. All we know when he graduated. Because listen.
That the man entered CDC in power.
No, if Garguah entered that time, he would have been graduated. That was 6 years. He would have been graduated a long time. Garguah, all we saw was he was graduating. That's why I raised question about his enrollment, because people did not see him entering, but they saw him coming out. But anyway, I don't want to discuss Garguah. I don't want to discuss Garguah. I don't want to make this about him. I want to make this about the government. I'm saying to you, I ask you a question, and you seem to be dodging that question. What is your grading mark for the Unity Party government up to date?
All right, let me say this to you. On the economy, I will give, on the scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the best, I will give the Unity Party 2 points. That is below 50%. On the scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the best, 1 being the worst. On agriculture, I'll give them 2 points. Probably 1.5. I'll give them 1.5. That's below 20%. If you take corruption, on the scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the best and 1 being the worst, I will give Unity Party 1. That's about 10%. Because I think Unity Party is competing with in corruption with CDC record. And
CDC bad chairman, man, taking the party.
I'm waiting for the man to finish.
The party is supreme.
Unity Party is competing with CDC record on corruption. And rightfully so, because they are the 2 parties of corruption in our history. So I mean, we can argue this. Because the data, we can argue on this point. Okay?
But Kehleboe, the rescue said that they are the most educated. They know how to balance budget. They know how to change things. They know how to do this. But that part of budget, the balancing, they still more than even their own budget.
No, but Peabody, on this particular show, I have said this many times.
You think Joseph Boakai is corrupt?
Yes. Yes. You want to ask me the same question about we are? Because corruption took place and grew under these two.
There was perception of corruption allegation under CDC. Where corruption took place.
We can devote show to this and debate it. Bring some more to we can debate this. But let me say this to you. Here's what I want to say. Peabody, on this particular show, I have argued that the contrast in terms of the approach to corruption between CDC and Unity Party is completely different. CDC is a bamboo. When it's sitting, you know, they build gigantic structures, the rough, flashy cars. So people get to know their mode of consumption is clear and indictable. You can indict them, right? Whereas the Unity Party guys, they are the cats. They steal anything, but sometimes hard to catch them. You know, that's the difference, I would say. They will steal and wipe their mouth quick, but they are the smart, they are raw.
How do you call the base after 20 million considered to go do repair of roads as cat?
On this particular show, ask Peabody, when the Minister of Public Works appeared here, it was my question that led him I spoke with Senator Magay on this. I said, you go and read the PPCC law. What the minister did, he engaged in an act of corruption. The act is very clear. 2 weeks later, Magay put that letter on the floor. I want to say I'm one of those that contributed to that discussion behind the scene. Because what the minister followers did was an act of corruption.
Who you think is Bwaka most performing?
No, but wait. But you see, on our issue, right? You should blame the PBC. What the guy who the PBC, the guy who they call Johnson. He's the one, right?
Warren Johnson.
Yeah, because what he been doing, and he did it to Noka, he did it with all these agencies. He been giving no objection. That's what they've been doing all the time. How they've been doing it since they put over. No objection. Okay.
Tomalin, you know why he's doing that?
And that is when they're done when on extreme circumstances, but he just giving them no objection. And you know it's not fair to them. He did it with Mo Ali, did it with all the people he been doing to them. It's not fair.
You know why he's doing that? Because when Bwaka started to move all the turning people from that position, that guy got afraid. So the United Party guys just Mo Ali then went to him and said, you know what? Once you keep issuing no objection to us, we tell the president we'll not touch you. So be here. We are put here, we'll not move. Just give us no objection to cover our bike. But look, you know what I would say? You know, in the 90s, that's when the 419 scheme was rampant in the Yahoo boys in Nigeria. It became very rampant. They were just going all over the world. You know, this other person get money in central bank. They want this, one not, and they were taking the people, they were eating people money. Honor Bamagida. I remember the foreign minister at the time. I just forgot his name, but I read the interview on BBC. He was in West African newspaper, West African magazine. He appeared there. Here is why he argued. Because Western government were telling now the Nigerian government to arrest Nigerians that were entering Nigeria after duping Westerners, right? The Nigerian government said, listen, yes, we agree our citizens dupe you. They dupe your citizens. But your citizens also agree willingly that they will partner for Nigeria to dupe the Central Bank of Nigeria. They just got outsmarted. So if you arrest your citizen, we will arrest our citizen. That's how people interpret it, that Nigerian, once you see you enter Nigeria, they can protect you. Because the Nigerian government will say, we're not just going to rush and arrest our citizen because some American or European say the Nigerian dupe them or 5 million or this. He said, your people agree first to dupe us, and our people outsmarted them. I will say on the PPCC team, Tomalin, this is why I don't agree. I didn't agree with the minister excuse of no or no objection. The minister knows the law. There is a procurement office at the Ministry of Public Works. He knows the law. They knew the law and said, okay, we can frequently violate this law by just going to enter in Kuyu with the PPCC, and then they gave us the letter. So on both sides, they were violating the law. It doesn't excuse the minister. It doesn't excuse Mo Ali. It doesn't excuse anyone. They are all culpable under the law. They knew the law because every ministry has procurement office. And the law is very clear on under which condition you can give her no objection. And none of the things that they met the criteria. It's clearly not emergency. They were hiring services of people who are not the only supplier. They are not supplying skills that are in high demand, or that there is no competitor in the country to say this is the only brain surgeon in the country. So we can't go to Ghana or any country to put out a bid. So we have to just give her no objection because he's the only brain surgeon in the country will bring. Those are the conditions laid out in the PPCC law. Okay? And the guys knows that. They were in violation. That's why I say the United Party guys are very corrupt, but they are the cat in corruption. The cat of corruption. The CDC guys were very corrupt, but they are the bamboo of corruption. When they were
Peabody.
Yes, sir.
What's your rating of the government currently?
I think it's 2 or 8. 2 or 10, sorry. 2 or 10. So, yeah.
So before I come back to you, I just want to know from Gongloe to answer two things. One, I'm going to elaborate a little further, but before doing that, he should answer the. He said Bwaga is corrupt. What he means, he should elaborate. But before that, I wanted you to tell me who you think is the worst and the best of Bwaga's appointee currently in terms of performance and competence.
On top of my head, without even thinking, it got to be Double Jala, the guy at LRA. It got to be Double Jala. In terms of competence, he's the most competent person in the entire government. He had competence in terms of his job experience and production and quality of work, and then academically. Graduated with magna cum laude at the University of Liberia Mathematics and Physics, magna cum laude. He went to MIT and got the best thesis award at MIT, the value of $12,000. He got both master's degree from MIT and University of Zaragoza in Spain. And he went to Liberia, worked at PPCC, transformed PPCC to a level that people didn't see before he was there. If you look at the Liberia Institute of Certified Public Accounting today, I think ARCPA, right there on Randolph Street, their office used to be there. He took a contract from the World Bank as a consultant, and he built that institution from ground up and helped to even when you are saying, you see Decon T. King, the little who was at LRA, when they started, I think Astra or something, some West African accounting certification we were getting. Everything was put in place under his administration. He put in place a lot of reforms and made our institution to be viable and independent. And they started giving I think by now they're giving the CPA exam even in Liberia. Everything was put in place by him. So he's a transformative person. Besides his academic laurels, he's a very transformative person. Very innovative. So, look, talking to this guy, he told me, hey, I don't want to disclose some of the things he said to me, but he's set to hit $1 billion revenue.
Who the worst?
Let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt you quickly, but Kehleboe.
I think more ideas are worse.
Huh?
I think more ideas are worse.
No, but even though I really don't, I'm not a fan of Mo Ali. I'll gain some slack when it comes to the
How
job.
many times somebody get loud before you?
Well, I think I'm not a fan of him. I'm a critic. I wrote on your critical him.
No, the worst person there is the public works minister.
I think on the Bapolu project.
But I think he's working. He's working. Yeah.
For me, the best appointment that Bwaga ever made his government was Dr. Duba Christian.
Oh yes.
At Infield.
Yes, I'm Phil.
This guy have proven to be one of the best scientists, not only in Liberia, but the different patents and things that he have produced and things. Duba Christian is the best. And I commend the president for doing that. I think for me the worst is the Minister of Public Works. He's the worst. Roland Giddens is the worst person that the government. In the first place, he doesn't even have the technical know-how to even run that ministry.
Have the academic qualification to be a minister.
He's not qualified academically for that job.
Well, you were deputy minister before that.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. He was in administration.
He's a UP.
No, right now too. The better when I put my boy, I made the LEC boss. He get appointed. Honestly, I think when I look at what the guy been doing with LSCG, and he was there before then. So he took over. There have been a lot of positive things about him. I think, yeah.
The man's been there for a month yet. Then you say that's best.
No, but there's a man who he appointed drew praises.
Man, I haven't been there for a month. Yeah, but
at least when he got there, he drew praises from across the aisle. Number two, his short time been there, it's been positive vibe coming for him.
Okay, somebody here wants to say it's also possible that the interim management team that was there already worked hard.
Yeah, that's
moving forward. Then he took over and he just sailed through. It's also possible. It's also.
Are you disappointed in Kofi Woods with his?
Oh yeah, he wanted the worst too.
I meant boss. Yeah.
I'm telling you, Kofi Woods has.
Boss.
Kosowa.
Man, boss.
And we are a political leader. I'm not question, but I can tell what I think.
Siddiqui, we have not actually.
One of the worst. He know. They want
It's a personal job because you know what? He's not security advisor to the legislature nor to the judiciary. He's security advisor to President Boyka. He goes to Boyka and tell him and say, hey, this is a security implication for maybe LU students demonstrating. This is a security implication for CDC or the opposition wanting to demonstrate. Here is what I think you should do. Here is what I contact this person. Or here is a national security analysis for removing Speaker Kofa. Or the failure to remove him outrightly and has dragged on for 6 months. Here is the implication. He goes and make that analysis of Boyka. But it's left with Boyka to listen to him or not to listen to him. So we don't know how much he's telling Boyka because he's not addressing the press. So, excuse me. We don't know how much, okay? So I can't make comment on that. I'm making comment on things that are in public domain. For example, Mo Ali went to Bapolu. Nowhere in Liberia the man say he dug 750 meter. I use drill machine, and he said he spent what 250,000. He's a liar. You know, he's a criminal in chief. On that, we all know drill machine.
Could you accept a job in the Boyka government if you are offered?
I will say this, Siddiqui, and not to boast. I'm not going to call anybody name, but I know somebody respectable was called by Boyka. That person asked me, "What do you think? Should I go?" I said, "Oh, go and serve the country." That same person came to me and said, "I want your CV. I want you to go." I said, "I don't want to." He said, "Why?" I said, "Because I don't think positive of him. I don't think positive that I'm going to go sit under the combination of his government with Jeremiah Corruption King Kong and all of that. I'm not sure I can serve in such a government with and pretend to be partisan and pretend not to air my view on things. So I would rather be consultant in your office than to take an outright presidential appointment." Okay, and I was just serious on that. You know, he actually begged, the person begged me and said, "Give me a CV, give me a CV." You know, and that's not something I was ready to do. Because and it's not the fact that I'm a poor teacher in America. I'm also happy for teaching here, but I'm not sure that's something I wanted to do. That's not something I was ready to do. I mean, it's my right. If I want to work in government, I'll go work. But under the atmosphere, I've reached an age that I want to be openly critical about my view about my country now. I'm not at a point where I want to, whisper about what I think. So if I were working in government, I will actually be all right and say, hey, even to my boss. And when I work at Labor Ministry, my former bosses know I'm not going to go in public here to say what happened or what didn't happen. But every minister I work with, including Minister Solonte, Kehleboe Gongloe, they all know my view. Senior management staff that I said, Bangalo, all of them know my view. I mean, I'm sometimes outliers on many issues. I'm just Kehleboe Gongloe. I say as I see a fit. The only thing you can do is don't say something in front of me that I disagree with. I'm not going to go back there and state my disagreement. I will say it right in front of you, whether you minister or you president. I will say it. When I was at Minister of Labor, one day President said he was doing visitation at the various ministry. She came to the Minister of Labor and she talked about the budget. Everybody has spoken, including me. We said something of what our roles were and what we were doing. And in her closing statement, she said something I disagree with. I raised my hand. And everybody said, Minister Josiah, Kofi Wu. No, when the president speaks, nobody speaks. And to President Sadiq credit, she said no. Everybody was standing up now for her to leave. She said no, guys, let's sit down. Minister Gongloe, let me hear what you have to say. And I stated my disagreement with what she said. And she said, you see, John, he said, you guys are old school. This guy, what he said, I agree with him. In fact, that's part of the problem. I'm going to tell the Minister of Finance to look into that. So that's a Siddiqui. I'm not boasting about who I. That's the kind of person I am. If you say something from me, pray that I agree with what you say. If I disagree with it, you will not go 1 inch. I will raise my hand. You give me a chance, I will say what my counter position is.
Yeah, but sometimes when people provide that courtesy, it doesn't mean that they're not bold. But in some instances, you must respect the protocol.
I do respect that. So that's why I respect even those who respect this difference of opinion. And I give that to President Sedi. President Sedi, regardless of whatever, she's a very liberal person. You would disagree with her in her face, in her government, and she will not have problem.
Are you call her liberal? Are you call her liberal when she was part of those who orchestrated war to the country?
Look, I can't defend Salif on this.
Yeah, but they don't call her liberal.
No. Why? How did she orchestrate war? How did she orchestrate war?
How did she? Not only that she had mobilized resources, but she also plan the execution.
So Siddiqui, you make such statement on the assumption that what was happening in Liberia towards the end of the Doe administration was good. That's
no, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, no,
I'm saying, not because Ikimefuna, I'm just using another logic, was sanctioned to be killed. It means Okongo needed to have been the one to cut his hair off, even though he was sanctioned to be killed. So, in other words, while it is true we agree that there were issues in Liberia, but the fact that Salif formed part of the process that destabilized the country, now you cannot put her in a category that she should not be in. That's the point I'm making. If you are not mentioning her being a liberal, somebody who can accept dissent, I wouldn't mention that. I'm not justifying those actions.
Siddiqui, what you're saying here, for example, I remember in 1987, I was among the students at the university that demonstrated against the appointment of Dr. Stephen Yekesen. I can tell you also, I remember there was a strike that there's a guy who work out now the other timer. I remember here myself, we fixed this pepper, we took the pressure bottle from the chemistry lab, we brought it to town and we fixed pepper water and put it there when the boss were going to fender, and we attempted to survive. I think he successfully did it. We ran behind the boss, we sprayed the boss driver in his eye so the boss can go to fender, because we're trying to stop any student from going to class, right? So tell me, does that mean I'm not liberal? I was making a political.
You have violence tendency.
Remind me tomorrow.
You have the tendency to be violent.
I was not liberal.
I'm saying to you, you ask me a question, I'm saying you have the tendency to be violent.
Come on. My man.
But is that not true?
I took we took a political stand on the vanguard.
Political stand to put pepper spray in somebody eye.
We took a political stand and we're implementing the mandate of our party, and that's it. Our party said no. So, Siddiqui, go sleep. I will leave with this war. For you to dream that you guys can come to power, you need to answer the question: how a sitting president allowed Jeremiah Kun to cheat in Nimba? A sitting president who had access to the national security apparatus, NSA intelligence, and Jeremiah Kun cheated. That's the only country where CDC was cheated over voting. Okay.
For you.
Somebody say you okay. So finally, before you leave, I want to ask your view on this guy.
I'm not a lawyer.
Do you know this guy, Vama?
Huh?
Yeah, Vama is a comrade.
He's a what?
He's my comrade. I know him.
Yeah, order for me
You
now.
follow his statement today for which they buy social distance itself?
I can't eat it for
I
nerves.
think he should be impeached or he should be removed as the president of the bar.
So, what the question?
I'm asking about
Vama.
Vama.
Vama should be removed by the National Executive Committee of the.
Yeah, they should move from there. What he did was not fair. Was not fair to the bar.
Why he did no? Because
one of the bar and he made because what he tried to do. You see, we already got complication. People trying to interpret the Supreme Court ruling different way too again. And he, as a national bar, that's the body that should be able to help people in show people respect the Supreme Court. But he took upon himself because you're part of the Unity Party to go and talk the crap he said today. That's unfair. Kehleboe, Doris Cooper proposed him answer that question.
So I'm not a lawyer. No, but look at that thing now. The person assume I'm Councillor Gongloe. I'm not a lawyer.
I see.
I know about this case. Councillor Gongloe defended when a freedom timer, when she dismissed group of workers from LRA, Councillor Gongloe took that case. They were only for a while. 2 years. He even won that case at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court mandated a freedom timer to reinstate them, but I was during Ellen Johnson's time, and she refused to reinstate them. She said she would not do it. Some of them agreed to take money and to get it paid off, and some of them got paid off. So I know about that case. And some of them, I know Prince Benson was one of them. They reinstated some of them, but she said she will not reinstate some of them. So I know Prince Benson was one of them. I think he's a sign in the South. He still works for custom to So yes, I know about that case. But I'm not a lawyer. It's just that I happen to know some of the people who Councillor Gongloe defended them, So, but here what I was saying, the team Vama did in the lawyers are partners of the Supreme Court. Without the court, if you go after the credibility of the court as a lawyer, you put yourself out of job. Because everybody will say, what kind of court? I'm not going there. They will take the alternative route into their hand. Either go the violence way or go settle under the table. They say, well, there is no court to go to. So lawyers, that's why lawyers respect the court, because they depend on the court for their living. So what Bama attempted to do is to put thousands of lawyers out of job. No lawyer, not even in the United States, lawyers who do that. Individual lawyers who disagree with the Supreme Court verdict, but for the American bar to go and outrightly basically say don't follow what when the Supreme Court decide, that's the law. That opinion is a law for now until it is reviewed, until it comes to a judicial review, maybe 5 years later or 10 years later, whatever, But to do what he did today.
Finally, for me, my last word today is that the meeting the opposition parties had today, they said they set out secretariat and they're going to act. Now, all I want them to do now, they got to act. They can't keep, they have at a second meeting, they got to act now. They got to act accordingly. They said, we see all of their leaders are in the forefront. I mean, the problem is, whether we have to do it for 1 day and then they finish, or they will sustain it. Because if you sustain it, and Sidiki said something profound tonight. Sidiki said, the protests will have results. You can't have protest and no result. What you achieve on having it? If you have protests and just do it 1 day and finish, then why are you disturbing the peaceful? Because I mean, jeopardize the economy, just to cause trouble for that one time. No, you want results. If they cannot have results from it, then I have a problem with them. And if they, mind you, if they feel, when you get to a protest, you are insisting that the president must act. He must respect the Supreme Court ruling. If you tell him, say, if you don't do it, we'll not leave the streets. You see what Malu said last week? Malu said, we're not asking, we're not appealing to Baka, we're not asking, we're not appealing him. We tell him if you cannot respect the ruling, you're not going to go to work. I can't even say, you're not going to go to work. Yeah. That should be doing. Then when they found out, the people standing in the ground, then they say, We gotta start calling for peace talk to talk.
No, let me tell you, Tom.
Yeah, but you can't come.
In this kind of thing, you need to do. If you listen to the chairman of the Vanguard Student Unification Party, I think he made a critical point today. I'll listen to the interview.
Nope.
In this kind of critical movement.
Who and soup?
Yes. You need
I'm sorry to say, but these children are for a joke, right? Since the real soup people then left on they trying to all I see have done over the years, they just make noise from that day. After when the time kind of just surrender, they move on it because they're saying the soup leaders there in the government.
They need guardians.
In the government, they'll tell them say, and that's only for you, and they calm down. All they do to them right now.
They need guardians. But the boys are critical that
let's say and it's go. And what is that?
They were critical that if they agree that Bouaka has engaged in extra unconstitutional activities, and decisive action must be taken.
Okay.
I'll put that video in the chat room so you can watch it.
I won't see it.
But they were also clear that they put the CDC and the Unity Party in the same basket. That in such a critical moment, they would like to see the CDC take a by stage. Why it's true that CDC has a mass-based membership in Monserrado, but they don't necessarily have to be the spokesman. They don't necessarily have to lead a march. They should link with other student movement, progressive student movement, to come there. And that secretariat is set up. I think that secretariat should be headed by the Vanguard Student Unification Party.
I disagree because they could compromise. They will compromise. The government will call them. The leaders in the government will call them tomorrow. The next thing for that, they will call them tomorrow. And
Why they have not called them all this time? Why they have not called them all this time?
I would do them. They will call them tomorrow and say, Kofi will call them or other one. All the guys in the government.
Like all this time, you didn't have meeting. The man was in the bike like 9:52 p.m. Anthony Gill, but he left. Let's end the show. I'll talk to you, man.
Okay.
We'll get ready for tomorrow. I
don't trust them. If I'm getting no leave, we got to quit compromise.
All right. Go with the CDC compromise.
The B word intervention. They can say that's what intervention.
Moru can plan demonstration 3 months ahead.
I'm trying to bring Moru in the show because that
like telling the president, I will shoot you, I will gun you down 6 months from now. The person will go by or they will come to you and say, please don't gun me. So that's
okay.